This young man is Rich Raker, the first in the history of the illustrious Raker clan to awaken to failure. Why is it said this way? Because he was born into the great Dragon Slayer clan, a noble lineage, but possessed a frail body, so weak he couldn't control Kwang Kai, the energy source wielded by every knight. Rich awakened to failure, an unthinkable fate for a knight. Therefore, he was deemed worthless and banished from the clan. Rich's life became incredibly difficult, forcing him to do whatever it took to become stronger and survive, like stealing ancient artifacts, treasures said to hold mystical powers. But unfortunately for Rich, that artifact was the very thing the Emperor sought. To obtain it, he was willing to deploy a mighty legion, only to relentlessly pursue Jack after he acquired the precious artifact. Because the enemy was overwhelming in numbers, and he was unable to utilize Kwang Chi, Jack quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The situation became even more dire, as his enemies severed both of his arms. The first two soldiers to capture Jack even cruelly flipped a coin to decide who would have the honor of executing him first. They clearly saw him as nothing more than cheap entertainment. In that moment of utter despair, a fierce survival instinct drove Jack to fight back. He clenched his teeth around one of his severed arms and, using a unique self-healing ability, reattached it. With his newly reattached arm, he grabbed his sword and decapitated the two bastards. Unfortunately, although Jack had defeated them, they had managed to call for reinforcements. Seeing the massive crowd approaching, he could only sigh in despair, heartbroken by his own miserable fate. Jack understood clearly that perhaps today he couldn't escape this calamity, but he remained strangely calm, picking up his severed arm and reattaching it. What? He just reattached his severed arm. The pursuing battalion surged forward. Jack gasped in astonishment at the horrifying sight. What a freak! Utterly disgusting. Perhaps the only way to truly kill him is to decapitate him. With both arms intact, Jack mustered his remaining strength, throwing himself into the uneven battle. Despite bravely taking down many enemies, he ultimately couldn't overcome fate. Finally, Jack's back was riddled with swords, making him look like a porcupine. He coughed up blood repeatedly, feeling his life slipping away. In his final moments, Rich told himself that, even if he couldn't get revenge or live a full life, at least he had stolen the treasure the Emperor sought. It was like achieving some great feat. Trembling, Jack pulled the mysterious artifact from his chest. Blood from the wound on his head trickled down his lips, dripping onto the artifact, causing it to emit a brilliant, blinding golden light. Just then, Jack heard a strange, bizarre voice. Your unwavering will can awaken an ancient power, the soul of a dinosaur, etched into the will of the Chosen One. The emergency protocol has been activated. Jack Raker, do you accept? Jack thought he misheard, or maybe he was hallucinating, because his life was fading fast, but the voice kept repeating, echoed in his ears. Do you agree? Do you accept? Shut up. Do what you want. Jack was exasperated, trying to banish the strange voice from his mind with a loud yell. But then, the voice continued. The Awakened One's agreement has been confirmed. An irresistible, irreversible power is being activated. Countdown commencing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, Jack saw only a blinding white light. He could no longer hear any sound. Jack thought he had died, crossed over to the other side. But then, when he woke up, Jack was astonished to find himself in the body of a child. Unbelievable, right? But the truth was, he not only survived, but was also reborn, returned to the past. Jack could still vividly feel the pain, the sensation of the sword piercing through his body. Yet now there wasn't a single wound on him. Although much time had passed, Rich only needed a glance to recognize where he was. He was in the heart of the renowned Draker family's training grounds. The Dragon Slayer Draker family, one of the three greatest families ruling this era. Tarakan Draker, a legendary hero who once saved the entire continent by slaying the vicious dragon Bahamut in an earth-shattering battle thousands of years ago. It was his descendants who established the mighty Draker family of today, perhaps because they carried the blood of the Dragon Slayer Tarakan. All descendants of the Draker family inherited blood with potent light chi. Thanks to this, they could easily awaken high-level light chi and become incredibly valiant knights. Only Jack was an exception. That's why, in his past life he met such a tragic end. System management is rebooting. Jack had just laid down in bed, when a mysterious voice echoed. He jolted awake in a panic, his eyes darting around the room. There wasn't a soul in sight, but the strange voice continued to resonate. Identifying the awakened one's soul. The awakened one's soul is confirmed to be a 100% match. The chosen awakened one's soul has accepted the ancient dragon's will and fully merged. Confirmed. You have been granted partial system access. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jack Raker activated the status window display. Countless translucent blue screens materialized before his eyes. They hovered in the air, and with his limited knowledge, he couldn't call them virtual windows, like modern people would, often seen in role-playing games. But the reality far surpassed his imagination. Like many other reincarnated protagonists, Rich possessed a magical system. Rich, at that moment, was completely baffled by the mysterious events unfolding, simply assuming everything was caused by the accidental activation of the ancient artifact. He waved his hands randomly, and suddenly another status window popped up. It displayed the words, Low-Level Administrator Status Window, along with Joker's current information. It clearly showed his current class. Rare Healing Magician. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Rich's class skills included Healing, Tranquility, Life Recovery, and Enhanced Senses. Other skills included E-Rank Precise Stab, E-Rank Slash, and E-Rank Critical Hit. In addition, there was a special section, Dragon Art, but currently Rich couldn't access it. The system required 10 points to activate this item, but his current point total was a big fat 0. Rich was utterly astonished by the object that had just appeared before his eyes. He reached out, trying to grasp it, but he realized it was like a hazy mist. His hand passed right through it. Impossible to grab, only controllable by lightly touching its surface. Putting that aside, the information displayed on the status window made Jack pause in thought. The so-called class and skills were written in ancient dragon language, a language long lost to time. But in his past life, Jack had a mentor, and that person had mentioned these things. The awakened ones of the early era classified themselves into different classes, based on their inherent abilities. Each profession is trained in a specialized technique, called a unique skill. In his past life, Jack was a healing mage, so he could use healing abilities. Jack vividly remembered after awakening, he was tortured by his master to the brink of death. He thought he was about to die. However, according to the information displayed on the status board, in this life Jack was still a healing mage. He wanted to verify if what the status board displayed was accurate. In his previous life he became a healing mage when he was 20 years old, right after the Angel's Gate opened. Jack closed his eyes, focusing on sensing his own power. As he expected, in this life, despite being just a boy, his Angel's Gate had also been activated. After being reborn, Jack finally realized one thing. Although the strong body he had trained before was gone, but he has been reborn, carrying all the memories and skills from his past life. Compared to his previous life, he now possesses a significant advantage, and Jack can absolutely utilize this advantage to build a fulfilling life. But first, he needs to carefully analyze and see what cards he holds. Young Master Jack, may I come in? A sudden voice echoed from the door, making Jack jump in fright. He hadn't finished reviewing the information displayed on the screen, nor did he know how to turn it off. Before he could collect himself, the person outside barged in. Wait, Jack yelled in panic, but it was too late. I can't believe you're not ready yet. What are you pondering, young Master Jack? Jack recognized the older man. It was Deeker, his personal butler. He didn't seem to notice the presence of the status window. Jack breathed a sigh of relief, then cautiously asked, Prepare? Prepare for what, sir? Joker's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Although he was just a servant, Zig could feel an invisible pressure emanating from him. This old man was definitely not someone to trifle with. Are you being serious with me, young Master Rich? Jack flinched, his whole body involuntarily recoiling. Thinking back, in his past life he had truly been terrified of Joker. Ever since he was a child, until now, even with the soul of a 32-year-old man, he still couldn't erase the deep-seated fear within his subconscious. Just then, the system unexpectedly activated the calm mind sex skill. Jack's anxiety instantly vanished. This skill helps the user maintain a stable mental state, unaffected by external influences. In any situation, no matter who he faced, Jake couldn't have imagined that the system would have the ability to automatically activate skills. It seemed this function was incredibly useful. Seeing the young master seemingly ignoring him, Diker continued to remind him, "I've said this over and over again, that this is a momentous occasion. Young Master Jake, are you even listening to me?" "Of course, Diker, I'm listening," Jake replied. "It seems like you've remembered what important event is happening today, haven't you? Are you talking about the Pancreason assessment test? Is that it?" The place where Jake was staying was also known by another name, the Cradle. This was the place where all members of the Drake family had to come to participate in a special training system, starting at the age of 7. For 5 consecutive years, they would have to undergo an extremely rigorous basic training program. The instructors would evaluate the new students annually through intense competitions, from refined swordplay to brutal hand-to-hand combat. The Chris-Sun Battle Ring, a no-rules arena where opponents are chosen by the instructors themselves. However, in special cases, students are allowed to choose their own opponents, as long as both sides agree to participate. Because of its brutality and lack of any rules, the consequences of these battles are often severe, potentially leading to serious injuries. Some students have even entered the arena clinging to life by a thread. Despite this harsh test is regularly conducted, as it is the measure used to classify and rank the students throughout their time at the academy. Therefore, these children have no choice but to give their all and fight for survival. Rick mumbled to himself as he changed clothes, then exited the room and headed towards the arena. The supervisor today was head instructor Park Mark. Rick didn't have many memories of this period of his life, but when Payne made the announcement that this was the final part of this year's aptitude test, the students' spirits were instantly ignited with excitement. Rick stood at the front of the 5th row, and he could easily hear the whispers and mocking laughter coming from behind him. "Look, it's Rick. He was humiliated last year, and he still dares to show his face here? Tisk, if it were me, I would have run away and never looked back. I don't understand how he can be a direct descendant. He's completely useless." Rick pretended not to hear anything, because he was already too accustomed to such scorn and disdain from his past life. The test quickly began. The first 2 students to step onto the arena were Aaron and Jaitai. Immediately after Instructor Park's signal, the 2 lunged at each other like ferocious tigers. Rick sat to the side, feigning indifference and yawning. After just the first move, he already knew this match would end quickly. The final victory belonged to the AI, because from the start, Jaitai lacked a solid defensive stance, and very quickly he would be taken down by Aaron. If this were the 12-year-old Jack of his past life, Jaitai would have been knocked out instantly. He would have been terrified witnessing this brutal display of combat. However, Jack had lived a tragic life, a miserable existence. Unable to utilize Kwangjiai, he could only rely on pure physical attacks. Therefore, these students were nothing to Jack. Throughout their matches, he just sat in the stands lazily yawning. Zig was completely unaware. In the opposite stands, there was a boy, staring at him with longing eyes. That boy's name was Leon, Rich's opponent in the next match. As Rich stepped into the arena, he realized this right then and there. Leon towered over him. He was also the one who had brutally beaten Rick last year. So, seeing him return for this year's test, Leon was incredibly excited. But the situation was different now. It was unclear who would fall. "Beg for your life, you weak little parasite," Leon taunted. Leon's words brought back the painful memory of last year and the year before that. Leon had always been his rival, and he had never won against him, not even once. Rick was certain that Leon had cheated, because his family was the type who drilled deceitful words into their children's heads, that one had to resort to dirty tricks to become a true dragon slayer. Leon had been brainwashed by his parents since childhood, so he was limited in talent but overflowing with dirty tricks. The more Jack looked, the more displeasing the guy in front of him became. He couldn't understand how someone so mediocre could share the same bloodline as him. In his past life he had 4 siblings, all with the Raker blood, but they never had the chance to meet. Yet in this life he had to deal with a bunch of cousins, and these guys were always ready to bully him. Anytime, anywhere. You've got guts, Rich Raker, coming back here after getting your ass kicked last year. Or maybe you've lost your mind? Leon continued to provoke him. If this were the Jack of his past life at this age, he probably would have been scared or enraged. But now, inside this teenage body was a grown man. It had been over 3 weeks since the system automatically activated the tranquility skill, causing Jack to completely ignore his insults, his opponent's insults. I won't tolerate this any longer. If you continue to insult me like this, Jack warned his opponent sternly. In reality, Jack had a headache from Leon's incessant chatter. But in Leon's eyes, Jack was just a weak, useless family reject. So when Jack spoke up, he found it quite amusing. Instead of just hurling insults, Leon stepped forward and grabbed Jack's hair. So what are you going to do about it, you pathetic loser? No one could see what Jack did next. Only that in a blink of an eye, Leon was sent flying. It was because Jack had unintentionally used the fatal blow skill. True to its name, this skill allows the user to inflict fatal damage on their opponent. If the attack fails, the user can also be hit back with a similar force. Leon clutched his face, screaming in agony. Even Rich looked surprised. He had only intended to knock his opponent unconscious, but his special ability was unintentionally activated. The moment his fist connected, although the attack was effective, it inadvertently revealed a truth. Jack still hadn't fully mastered his power. What do you think you're doing, Jack Raker? Pan rushed to Leon's side, panicked. How dare you attack before I signaled the start? No one yells ready and then fights on a battlefield. Well, the first one to strike gains the advantage, didn't you know? Jack didn't answer. Instead, something made Pan instinctively recoil. The murderous look in Jack's eyes. Something he'd never seen in him before. Leon finally regained his composure, gasping for air and saying he was all right. And Shin Pan allowed the match to continue. Despite the blood still gushing from his nose, Rich's punch just now, that action was a direct challenge to his pride, igniting a furious rage within Leon. He swore to himself that today he would make him pay dearly, that he wouldn't leave the arena alive. Leon staggered to his feet. Right after Pan signaled the start of the match, he charged towards Rich like a lightning bolt. Rich was still quite wary, afraid that he would lose control of his strength again. As for Leon, after the previous punch, he also became more cautious. Therefore, Zig's left-handed attack, in his eyes, became too easy to predict. At that very moment, Leon dodged Zig's left jab, and simultaneously locked onto Jack's thigh. Just one more move, and he could slam Jack to the ground. Bang thought the match would end just like that. But what happened next left him utterly astonished. Pang's eyes were glued to Rich, not leaving him for a second. Unbelievable. That sharp combat sense just now, coming from a 12-year-old kid? The moment Leon dodged Rich's punch and tried to get past him, Pang thought Leon would win. But unexpectedly, Rich reacted lightning fast, landing a powerful punch to Leon's chin. At the same time, he easily slipped out of Leon's grasp. This was entirely Leon's mistake. He let his guard down, thinking he had Rich trapped. But what truly astonished Pang was Rich's composure. Even though his previous attack had failed, his frighteningly intense focus, and the precision needed to inflict damage so effectively and accurately, did it truly belong to the Rich Raker everyone knew? Was this the Rich Raker they were used to seeing? As for Leon, after suffering 2 devastating blows, he nearly lost his mind. Leon was forced to widen the distance, retreating to avoid the next attack. Jack immediately launched another relentless assault. However, all of his actions were still a beat slower than Leon's. The idea of maintaining a fighting distance barely flickered in Leon's mind before it could solidify into a concrete tactic. Leon received a thunderous kick to the shin from Jack. Leon was clearly much smaller than Jack, but the power behind both their punches and kicks was equally terrifying. Leon felt like his leg was about to snap, but his mouth never stopped spewing insults at his opponent. He roared, calling Jack a lowly, useless coward. The frenzy within him boiled over, making him forget all about maintaining fighting distance. All Leon could do at this point was to attack instinctively, Unfortunately for him, after a few exchanged blows, Jack gradually regained control of his own strength. Furthermore, he activated a sensory enhancement skill, temporarily heightening his senses to a new level. Leon's punches, swift as the wind, were as slow as a snail in Jack's eyes. It felt like a leisurely stroll in the park, not a fierce battle. Now, he had completely mastered the terrifying power from Angel's Hall. "All right, Rick," Jack said, "no more time for games." He didn't want to prolong this cat-and-mouse game any longer. Jack grabbed his opponent's arm, and with a powerful force, slammed him to the ground. Just from that fall alone, an ordinary person would have been completely incapacitated. But Jack wasn't about to let Leon go. He activated the skill-precise thrust, transforming his elbow into a sharp blade, piercing straight into a vital point on his opponent's chest. "Stop! Stop it!" Leon groaned in pain, his breath ragged. "Even a fool like you," Jack said coldly, "should learn a valuable lesson from this fight." "What happens next?" Leon retaliated, but Jack's punches didn't stop. Not just Park Mu-hyek, but all the students who witnessed the scene were horrified, their faces pale with shock. At this moment, Jack looked like a madman unleashing his fury. Only when Leon lay motionless, no longer resisting, did Jack rise to his feet, satisfied. He then turned towards the stands, where the students stood frozen, staring at him. "Sweating a little will clear your minds. Now, anyone else here have a problem? Come on down." All at once, Jack's provocation angered more than a few, but after witnessing Leon's beating, not everyone was brave enough to step up. "He looks like..." Finally, a teenager stepped out from the crowd. Jack recognized him as Jean Pan, and it seemed Jack had yet another cousin to deal with. But his personality is just as volatile as Leon's. Jean wanted to challenge Jack, and he obviously had no reason to refuse. It's just that he was a little bored with the feeling of sparring with these inexperienced kids. So, he nominated another person, Leon Stone, Jin's subordinate, to join in. "I think that would make the fight fair." Rick added another provocation that made Ken furious. "Did you just insult me?" he roared. "Precisely, you idiot," Rick replied with an excited tone, his eyes gleaming. Seeing him like that, Ken was so angry that the veins on his face bulged. Just like Leon before, he swore to take Rick's life today. This time, Instructor Park had learned his lesson, repeatedly reminding Rick beforehand that he must not make a move before he gave the signal. Right, I understand." Jack nodded repeatedly. His eyes remained fixed on his opponent, not wavering for a second. But he wasn't looking at that idiot Japan, but at Liam, his subordinate. In his past life, Liam was known as the Mercenary King. Just like in his previous life as Japan's bodyguard, he had also undergone rigorous training here. But as a distant relative of the prestigious Sala family, Liam was almost forgotten. Without formal training, he had pleaded to join the advanced course at the renowned Valhalla Academy, but unfortunately he was rejected. Eventually, he joined an obscure knightly order of a small nation called Barong. After the fall of Barong, he officially embarked on the path of a mercenary. Amidst the chaotic times, while everyone focused on the powerful, Liam emerged as a shining star. After spending years in the mercenary world, he rose to become an exceptional knight. And then, Liam founded his own mercenary group, the Iron Blood. Not stopping there, Liam united the three most powerful mercenary guilds on the continent. The title Mercenary King was thus born. In his past life, Liam, as the leader of the Iron Blood, participated in the Great Continental War, while Jack, known as the Ghost of the North, fought alongside the Northerners, becoming his sworn enemy. Undeniably, Liam had put him through some incredibly difficult battles, but this time perhaps things would be different. Pan's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Jack's reminiscence. Almost immediately, the attack command was given. Jake threw a sloppy punch, which Jack easily neutralized. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Jae-kyung's eyes held pure contempt for Jae-hyun, as if he were looking at a pile of trash. "I told you to come together," Jae-hyun said coldly. Even his voice carried an icy edge. But Jae-kyung quickly wrenched himself free. "You think I'd fall for such a cheap trick?" Jae-kyung scoffed. With that, he stepped back, winding up for a powerful kick. But it seemed rage had clouded his judgment, leaving this kick even more open than Jae-kyung's previous punch. The kick landed squarely on Jae-hyun's elbow. Not only did it fail to injure Jae-hyun, but it sent a sharp pain shooting up Jaekyung's leg. Reflexively, Jaekyung glanced down at his leg, but that was a fatal mistake in the midst of combat. In a heartbeat, less than a second, Jaehyun was in front of Jaekyung. A straight punch to Jaekyung's stomach landed with lightning speed. Jaehyun delivered a crushing blow to Jaekyung's gut. Instantly, Jaekyung coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Finally, Jaekyung was forced to acknowledge his utter defeat. Jack yelled at Leo, his voice filled with rage. "Liam, finish this bastard," Jaehyun ordered, his tone venomous. Liam, until now, had stood silently, awaiting his command. As soon as Jaehyun finished speaking, he slowly stepped forward. Looking at Liam's tall, muscular physique, it was hard to believe that this kid was the same age as Jihu. Jihu had fought Liam many times, and the most frustrating thing about facing him was his incredibly wide attack range. If Liam made the first move, Jihu would be completely on the defensive. Therefore, he decided to seize the initiative with a preemptive strike. Thinking fast, Jihu immediately activated his E-rank/skill. This skill allowed him to unleash a series of consecutive attacks on his opponent, overwhelming them and leaving them disoriented. The students in the stands witnessing this scene were all stunned. They couldn't even keep up with Rich's speed. He had anticipated this for a long time, because this is the Middle Lands, where the sword reigns supreme. How could these brats possibly see the signature fighting techniques of the North, the technique he just used? However, in this confrontation, Jack still faced a major disadvantage, because his physique as a child was truly frail. So frail that just using those few skills made Jack's entire body ache. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Meanwhile, his opponent possessed a physique nothing short of a monster. Liam hadn't counterattacked or dodged this entire time. He just calmly maintained his defensive stance and absorbed all of Jack's attacks. Compared to when he was the king of mercenaries, he felt that he was now much more ferocious. Jack took a deep breath, his hands clenching into fists. He understood just how terrifying his opponent's strength truly was. But it seemed his physical strength had reached its limit. Jack channeled all his remaining power into his right arm, launching a critical blow aimed at piercing Liam's defenses and taking him down. But suddenly, Liam's eyes flew open, a sharp glint in them. He tilted his head to the right, narrowly dodging the devastating attack that Jack had poured all his energy into. Jack couldn't hide his astonishment. Liam possessed incredible instincts, and unfortunately for Jack, he had seized Jack's arm in the aftermath. Liam intended to slam him to the ground, but Liam was only a 12-year-old boy, brimming with natural talent but lacking real combat experience. Meanwhile, Jack possessed the soul of a 32-year-old man, rich with battle experience. Enough to deal with. The moment Liam grabbed his arm and attempted to throw him, Jack fully exploited the position and momentum, and landed a thunderous blow to the top of his head. Liam, despite possessing extraordinary physical abilities, was still only flesh and blood. Having suffered such a critical blow to the head, he could hardly avoid feeling dazed and disoriented. Jack seized the golden opportunity, once again, activating his special sensory enhancement ability. With lightning speed, he used his legs to clamp down on his opponent's neck like a vice, because he knew no matter how strong the opponent's body, when the brain is deprived of oxygen, it will fall into a state of paralysis and helplessness. That's what Jack had calculated. But Liam was more frenzied than anything he could have imagined. He was now almost completely irrational, fighting purely on wild instinct, trying to break free from Jack's deadly grip. Liam repeatedly threw powerful punches at him, but Jack also proved to be incredibly resilient. He still resolutely tightened his grip on his opponent's neck, unwavering. One side relentlessly attacked. The other side relentlessly channeled power into their calves, giving their all to the fight. Their confrontation quickly escalated into a brutal test of endurance. With a significant difference in physique, the students watched with bated breath as Liam unleashed a flurry of blows. They all believed that Jack was destined for a crushing defeat, possibly even a brutal beating. Even Instructor Park was so tense, he forgot to breathe. He had never witnessed a match so intense and dramatic. A relentless battle raged between the two teenagers. After over a minute of intense struggle, finally, the outcome was decided. Liam, deprived of oxygen for an extended period, began to weaken. Unable to resist any longer, he collapsed. Jack, though battered and bruised, had emerged victorious. Most of the students gaped in astonishment at the unexpected result. It's hard to believe Jack would do something like that. He won? Unbelievable. Amidst the crowd, only one boy smiled radiantly, but that smile held something ominous. Excellent. He thought to himself, I expected at least this much from you. The way you presented yourself. You're worthy of being defeated by me, Jack Raker. After completing the test with unexpectedly outstanding results, Jack returned to his room. Diker, after hearing that the young master was seriously injured, was extremely worried and wanted to personally check his pulse. Jack knew that he didn't simply want to examine him, but also wanted to see if he had awakened his radiant chi. After changing his clothes, Jack obediently extended his hand. Diker carefully took his hand and began to take his pulse. To Jack's utter astonishment, Diker was an Azure Knight, possessing extraordinary power, and usually, when checking if someone has awakened their latent abilities, people usually only focus on observing the dantian. But Diker actually conducted a thorough and meticulous examination. Just channeling light chi into another person's body is an incredibly difficult and technically demanding task. Yet, he was able to control the flow of light chi throughout your body with such precision and finesse. Therefore, if he isn't an Azure Knight, there's no other logical explanation. Furthermore, not all knights in the world are the same. They are classified by their characteristic colors, based on their martial prowess and their ability to control and utilize light chi. White knights are the most basic level. Most children who haven't undergone the divine blessing ceremony are at this knight level. One step higher are the yellow knights. This level is achieved when one awakens their light chi and opens their dantian, the energy storage center. Usually, all students at the Cradle Academy will become Orit swordsmen after undergoing the blessing ceremony. The only exception was the unfortunate case of Jack in his past life. Next, once a student masters the control of aura, they are bestowed with a new title, Knight. The lowest rank is the Violet Knight, whose abilities are limited to enhancing their swords with aura. One rank higher is the Azure Knight. This level allows the creation of blades from pure aura. Finally, there's the realm of the transcendent, those who have surpassed ordinary limits. This is the realm Liam achieved in his previous life, and Rich attained before his rebirth. It is the Crimson Knight. Legend speaks of an even higher rank above Crimson, the Obsidian Knight, but throughout history, across all 6 continents, only acknowledging the existence of a few such monstrous individuals. After realizing Decker's extraordinary strength, Jack grew even more perplexed. With such abilities, he should have been a brilliant commander. Why would he accept being a mere servant, caring for a young master like him? Unable to find an answer, Jack decided to set the matter aside for now. The most important thing at the moment was to maintain absolute secrecy, preventing Decker from discovering the true source of his power, Shadow, because, in the entire world, only 2 people possessed the ability to wield Shadow. Therefore, the chance of Decker learning this secret was practically 0. Rich examined Jack's pulse for a long while before releasing his hand, then sighed with a dubious expression. Young master, are you hiding something from me? Seeing that Decker hadn't discovered anything, Jack breathed a sigh of relief. He also sensed something was off. His opponent was deliberately applying pressure, testing his reaction. If this were the Jack of the past, Dicker's tone alone would have been enough to make him panic and lose his composure. But now Rich was incredibly calm, responding smoothly. What is it? Are you hiding something from me? Jack retorted. Dicker's silence was his only reply. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Why have you suddenly changed so much, young master? Rich stopped walking, turning around. Dicker met a bone-chilling gaze. You're asking the wrong question, Dicker. You should be asking why it took me this long to change. Many things will change from now on, but everything is simply returning to its rightful place. So all you need to do is follow my lead, understand? Understood, young master. Dicker bowed deeply and respectfully, although he couldn't explain why. Jick was now a completely changed man, a different person entirely. As for Jack, he still couldn't determine whose side Diaku was on. Was he a secret pawn planted to monitor Jack's every move, or not? Without a definitive answer, Jack believed he needed to sway Diakgu's loyalty to his side, to keep him close and exploit any valuable information. The real dilemma was who was behind the order for Diakgu to watch him. Jack didn't think it was someone from his mother's side. Remove this line, it's undefined, but suspected it was one of his siblings. The more he thought, the more confused Jack became, so he decided to set the matter aside for now. Jack headed straight to his personal training room, which Diakgu had already prepared. In his past life, due to his frailty, as a child, I've never set foot in such luxurious rooms before. Seeing this with my own eyes, I'm completely speechless. This family truly lives up to its reputation, worthy of all the praise. It's just a personal training room, yet it's fully equipped, no different from a professional training center. There seems to be nothing missing. Taking advantage of being alone and undisturbed, Jack takes the opportunity to check this so-called system. Most of the information is unchanged from before. There's only one difference. His slashing skill, which was only at the rookie level, has now been upgraded to proficient. It seems the more he uses it, the higher the skill level becomes. But it seems these skills are activated automatically, based on Jack's actions. A suspicion begins to dawn on Jack. Could these skills have already existed within him? And if he learns something new, will it be added here as a new skill? Is that how it works? Furthermore, what's the difference between a common skill and a faction skill? Because their activation mechanisms seem to be similar. Moreover, there's something called dragon skills, which I currently can't access. What secrets could it be hiding? Jack tried tapping on the dragon skills section. As expected, reward points are still needed to unlock this system. The system announced that reward points can be collected by defeating monsters. Speaking of monsters, they exist in massive numbers in that dungeon cave. However, to ensure his safety, Jack needs to at least reach the Purple Knight level before he can set foot there. Furthermore, a question has been lingering in his mind. Why was he reborn 25 years in the past? And what exactly is this strange system? He only knows for sure that it's connected to that ancient artifact, but the rest of the information is too vague. Therefore, Jack can't draw any conclusions right now. He only knows that it can help him become stronger, and that alone is enough for him to continue trusting and using it. Despite his weakened body, Jack struggled to lift the sword, and began a journey of self-discovery. In this world, there exist two widely known sources of power, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights cultivate aura within their core, enhancing their physical strength, while mages manipulate mana through mystical glyphs, encircling their hearts, the source of magic. These two energies are diametrically opposed, like fire and water. Therefore, once one type is awakened, it becomes impossible to harmonize with the other. In his past life, Jack was unfortunate. Unable to awaken either his core or his glyphs, abandoned by fate. He was ostracized and scorned by his own family, but fortunately, during his wanderings, he encountered a master who changed his life. This master imparted countless knowledge to him, but the most valuable skill he learned was the art of healing and vital energy. Now, thanks to vital energy, a secret technique created by his master, Jack can harness energy from nature, controlling the power of the heavens and earth. For that very reason, Jack and his master are the only two people in the world capable of using the R technique. However, awakening the aura is still a matter of luck. Will he be able to reach that realm in this lifetime? It depends on fate. Jack began his arduous sword training, but after only 2 hours of practice, he felt his body aching on the verge of collapsing. This body was unbelievably weak. Jack leaned his sword on the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. At that moment, the system suddenly activated his class skills. Heal and Restore Vitality. Heal was an extremely rare skill, one he didn't even know existed, until he met his master. If he used the skill in front of others, Jack would surely be seen as a monstrous anomaly. That was the reason he couldn't use it. In the fight against Liam, he had to quickly recover from his injuries the moment he stepped into the room. Thanks to it, Jack possessed a near-limitless source of energy, constantly replenishing itself as it was depleted, drained, then refilled. However, he couldn't completely rely on it. Therefore, he still had to push himself, training relentlessly to hone his own strength. Time flew by. Jack trained tirelessly until dinner. The room had been transformed into a battlefield, completely altered to the point. It was unrecognizable. Just like that, a week passed. The trainees in the camp began to buzz, gossiping about a strange tale. Jang Jik, the clan's outcast, had now completely transformed. Some even rumored that in his thirst for power, he had resorted to using dark magic. However, some turned to admire Jang Jik. There's still hope he'll deliver justice, punish those who prey on the weak, the arrogant and conceited. That day, in the training camp's mess hall, Zeke's cousins gathered to plot. They all shared a single goal, to take down Jack. The most frustrated one was undoubtedly Leon. A week had passed, but the wounds inflicted by Jack were still fresh. Both Leon and Jake Young were worried about Jack's rapid progress. But Owen, the seemingly calmest of the group, appeared relaxed with the demeanor of a strategist. Don't worry, the match between Pang and Seongjin was brutal, but spectacular. However, Zeke will soon fall flat when he switches to using a sword. What can he do when he can't even hold a sword properly? Owen had just finished speaking when Leon's group suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Jack's body is so weak that he can't even lift a sword. It's too heavy for him. That's why he had to place the sword separately. He must have beaten me by sheer luck. I can't possibly lose to someone as weak as a slug. Leon was still frustrated and resentful. Vina, who had been silent until now, focused solely on his steak, suddenly slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Luck? If you truly believe that Jack won solely because of luck, then you are not worthy of becoming knights of the Draker family. After saying that, Vina turned and left. But it's understandable, because why were Rich's cousins so eagerly anticipating the swordsmanship tournament? Unlike the Krazen gang, in this competition, swordsmanship would be prioritized, and that's the main reason leading to most of the unfortunate accidents. During the rigorous training at the camp, a dramatic sword fight is the most accurate measure, clearly reflecting the difference in skill level among the trainees. The important swordsmanship exam arrived quickly. Far from what the students had imagined, Rich appeared with a sword so long it was unbelievable, and it looked incredibly heavy. Yet, he held it effortlessly as if it weighed nothing. In the tense first match, Rina stepped forward to challenge, and Jigu accepted. When facing Jigu, and witnessing him confidently wield the massive sword, Rina was almost certain that the person standing before her wasn't the Rich she knew, because the Rich she knew could barely even lift a sword, let alone display the powerful presence he had now, making Rina feel threatened. She tried to regain her composure, and drew her weapon. In truth, Jack wasn't as calm as he appeared, because facing the Thunder Knights was something that, both in his past and present life, always put immense pressure on him. Jonathan standing before him was one such Thunder Knight. In his previous life, she was one of the knights who had forged a legendary reputation for herself. During the Six Realms War, she was also recognized as one of the strongest among the next generation of the Diakrak clan, as one of the few who awakened their light chi. Even before participating in the blessing ceremony, Jack remembered that Jenna had awakened her light chi several years ago, compared to the present. However, she hasn't used it throughout the training. The reason is she wants to improve her fundamental skills comprehensively. That's also the reason why Leon and Jake are wary of Rina, somewhat afraid of her. Anyway, compared to those mediocre guys, this girl is still a worthy opponent for Jack to respect. As soon as Pan signaled the start of the match, Rina couldn't contain her eagerness and attacked first. Her movements were incredibly swift and agile. Her swordsmanship was also decisive and astonishingly sharp. Therefore, Jigyu didn't dare to underestimate her. She was even better than he had anticipated. However, Jigyu was confident that he wouldn't lose. Don't play around with me. Finish him quickly, Rina. The students watching the match began to cheer. How pathetic. Jake, sitting in the front row, started to mutter. It looks like Rina is toying with him, not actually fighting. That kid seems unusually nimble today. It sensed Jenna was giving it her all, fighting with everything she had, but it wasn't enough to pierce Jack's impenetrable defense, to reach his vital point. She fought with extraordinary effort, but also with struggle and hardship. After a few attacks easily deflected by Jack, Jenna finally found a glimmer of hope, a small opening in his seemingly impenetrable defense. However, even though she launched her attack with lightning speed, aiming directly for that opening, in the end what Jenna's blade struck wasn't Jack's flesh, but his own sharp sword. Jack was always one step ahead, as if commending Jenna's effort to find an opportunity, but at the same time subtly mocking her. He continually created openings in his defense, only to effortlessly neutralize all of Jenna's attacks. This gave her the feeling that Jack was completely in control, dictating the rhythm of the fight. Jack was turning this life-or-death battle into a performance, a game of his own, forged her skills and guided her. Then, their blades clashed once more, sending sparks flying. This time Jenna was knocked back, stumbling. She gasped for air, her breath ragged from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Rich appeared unusually calm. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Yes, before becoming the renowned Thunder Knight, Rena was once just an ordinary girl. The way she resisted and fought during those grueling training days at the camp could be described in 2 words. Naive. Her swordsmanship was simple and direct. That was what Rich noticed most clearly about someone obsessed with rigid fundamentals, and that was also what held Rena back. Therefore, he wanted to help her break free from her shell, transform into a magnificent butterfly, shining with her innate swordsmanship talent. With that thought, Rich's center of gravity suddenly lowered. He adopted an extremely low stance. With an oversized long sword in hand, Rena silently calculated, surmising that her opponent was planning to close the distance for a deadly strike. His speed was nothing to scoff at, but Rena was confident that she could completely neutralize the upcoming attack. Jack Raker made Rena wary, forcing her to reassess her opponent. And then, just as she predicted, Jack suddenly sprung up, lunging forward with the destructive force of a predatory tiger. Except, his speed was even more terrifying than Rena had imagined. She didn't dare risk blocking the blow. Instead, she was forced to quickly retreat to dodge his opponent's sharp blade. But constantly keeping her distance and dodging wasn't the way to win. Rena felt utterly perplexed, while Jack relentlessly pressed his attack. She frantically tried to regain her footing. And then, Rich closed the distance once more, narrowing the gap and unleashing a lightning-fast attack. Rena gasped, her eyes widening in terror. One thought echoed in her mind, "I'm toast!" Then, gritting her teeth, instead of dodging, Rena decided to launch a powerful counterattack. Rich's long sword was flung into the air, falling behind him, embedding itself deeply into the ground. The students immediately jumped up, cheering wildly. Rich lost. As expected of Rena, she didn't even need to use aura to take down that loser. Only Mark noticed something unusual about the match. When Rich's final attack was about to hit Rena, she had used aura, but an incredibly small amount. Such a minuscule amount of aura that it was almost undetectable. Rena was the one who swore she would never use aura. It wasn't until she officially stepped foot into the academy, and then today, that Jack forced her to do it just to survive. Perhaps for this very reason, Jenna stood frozen in place, completely indifferent to the roars of her name echoing throughout the arena. "What the hell are you doing? Focus. The match isn't over yet." Rich's voice was like a lightning bolt, jolting her out of her stupor, but it was too late. By the time Rena realized what was happening, Rich was already upon her, and delivered a devastating blow to Rena's chest. She instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, forced to her knees, her whole body trembling violently. "This is what you get for cheating with a sword. We will never forgive the cowardly attack of a loser like you." Before the pathetic victim could even speak, from the stands, Leon roared furiously. "Yeah, a knight discarding their sword? How laughable." The other students joined in, chattering amongst themselves. "This is Jenna's victory. You're not worthy of being a knight. What a disgrace." The students above jeered and insulted Jack relentlessly, making him feel as if a single spit from each of them would be enough to drown him. Rena coughed a few times and staggered to her feet. "Want to continue, Jack?" she asked. She still wouldn't give up. Rena's first thought was, Rich only hit me because I was careless. But in the end, she was a righteous person. If Rich hadn't used his bare hands, but had a dagger instead, her throat would have been slit. Thinking of this, Rena frowned and said with difficulty, "I lost." The entire audience, busy cursing Jack, suddenly fell silent. All of them were looking at Jack Raker, the one they had scorned just days before, deemed a waste, the scum of society, yet now, he has achieved a resounding victory against one of the most exceptional prodigies, the darling of a noble family. Vina Tul, The one who unexpectedly transformed, completely changed, has made his older brother wary. News of the war for inheritance has reached the ears of the Dragon Slayer clan's children, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Therefore, Avon, who almost never sets foot home, has decided to return to the clan before the official blessing ceremony. The reason is simple. He's curious to know what happened that made his youngest brother change so drastically. After Jack's resounding victory over Rena, the entire training academy was in a state of utter shock. However, this didn't seem to affect his daily life in the slightest. Jack simply returned to his personal training room and diligently continued his training regime. Another month passed, and the grand blessing ceremony finally arrived. Despite this, Jack maintained his daily training routine. As a result, his physical condition had significantly improved compared to when he was first reborn. Jack opened the window. The status check screen appeared just as he expected. Most of his skills had been elevated to a new level. Among them, some skills had reached the realm of mastery. He had even increased his proficiency in the agile footwork technique, a skill he had acquired during the previous spar. The steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from outside. Jack immediately guessed it was Yahello approaching. Sure enough, a moment later, a voice called out from beyond the door, "Young master, we shall depart in 2 hours. I'll be right there. Have everything prepared." After bathing and dressing in formal attire, Jack boarded the carriage on his way back to the main family estate. Considering his past life as well, it had truly been a long time since he'd set foot in that magnificent castle. It belonged to the prestigious Draker family, located on the vast territory of the Duke of Troy. Although the family's cradle was situated in the heart of the continent, at the Four Seasons Fortress in the mystical Middle Lands, the blessing ceremony had to be held at the main residence, the birthplace of the Dragon Slayer legend. The castle was also known by a proud nickname, the Dragon's Lair. After some time, the carriage came to a halt. Jack stepped out and gazed at the castle with an indescribable feeling. Despite being a direct descendant, he stood with the other servants. Other members of the prestigious family received no special treatment or favoritism, not even in the slightest. Throughout the ceremony, Rich constantly glanced around, observing his surroundings, and suddenly realized a truth he had never noticed before. It was that all the distinguished guests present at this grand ceremony were powerful and renowned figures, people he had only ever known through newspaper articles. Rich was certain that among the watchful eyes, at least half were focused on him. But regardless of their intentions, if they witnessed his awakening fail, they would immediately turn their backs on him. Suddenly, Rich's gaze landed on a tall, imposing figure. This sudden appearance caused his expression to change uncontrollably. The man was shaking hands and greeting guests, and it seemed Rich hadn't expected his presence there. "Well, it seems my visit here today does have a purpose, because, by sheer coincidence, my dear little brother happens to be here as well." There he is. That face Rich could never forget. It's Avon Raker, the second son of the prestigious Raker family. Currently, he's known as the Sword Lion, but in my past life he had another name, the Butcher Knight. Upon seeing his brother, Rich's face turned purple with rage. But Rich could only try to suppress his fury, because right now he couldn't do anything to him. He just remembered that, in his past life, Avon didn't even bother to attend his blessing ceremony. Yet today he's here. This proves that his actions have changed the future. If so, this could be a chance for Jack to change his tragic fate. Once the distinguished guests above were seated, the blessing ceremony officially began. The first name called was Aaron. The boy trembled as he stepped forward, his heart pounding with anticipation. Before him was a basin of sacred water placed before a statue of a majestic knight, flanked by 2 mystical spirit lamps emitting a shimmering glow. If radiant chi was awakened, the statue would react immediately. If spirit chi was awakened, one of the 2 lamps would illuminate. Aaron took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. Then he rolled up his sleeve and slowly dipped his hand into the basin of sacred water. Through this sacred blessing ceremony, all members of the Draker lineage, upon reaching the age of 12 and graduating from Cradle Academy, would awaken the radiant chi sealed within them, and Aaron succeeded. He successfully awakened his latent power, compared to ordinary knights from other families. Awakening at the age of 12 was incredibly early. Typically, they could only awaken after turning 20. Among the children participating in the ceremony today, there were also a few rare exceptions. Along with Radiant Chi, they will also reveal a special ability of the Dragon Slayers, called Aura Control. At that moment, the 2 aura lamps placed at the scene will illuminate, emitting a bright red light. These rare cases, in the future, will at least reach the realm of yellow rank swordsmen. A few individuals can even be compared to the Crimson and Black Knights. The simultaneous awakening of aura and aura control indicates that the child has awakened true blood, a mark of genius. And this year, such a special case has appeared. Unsurprisingly, it's Jenna. Immediately after she displayed her aura control ability, Instructor Pan ordered a servant to bring him gloves. Because of this special ability, all those who possess it must wear specially crafted gloves, made by the family itself. Without them, they cannot experience a normal life like others. The moment someone proves themselves to be a legitimate descendant, carrying pure blood, they are granted the right to use the family name regardless of whether they are a direct descendant or not. Moreover, they will receive an enormous financial endowment beyond imagination, along with countless privileges from the prestigious family. However, even with Jenna's bright future, she wasn't as highly anticipated as Jack. Most of the guests believed that he would also awaken the pure bloodline, because he was the one who defeated Rena. But Jack slowly stepped forward. He had never thought that he would have the opportunity to stand before this statue again. In his past life, he had experienced a terrifying nightmare while standing before it. Although the sacred blessing ceremony was his sole motivation to endure countless hardships at this holy site, Jack ultimately received only shame and disgrace. He was branded the family's untalented failure. However, in this life, fate may have turned a new page. Jack not only possesses extraordinary healing abilities, but can also utilize Angel's Grace, a skill that, besides his master and himself, only a special AI can unlock. Moreover, he never succumbed to despair or surrendered to fate, but rose on his own with unwavering determination. Well, give me a hand here, won't you? This statue with its damn parameters. Jack thought to himself, rolling up his sleeves. He plunged his hand into the mystical basin, like countless others before him. The moment Jack's hand touched the water, the knight statue suddenly shook violently, then abruptly stopped. An eerie silence filled the room. Jack cursed inwardly. He knew he'd made a mistake putting his faith in a change of fate. It was just Avon's sudden appearance had made him overconfident, arrogant, just like in his past life. Whispers and murmurs began to ripple through the vast room. He failed the awakening? How is that possible? Seems like even the family head's bloodline isn't enough to suppress that cursed blood. Then how did he defeat Rena? He must have used some dirty trick. What a disgrace to the family. Jack shook his head internally. Their reactions were no different from his past life. Absolutely no different. But failing to awaken his radiant chi at this point didn't matter anymore, because Jack had many other methods to increase his power, besides relying on awakening. Just then, the system unexpectedly sent him a few new notifications. I sincerely apologize, Jack. There was an incident during Raker's processing, which caused a crucial message to be delayed. We discovered that essential information was lost from the identification apparatus. During the identification process, job information was added, using system administrator privileges. Jack reread the message several times, a look of suspicion on his face. Despite the verbose wording, he seemed to grasp the situation. The 7 previous awakening failures were due to data loss during identification, and the system quickly and automatically corrected the error. First, it unlocked the rare job, Healing Magician for Jack. By the time this message was delivered, the knight statue had begun to emit a crimson glow. Similar to Jenna's awakening, public opinion quickly shifted in a positive direction. That crimson glow was the sign of a true blood awakening. But that wasn't the end. The system automatically established a predestined connection. The one blessed by the ancient dragon, sealed within his soul, has now been destroyed, and the seal has been broken. Simultaneously, the dormant power of the Draker lineage flowing through his veins, the blood of a powerful warrior, has awakened. These 3 elements, healing magic, the ancient dragon's blessing, and the warrior bloodline have merged, creating an entirely new, unique profession called immortal. At the same time, the color of the statue began to shift from blazing red to shimmering gold. This was an unprecedented phenomenon, leaving witnesses in awe and wonder. Everyone was left with unanswered questions. Jack decided to remain silent, letting them speculate. After all, he couldn't explain that he had just awakened. This unique class, this one-of-a-kind profession. The spirit lamp showed absolutely no reaction. So the sword statue is faulty? Could it be? If there's no spirit suppression, then how can it be considered a true blood awakening? Finally, Nobel's applause drowned out the murmurs and whispers of the crowd. "Don't overreact," he said. "We have 2 true blood awakenings in one ceremony. Isn't this something to celebrate?" Everyone exchanged glances, their faces full of doubt. But the fact was, the second son of the Raker family held considerable sway. Him speaking up like this meant acknowledging his younger brother's true blood awakening. Therefore, no one dared to object further. Jack, who had just been the subject of everyone's doubt and gossip, now, along with Jenna, became the pride of the family. Abel immediately ordered a servant to bring gloves for Jack. At the same time, he shifted everyone's attention to the next child. Jack put on the gloves, walked in and casually walked out. Jack could easily sense the ulterior motives of his half-brother, but being forced to accept his help made Jack feel extremely uncomfortable, like swallowing a stink bug. After blessing a few more children, the ceremony finally ended. To celebrate the clan's new generation of sprouts, a lavish, extravagant feast was held. But Jack had no interest in these frivolous festivities. He wanted to go to the training room in the main mansion, but Avon blocked his path. "The party's just getting started. Where are you going?" Jack tried to suppress his razor-sharp glare. He didn't expect Avon to approach him so quickly. His gaze was dangerous and probing, but in the end, he feigned cordiality, congratulating Jack on awakening his true blood. At the same time, he extended his hand. Jack was utterly disgusted. However, not shaking hands would make the animosity too obvious. He reluctantly extended his hand, but before his fingers could touch Avon's, horrific memories from his past life suddenly flooded back. Jack froze, his arm hanging in midair. The confident smile on Avon's face vanished. In that moment, he decided, even if it meant losing face, he couldn't shake hands with this despicable man. Avon felt utterly humiliated. He had to say something to save himself from embarrassment. "Well, this is awkward, isn't it, Jack? But what can you do? I'll have to settle for seeing you more often from now on. See you around." As he walked past Jack, Avon deliberately patted him on the shoulder a few times, making Jack feel disgusted. Those 3 words, "see you around." To Jack, those words were nothing short of a blatant provocation. Jack swore to himself that, in the future, he would make this bastard pay dearly for all the crimes he had committed in the past. Back at the party, unsurprisingly, everyone was buzzing about the 2 children who had just awakened their true blood, especially Jack, because he possessed a unique golden light, unlike anyone else's. Most of them assumed Jack had awakened a failure, but before they could show their disdain, Jack caused another shocking incident. However, the star of the party suddenly vanished. By now, Jack had returned to his own room, removed his heavy attire and taken a deep breath. He also removed his special gloves. Truth be told, Jack was also thinking about what had just happened. All the children who awakened their true blood possessed a unique characteristic that suppressed spiritual energy. It was an ability that proved they were sworn enemies of dragons. The source of spirit energy originates from the blood of true dragon slayers. However, since most machinery utilizes spirit energy as fuel, children who awaken the dragon slayer bloodline are required to wear special gloves designed by the clan. This also means that if Jack truly possesses Dragon Slayer blood, an incident should have occurred when he removed his gloves. But currently, he remains completely unharmed. Jack reached out and opened the window. His class had changed, from healing mage to immortal. Moreover, 2 new skills appeared: Spirit Force Reversal Rank A and Overall Buff Rank A. Jack gasped in astonishment. These 2 skills are truly unique. So it's Spirit Energy Reversal, not Spirit Energy Suppression. This skill allows me to create a distortion field, nullifying the surrounding spirit energy, compared to suppressing spiritual energy, which is more like a passive ability. Reversing spiritual energy is an active skill. That's why the spiritual energy lamp didn't react at all. Jack found it truly amazing. Before the blessing ceremony, he was just a rare healing sorcerer, but now he possessed a unique immortal class. But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. While all the graduates from this prestigious academy awakened with green aura, only Rena awakened true blood, with a crimson glow. Rich was even more different. Initially red, it then transformed into a brilliant gold. He recalled the system's earlier announcement. It had said that the identification system couldn't operate correctly due to missing crucial information. Could that identification system be referring to the night statue before the divine basin? And then, the system proceeded to update Rich's job information by exercising supreme administrative authority. Suddenly, the statue emitted a brilliant red light. After the job merging was complete, the light turned into a shimmering gold. Now, after careful consideration, Jack suddenly realized that the ancient bronze statue didn't just determine whether someone had awakened their abilities, but more than that, it also classified their attributes and job class. Red indicated a rare job class, like when Jack was a healing mage, while gold symbolized a unique, one-of-a-kind job class, achieved when he reached immortality. Jack suddenly remembered the bronze statue was a priceless artifact, passed down from ancient times, even before the era of Ancestor Telecan, the founder of this illustrious family. Because the concept of job classes no longer existed in the present age, it was only used to check whether a person possessed awakened abilities. And through countless generations, from one to the next, they mistakenly believed that a vibrant red glow, a sign indicating the possession of a rare fate, was actually the mark of true blood awakening. Also, no one knew exactly which generation of family heads would discover this mistake. But Jack was certain he would keep this secret hidden. There was one more crucial thing. He had accumulated 100 karma points. Although the origin of these points remained unknown, Jack was eager to use them immediately to explore dragon skills. Several options appeared before Jack, all of them level 1 dragon skills currently locked. First was Dragon Eye, allowing the user to see detailed information about others. Unlocking this skill required 20 points. Next was Dragon's Might, allowing the user to subdue opponents with powerful aura. This skill required 30 points to unlock. Finally, there was Gluttony. It allowed the user to consume massive amounts of food and digest it incredibly fast. Cost 50 points to unlock. Rick pondered thoughtfully. He clearly understood the uses of Dragon Eye and Dragon Might, but Gluttony, with its ability for limitless consumption, what purpose did it truly serve? Furthermore, it required a hefty 50 points to unlock. After careful consideration, Rick decided to choose certainty over venturing into the unknown. He used his remaining 50 points to activate 2 skills, Dragon Eye and Dragon Might. With no AI present in the room, Rick couldn't test Dragon Might, so he decided to activate Dragon Eye first. Rick was incredibly eager, but there didn't seem to be any noticeable change until he opened the door, stepped onto the balcony, and discovered something peculiar. The statue placed in the garden far below. And yet, there it was, appearing before Jack's eyes, unbelievably real. Turns out, this skill also allowed for incredible zoom vision. It would definitely come in handy in the future. Jack had just closed the door when a series of new status windows popped up in front of him. On them was a question with 2 options, yes or no. Do you wish to receive detailed information about the recently detected object? As soon as Jack selected yes, 7 no, 9 different status windows materialized around him. On them were detailed descriptions of every object in his surroundings, like the decorative candle holder imported from Myanmar, the table made of Olympic oak, and the chairs originating from the Lewis dynasty, or the dresser manufactured in the Marx Empire, the carpet from the distant Chrome Empire. Jack was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information, his body suddenly feeling heavy and sluggish. This fatigue was worse than even the most grueling training sessions. Jack dragged himself to a nearby chair and collapsed heavily. Apparently, using dragon techniques consumes a significant amount of life force. If that's the case, I can't overuse it. How inconvenient. Just as Jack finished his lament, the system unexpectedly auto-activated his class skill. Healing and life force recovery started immediately. Jack instantly felt invigorated, springing to his feet with ease. But wait, just now, he hadn't consciously activated healing or life force recovery. Lost in thought, Jack opened his status window. And then he discovered something surprising. All of his class skills had been converted into passive skills, and their proficiency levels had also increased by 1 rank. Jack was both astonished and overjoyed. This was truly overpowered. He had always known that his healing ability was incredibly potent, but it wasn't something he could use continuously. For example, in the last battle, the moment Rich reconnected his severed arms, he was instantly regarded as an anomaly, a terrifying monster. Moreover, his healing ability had a certain limit, unable to transform him into an immortal, eternally youthful being. However, once it became a passive, always active skill, the self-healing process would occur continuously, without limits. This was truly beyond imagination, utterly terrifying. Thinking of this, Jack wanted to test this extraordinary ability himself, so he grabbed a fruit knife from the table, sliced a piece of fruit, and boldly cut his wrist. The moment the first drop of blood touched the ground, the miraculous self-healing ability was instantly activated, and on Jack's wrist, not a single wound remained. He couldn't hide his astonishment and overwhelming joy. Ordinary students, after graduating from the training cradle and transferring to the official academy, would have to endure 5 years of arduous training. But with this astonishing ability system, Jack believed that he only needed 2 years to complete the training course. The prestigious Draker family's Knight Training Academy, and also the most prestigious academy. This is a sacred place for any AI who dreams of knighthood, willing to pay any price to study here. The academy is located in the territory of the Duke of Zhou, a land of prosperity and power. Every spring, the academy is filled with the energy of passionate new recruits. Jack trained relentlessly before arriving, pushing his physical abilities to their peak. Observing the new students, it was clear they had all undergone rigorous training and reached exceptional levels. However, among the crowd of students, with just a glance, he could distinguish the difference between ordinary individuals and those from prestigious families. While everyone spoke of equality, these privileged youngsters had their destinies predetermined long ago. Rich, a direct descendant of the Diakio family, was the most prominent figure here. But among the countless branch families supporting the Diakio, 3 families held immense power and influence. They were known as the 3 great families. First, the Turan family, where Jenna was born, symbolized absolute strength, represented by a ferocious bull. Next, the Jean family, Owen's family, embodied profound wisdom and cunning, symbolized by a sly serpent. Finally, the Paris family of the dark-skinned boy, Ken, renowned for their wealth and financial power. Their emblem, 3 swords nestled between 2 sharp axes. These 3 children from the great families became the center of attention from the moment they arrived. They quickly formed their own exclusive group, separate from the other students. But Jack didn't care. He never bothered with childish cliques. It was all meaningless to him. Moreover, the privileges Jack enjoyed, due to his direct lineage, were already exceptional. So, he didn't need to flatter or befriend anyone. Jack was assigned to the Platinum Tower. The most luxurious dormitory in this academy boasts a spacious training hall, a massive library, and countless other modern amenities. It's exclusively reserved for exceptional students, those of prestigious backgrounds. Therefore, even graduates from renowned academies aren't guaranteed a place here. Moreover, as a true blood awakened, Jack enjoyed a special privilege, sole occupancy of an entire floor. This floor was known as Platinum. Upon entering the main hall, Jack was greeted by 2 lines of respectful servants, ready to escort him to his designated floor. This lavish welcome made Jack feel incredibly pressured, even for a true blood. When Jack returned to his room, Diker was already waiting, carrying his necessary belongings. First, a brand new pair of specialized gloves, far superior to the temporary pair he had to use during the grand blessing ceremony. Jack seemed incredibly pleased. These were all privileges he had never experienced in his past life. Jack also requested a new sword forged specifically for him. Of course, Diker didn't refuse this request. After all, the Duke of Choi's territory was near a vast mountain range, rich with high-quality iron ore. It was also home to the most skilled blacksmiths. Diker was willing to find Jack a master blacksmith, but he politely declined, saying he had already chosen someone. I'll go meet him personally. So, please arrange a meeting for me. Jack took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote a few words, and handed it to Diker. It was the name of Valen Handback, a blacksmith Diker had never heard of. But the young master now had his own mind, not easily swayed. So, he had no choice but to obediently listen, complying with every instruction that Zig laid out. In addition, he brought the necessary materials for the first lesson, which would officially commence tomorrow. After carefully instructing Rich, Decker felt at ease leaving. Enjoying his privacy once again, Jack comfortably indulged in the luxurious life of a privileged young master. Because the platinum floor was completely separated from the other students, he had more free time to hone his dragon techniques. Just as he thought that, a knock suddenly echoed from outside. A maid entered, bearing an invitation to dinner from Jenna. Jack wasn't sure what her intentions were, but ultimately accepted. The maid led him to Jenna, but Jack went alone. But Jenna greeted him, with a large entourage behind her, resembling a notorious criminal gang. Welcome, Jack. We Rakers do things a little differently. Excuse me. Rena waved her hand dismissively. The knights behind her immediately dispersed. Thank you for the invitation. Jack casually sat down at the head of the table across from her. We'll talk after we eat. Jack understood immediately this wasn't just a casual dinner. After all, she was a renowned Thunder Knight. Observing Rena, he realized she was trying to optimize her dantian to control her aura. It seemed she was also aiming for the position of Purple Knight, but Rena's swordsmanship still had many limitations. Jack silently lamented the wasted potential. The food was quickly served. Throughout the meal, Rena didn't say a word. What surprised Jack the most was, though he was known for his impressive appetite, his eating prowess was no match for the girl sitting across from him. After the meal, Rena immediately got down to business. Jack Raker, accept the support of our Turan family. This was a completely unexpected offer for Jack. It seems you've forgotten something. We're both true blood awakened. You seem to misunderstand what being a true blood awakened entails. We do enjoy many privileges. Being on the platinum floor is clear proof of that, but we don't receive any benefits. In terms of ability development, according to Rena, this academy has accumulated knowledge for centuries, both academic and practical combat experience, and it's difficult for one person to master everything on their own. If you have a private instructor, improving your abilities will become incredibly efficient. Without this crucial element, no matter how vast one's fortune, they will quickly be outpaced and left behind. That is why the backing of a powerful family is paramount. Even Avon Raker, the predecessor who awakened True Blood, and the youngest in history to do so, who achieved the prestigious White and Black Knight titles, even to this day, accepted support from his maternal family, the Jaimans. Although Patriarch Turuin didn't disclose the specific reason, he assured me that you have not received any assistance from your maternal family. Therefore, I'll ask you one last time. Joker Diakrak, do you accept the support of the Turuin family? Rich didn't hesitate, answering immediately. Meanwhile, Jenna's offer carried an air of absolute seriousness. The stark contrast made the atmosphere thick with tension. A terrifying silence hung in the air for several seconds. Why? She asked, her voice laced with curiosity. Accepting help from the Two-Run clan wouldn't be a disadvantage for you. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't need anything other than what I already have. As a true awakened, Jack stood up, leaving his seat. He initially intended to leave immediately, but stopped, remembering something. As a thank you for the meal, Jack decided to give Vina some advice. Your sword holds too much power, and I've noticed you rely on it too much. Vina's greatest strength is flexibility, stemming from a supple and agile body. Therefore, you shouldn't confront directly, relying solely on strength to crush your opponent. Instead, utilize your flexibility, deftly neutralizing the opponent's attack, and launching a sharp, precise counterattack. Trust me, if you can do that, you'll become much stronger than you are now, surpassing your own limits. With that, Jack turned and walked away. Vina listened to every word he said, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within her. The Turan clan was a symbol of absolute power and strength, so Vina had always followed the predetermined traditional path. But now, Jack was advising her to disregard the expectations of others and instead focus on developing her own hidden potential with grace and finesse, rather than blatant displays of power. Although she felt irked, Vina couldn't deny that Jack's words rang true. She had been too obsessed with proving herself worthy of the Turan family legacy. That obsession had unconsciously seeped into her sword, becoming an inseparable part of it. This was something that, until now, Jenna herself was completely unaware of. However, Jack could see through the secret hidden deep within her. When she was young, everyone praised her as a prodigious genius, but no one offered her genuine guidance. Truly, Jack Raker was the first and only person up until this point, in the present, who caused Rena's perception of this young man to gradually change. After his encounter with Rena, Jack stayed up all night practicing relentlessly, but the effectiveness of his class skills truly exceeded all expectations. Thanks to his extraordinary regenerative abilities, Jack's vitality remained completely stable after a long, exhausting night. In his past life, he had considered Raker Academy a living hell, but now, after awakening and becoming a true awakened, it was truly paradise for Jack. The feeling of possessing wealth, power, and true strength is truly exhilarating. Zig was leisurely strolling to class when he suddenly heard a familiar AI voice call out. Turning around, he realized it was Owen. He was one of the 3 privileged sons of the prestigious Jimin family. Because of his family, thanks to Avon's backing, despite never having interacted much, Zig always held a grudge against this guy. Furthermore, cunning and scheming were characteristic of the Jimin family, so in his past life, he always used others to bully Jack. And with his cunning, he always maintained a perfect image. Just like Jenna, clinging to Owen, were a bunch of people who also hailed from the Jimin family. He approached Zig and asked why he didn't respond to his dinner invitation last night. This fake friendly attitude, it honestly makes me sick. How dare you ignore my invitation? Owen started to lose his patience. Your father is a joke. Rich scoffed. Why would I care about that? Rich's tone dripped with contempt. So much so that Owen's eyes widened in surprise. But before he could say anything, his subordinates aggressively stepped forward. You're being disrespectful. Our young master humbled himself to invite you. Rich Raker looked at Jack, his eyes like he was looking at a dirty fly. Who is this? He asked. The question left them speechless, only able to laugh awkwardly. How do you not know who I am? You don't know Owen? Jack sighed wearily. Seems like minions from this cradle of power aren't worth much. Hey you, I know you're trying to suck up to your little master, but remember you're talking to an AI. After all, Jack is the direct heir. That guy was being disrespectful, so you just wanted to give him a friendly reminder. But unexpectedly, as soon as he turned to leave, the opponent suddenly attacked. Moreover, he used light chi, not a normal physical attack. It seems that high-ranking students like us have all started to familiarize ourselves with controlling light energy. Just now, Rick was still able to dodge that move, which further enraged the guy. I am Diobian Rozugal. Here they call me Mighty Diobian. He started bragging. Today, on behalf of young Master Owen, I will teach you a lesson. Jack paused, because he found the nickname Mighty Diobian utterly ridiculous. A trainee, not even officially knighted yet, dares to boast about having a codename. What an insult to true strength. Jack lunged forward with lightning speed, like an arrow loosed from a bow, delivering a devastating punch aimed directly at his opponent's weak point in the abdomen. Blood gushed from Dobin's nose and mouth, his body sent flying by Jack's blow, crashing to the ground almost 10 meters away. He lay motionless, unable to get up. Dobin was supposed to be so powerful, wasn't he? Who's next? Come on, young Master Owen. Jack adjusted his skewed glove, his voice dripping with arrogance. Owen's gaze turned cold and sharp. He slowly walked towards Jack, and uttered a sentence as he brushed past him. You enjoy dragging people through the mud, don't you, Jack Raker? With that, Owen and his entourage calmly walked away. Jack found it incredibly amusing. Clearly they started it, and now they're putting on this innocent act. Just a fake hero, what can you do to me? I don't have time to argue with these people. At Raker Academy, students are mainly divided into 2 classes. The regular class, where the philosophy is, if you lack talent, compensate with relentless effort. Therefore, students in this class must adhere to a strict training schedule, from dawn till dusk. Then there's the special class, where students have the privilege of choosing elective courses, in addition to compulsory subjects. In this academy, the special class is where the most exceptional elites gather, those with rare natural talents. Therefore, Jack was once very eager to study here, but when he arrived, he realized that most of the students in this class were originating from the cradle, or let's just straight up rename it the cradle class. On the occasion of the first lesson, the students of this class are welcomed by a very special event. That is the presence of the Supreme Commander in the war against the Eastern Empire 25 years ago, and also the hero who single-handedly stopped the invasion of the mighty empire with his strategic brilliance. And now, he has become the principal of this prestigious academy, General Howard Raker. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all here. Howard stood on the podium, smiling brightly, waving to the students below. It's hard to believe. This kind-looking man was the war hero of the past. He was admired as a hero in times of turmoil, and a master tactician. But Jack knew better. That day, Hogwarts risked everything for its very survival by deliberately leaking information to the enemy. This reckless act inadvertently threw them into a whirlwind of chaos. Instead of praising Hogwarts as a courageous hero, Zig considered him more of a lucky traitor. More importantly, what made Jack despise Hogwarts was that he was the one behind, the mastermind behind his expulsion from the academy. He had lost the only place he could return to, his last refuge. And so, he wandered throughout the land of Troy, a nomad with no place to call home. Eventually, he was kidnapped by human traffickers and sold to a hotel in the south. If fate allowed them to meet again, Jack swore he would make that old rat taste all the bitterness he had endured. After Hogwarts finished instructing the new recruits, he immediately left, and they would immediately begin their first basic lesson. All students were to bring their swords to the arena, the designated area for the special class. His face clearly showed his disappointment. He had gone through the trouble of signing up for the special class, and yet, he still had to sit through a lecture on the basics of dragon slaying. In his past life, because he couldn't control his light chi, he wasted 2 years learning things that should have only taken an ordinary person 3 months to master. Even though this life was different, Jack still carried a heavy psychological burden. He just wished things could go a little smoother. The instructor today was the Rose Knight, Andrew Drake. His appearance caused a stir among the students below. Despite his young age, he wore the official uniform of the prestigious Drake family. Only Jack truly knew this man. Andrew wasn't a pure-blooded awakened, but he graduated early with top honors. A rare prodigy, a genius once in a century, and was bestowed the prestigious Raker lineage. It's rumored that Android is known for his iron will, showing absolutely no mercy or leniency under any circumstances. It seems that even the instructor of this special class is on a completely different level. Noticing the whispers and murmurs below, Android's expression turned stern. Just one sharp glance was enough to make the students below tremble in their boots. If you're all ready, I'll begin the lesson now. Under Android's instruction, each student one by one drew their swords from their hips. Only Jack wore his sword on his back, drawing the instructor's attention. After observing Jack's oversized sword, Android ordered him to step into the arena to face him. The student, "Don't you know how to choose a sword that suits your physique?" Andre questioned in a probing tone. Jack sighed deeply. He had anticipated this situation. In this case, Jack should have admitted his fault, but for some reason, a sudden surge of defiance made him retort, "Master Andre, I can defeat you with this sword." Andre's face immediately turned serious. "This line is undefined and cannot be translated. Please provide content." Jack had also anticipated this reaction. He already had a prejudice against this sword. Explaining would be futile. There was only one way, to prove it through action, to show him his true capabilities. Under the mental pressure from Andre, the system automatically activated a defensive skill. The skill Unyielding Spirit, upgraded from Tranquility. Therefore, Jack's face remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. "I understand, young cadet. If you wish to use your body to learn, if your sword so much as grazes me, You will not only be spared punishment for your insolence, but you will also be exempt from this basic dragon-slaying class. Jack was immensely pleased. Androids are so easily provoked. He's taken the bait. Don't worry, I have no intention of using aura on my students, the android added. Jack smirked inwardly, because being excused from dragon-slaying class was quite a bargain for him. More importantly, he was completely confident in defeating the android, having already grasped all of his weaknesses. However, Alan was undoubtedly watching him very closely. He couldn't risk utterly crushing the android. It would be too dangerous. If you keep attracting too much attention, like when you beat Jenna in the qualifiers, it's probably best to stick to the android's suggestion. Just touch swords with him, then admit defeat. That's enough. So Jack took the offensive from the start. Although his speed was impressive, his opponent was no slouch either. After all, he was an Azure Knight, and the Academy's top graduate. So even grazing his clothes wouldn't be easy. Enro remained incredibly calm, showing no intention of counterattacking. He just stood there, sword in one hand, effortlessly deflecting all of Jack's attacks. The strength of an official Raker Knight was truly on a whole different level. The stew. His eyes followed every sword stroke, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. One with a relentless offense, the other with an impenetrable defense. The breathtaking sword fight continued for a grueling 30 minutes. Yet, Jack hadn't even touched the hem of his opponent's garment. Not once had he managed to ruffle his opponent's attire. But during this intense 30-minute clash, the android had been exerting himself relentlessly, and because of that, his sword arm began to tremble ever so slightly, almost imperceptible, a subtle tremor, but that fleeting movement didn't escape Jack's keen observation. Jack possessed limitless stamina thanks to his class's unique skill, but his opponent wasn't so fortunate. The android was clearly unaware of Jack's system. He could only attribute Jack's extraordinary endurance to the awakening of dormant true blood within him. Jack was seeing his opponent weaken. A feeling of exhilaration washed over him, like attending a festival. As expected, poor stamina has always been the android's fatal flaw. From one generation to the next, coupled with the fact that he was suppressing his aura, the situation became even more unfavorable. Moreover, the Draker family's aura cultivation method was renowned for its unique technique. The knights were forced to maintain their aura continuously throughout their training. Not only during practice, but even in daily life, eating, drinking, and sleeping, they had to keep it active like breathing. Therefore, for the android at this moment, it was no different than holding his breath. His clumsy swordsmanship further drained his stamina. If he continued to hold his breath and swing his sword relentlessly like this, the android surely wouldn't last much longer. Jack wanted to end the fight quickly, so the simplest way was to force him to use his aura. Therefore, his attacks became increasingly treacherous and unpredictable, because he needed something special to force the android to use Quan Chi unconsciously. In other words, he needed to create an extremely dangerous situation, a situation with no way out. With that thought, Jack suddenly accelerated at a dizzying pace. His agile footwork skill was activated immediately. The android, with his extensive combat experience, immediately recognized this special skill at first glance. His usual calm demeanor suddenly turned into sheer panic, because the android had never encountered a student so skilled that they could master this skill. By the time he regained his composure, Jack had already activated his precision stab skill and launched a surprise attack from behind. The distance between them was now so close that the android could very well lose his life if he didn't react in time. And Jack's speed, leaving him no time to react. To save himself, Enro was forced to use Quan Chi and counterattack with the first Dragon Slayer technique. His sky-splitting attack carried with it a furious rage, striking directly at Zeke, and he took the full brunt of the critical blow. The Rick family members who witnessed this were overjoyed. Enro had broken his vow not to use Quan Chi, but at least the one who suffered was their thorn in the side. To make this act even more convincing, Zeke decided not to dodge, absorbing the full force of the attack. Although his rapid regeneration ability activated, the pain remained intense. Fortunately, he had also succeeded in grazing his opponent's robe with his sword. Now, he just needed to play the part of someone who had been battered, so no one would suspect a thing. Completing his spectacular performance, Zeke dropped his sword and collapsed, feigning unconsciousness. To make the act more convincing, the robot sheathed the sword and turned around. Meanwhile, the rescue team quickly approached and administered first aid to Jack. The robot announced to the class in a booming voice, "This student is exempt from participating in basic dragon slaying class. As for the rest of you, are there any other AIs who wish to be exempted?" Below, a terrifying silence filled the air. All the AIs clearly sensed the robot's intense anger. From losing the bet, no one was foolish enough to further provoke the enraged monster. "No one speaks up, so I'll take that as a no. Now then, pick up your swords and take your training seriously." Class resumed, and Jack was taken to the infirmary. Left alone, he no longer needed to feign pain from his injuries. More accurately, Jack mentally reviewed his performance, giving himself a perfect 10 out of 10. Despite not inflicting any damage, he had achieved his objective, forcing Andre to use aura, something he'd promised not to do, while simultaneously proving his own capabilities. Although it came at a small price, intentionally taking a full-blown attack from his enraged opponent. But in return, Jack had earned some free time, an exemption from boring classes. So all things considered, he had won. Recalling Andre's final attack, it was just the most basic move of Dragon Slayer magic, the first form sky-cleaving slash. Moreover, it was performed by a blue knight, so overall its power wasn't anything special. It's just, Jack still felt a sense of pride, knowing he could withstand a blue knight's attack, thanks to his infinite regeneration. However, that wasn't enough for him to enjoy absolute freedom. To escape the clutches of any power, Jack yearned to develop his abilities, to a realm where nothing could stand in his way, so he would never have to bow down, cringe, or conceal his strength before anyone. "Heh, so you're Arthur's youngest son?" While Rich was lost in thought, a strange voice accompanied by the pungent smell of alcohol hit his face, startling him awake. A drunken man had appeared beside his bed seemingly out of nowhere, and Rich was certain he'd never met this man before. The stranger took another swig of alcohol, then continued speaking. "You have the same eyes as that arrogant bastard, Arthur." Jack scrutinized the man, staring intently. This guy must be incredibly strong, because he was able to appear so suddenly, without him noticing, with such a strong smell of alcohol. Not to mention, he dared to call the current head of the Drake family a reckless, arrogant fool. That alone is enough to prove he's not an ordinary person. "Just who are you?" Jack questioned the man before him, but he received no answer, only a counter-question. "What did you do earlier, kid?" As he finished speaking, the man took another swig of his drink, a casual act, yet one that felt strangely unsettling. "What do you mean?" Jack asked, but only received a cold snort. "Don't play dumb. It was clear earlier. You suffered internal injuries from the android's attack. But how did your wounds heal so quickly?" A cold sweat broke out on Jack's back. This man, who looked like a drunkard, could see through his secret of self-healing. It seemed this man's power was far from ordinary. Despite his rekindled fighting spirit, Jack couldn't completely hide his unease. Standing before this enigmatic, powerful figure, he tried to maintain his composure, masking the worry churning within. Within this vast academy, he alone knew the existence of that special system. Therefore, simply denying everything, feigning ignorance, might be his way out. "I don't know what you're talking about. So you're going to keep pretending?" the man asked, launching a sudden lightning-fast attack. His bare hand punched clean through the wall behind Jack, with a terrifying speed that left Jack stunned. But the attack seemed to be merely a warning. As the man's hand continued its trajectory, Jack instinctively ducked to evade. The two continued to clash, exchanging a few more blows, but Jack skillfully evaded each of his opponent's attacks. Finally, to end this pointless fight, Jack suddenly used the very blanket he was covered with, swiftly throwing it over his opponent's head. For some unknown reason, at that moment, Zig's instincts screamed something vitally important, that if he didn't take down his opponent immediately, he would be the one to lose his life. So, despite not knowing the drunkard's background, Zig decided to launch a decisive blow. However, something astonishing happened. Even with his vision completely obscured, the old man was still able to use his bare hands to stop his massive sword. "Your reflexes are quite impressive, just like a seasoned mercenary." Jack strained with all his might, but couldn't budge the sword even an inch. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt completely powerless against the strength of an opponent. He smiled, his words seemingly trailing off. A strange, enigmatic glint flickered in his eyes. A true mercenary, he finished. At this unexpected declaration, Rich quickly retreated, vanishing from his initial position in a blink. A flicker of anxiety crossed his face, wondering who this man before him truly was. A mercenary? And what worried him most was, did he know something about his secret past? Meanwhile, Duke remained utterly calm, skillfully toying with his sword. Raker, sheathe your sword and step back, Duke commanded. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed a finger at Jack, slowly saying, I think you're more suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Jack was startled by these words, thinking to himself, what does he mean? I haven't thought about that since I met my master. After our initial encounter, I was absolutely certain that there was an immense power difference between us. The gap was so vast that he could easily take my life at any moment. He must be at least an exceptional knight, a seasoned warrior. He pointed a finger directly at him, his eyes sharp as knives, and asked in a questioning tone, that dual-wielded sword, isn't that standard issue equipment from the cradle? Is it not? You possess such exceptional talent. Why use such a mediocre weapon? Jack exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. No, perhaps even stronger. Amidst the suffocating tension, someone suddenly entered from outside. The person spoke, their voice ringing out clearly, so you're here. Upon seeing the person before him, Jack's surprise was evident. He thought to himself, Andre? Why? Andre continued to look towards Diak, slowly saying, the garden keeper. Diak. Hearing this, he stared blankly at him, exclaiming in surprise, that's the garden keeper? That person? Diak then spoke, his voice calm. You persistent leech, how did you know I was here? Andre replied, you were in the training room earlier. He continued, his tone mocking, you're annoyingly quick-witted. Suddenly, Andre glanced towards Jack, his voice turning serious. If you're done being treated, you can leave now. The student hastily turned to leave, responding, yes, sir. As he reached the door, hand on the knob, a loud voice boomed out. The speaker was none other than Duke. He continued, if you have time, come to the greenhouse on the west side of the academy. I'll teach you some useful things. This statement left Jack frozen, unsure of what was happening. After a moment of stunned silence, he walked straight out, refusing, no thanks. Hearing this, Duke flew into a rage, yelling, watch your mouth. That attitude is just like Arthur's. After closing the door, Jack smirked slightly, thinking to himself, is this mysterious gardener trying to trick the AI? He suddenly recalled the old man's words, so, you're Arthur's youngest son. Jack pondered thoughtfully. If this man could so casually mention the current head of the family, Arthur Raker, in such a natural way, then he must be Android's sole mentor. His entire life. The image of the man suddenly flashed in Jack's mind. Duke Raker, the supreme commander, a member of the Black Knights, possessing earth-shattering power, capable of single-handedly defying an entire kingdom. He was once a legendary figure, until he suddenly vanished without a trace. To think he chose to live in seclusion at this academy. Perhaps it was his presence that drew Android here. Jack walked silently, lost in his thoughts. Duke was known for his iron will, his terrifyingly unwavering resolve. There were even rumors that he was given the title of Black Knight, simply because of his peculiar fondness for the color black. That has to be just a silly rumor, right? Right now he's showing a special interest in me. But receiving ordinary instruction, just because of a passing whim, isn't what I desire. Thinking this, an idea suddenly struck him. If I'm determined to learn something, then I must at least grasp his secrets. I will transform this initial interest into unwavering determination. Meanwhile, at the Academy's main building, inside, a man stood at the podium and asked, in this situation, do you know what will happen? He was the Phantom Academy's magical theory professor. Faced with the question, the room fell into absolute silence. All the students were fast asleep. The professor repeated the question. No. How would I know? Seeing no one respond, he let out an awkward laugh. Haha, well, when a spirit formula is successfully created. Just as he said this, a voice cut him off. Due to the intense backlash, you have sustained serious injuries. The person who spoke was Jack. He raised his hand and continued. I don't quite understand the law of spiritual energy flow that you just explained. Hearing this, the professor exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Jack called out to the professor. The professor replied, my apologies. This is the first time I've received a question regarding the flow of spiritual energy. Let me explain the concept. That's quite interesting actually. That's how spiritual energy. The discussion flowed smoothly. In no time, class was dismissed. Murmurs rippled through the lecture hall, whispers weaving through the crowd. Why do we have to learn this boring magic theory? This is a night academy, not a school for wizards. This should be break time. But Jack completely disagreed with these complaints. He found the lecture incredibly easy to understand and engaging. This professor was certainly no ordinary person. Just as he thought that, Jack heard a voice call out from behind him. Wait a moment, Jack. It was the esteemed professor himself. Jack turned around in surprise. Professor, is something the matter? The professor, slightly out of breath, replied, it's nothing too important. He smiled warmly and continued, it's just been a long time since I felt this engaged while teaching a class, thanks to you. So, if you have any questions, feel free to come to my research lab anytime. I'm an alumnus of this academy myself, and a recipient of the prestigious Delphi University of Magic Scholarship, so I can answer a lot of your questions. Jack's face registered surprise at this revelation. He thought to himself, I suspected he wasn't an ordinary mage, but I can't believe he was actually an alumnus of the prestigious Delphi School of Magic, the cradle of magic, the source of all spells. With that thought, Jack replied, I understand, Professor. Even after class, the professor remained enthusiastic. Jack smiled, thinking to himself, befriending a skilled mage wouldn't hurt. Mages are often well-versed in mathematics and possess flexible, sharp minds. They can be more valuable allies than even knights. I should find out if he knows Fanon. It might be useful. Just as he thought that, Jack froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Right in front of him, Duck was sprawled on a bench, a look of anticipation on his face. He's more impatient than I thought. It's only been a week, Jack thought to himself. Duck glanced at Jack and asked, Finished, kid? Jack replied. Before Jack could finish, the man abruptly sat bolt upright, demanding to know why he hadn't come to the greenhouse. He continued, his voice laced with insinuation. Surely you understand what I mean. I want to teach you things that are truly useful. Hearing this, Jack looked bored and replied, I told you, I'm not interested. This statement sent Duck into a rage. He jumped up, yelling, What? Why not? Jack calmly replied, I know you're very talented, but I'm busy training myself right now. He chuckled and continued, Of course, personal training cannot be neglected. As soon as he finished speaking, Duck suddenly appeared right behind Jack, asking, Did you think I would say that? Sensing something was amiss, he quickly glanced behind him, but he was a step too slow. Without a word, the man suddenly struck him hard on the back of his neck. The blow caused his eyes to roll back, knocking him unconscious. After a while, Rich finally awoke from the darkness. His eyes slowly fluttered open, a soft groan escaping his lips. He sat up, clutching his head in pain. He hadn't expected the man to take him down so quickly. A week of waiting must have been too much for him to bear. Thinking this, he looked around, wondering, Where am I? The West Greenhouse. Seeing that Jack was awake, the man set down his watering can and spoke. Awake now, are you? He looked at the man with wary eyes and asked, Did you kidnap me? At Jack's question, he seemed incredibly excited, stepping closer to him and replying bluntly, I am the one who kidnapped you. With a sly grin, he continued, I find you rather interesting, kid. Hearing that, Rich remained silent, thinking to himself, he's not even bothering to hide his intentions now. Seems like he's quite impatient. With that thought, he immediately utilized the system's skill. Activating Agile Step skill. Darting off with lightning speed, he sneered, But it's not time yet. But before Jack could make a clean escape, the old man caught up, blocking his path and yelling. Seeing that, he swiftly changed direction, leaping to the other side. But things weren't any better than before. A large hand suddenly appeared right in front of him. Jack looked at him in terror. Deep down, he suspected the old man still saw him as a joke. He told himself he needed something to spark a real fight. Thinking so, he asked, What about me is so interesting to you? Duk immediately retorted. I asked you, how can you heal your internal injuries so quickly? The question stunned him for a moment. The corner of his mouth twitched upward in a knowing smile. So, this was what bothered the old man? He continued casually. If you're that curious, then force me to answer. Suddenly, Duk vanished from his initial position, leaving no trace behind. Jack was astonished, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Was he gone? He stood frozen, wondering, where did he go? Just as he finished the thought, suddenly from behind him, a strange object hurtled forward, with terrifying speed. Jack seemed to sense impending danger. His eyes widened, darting upwards. He instantly dodged to the side, and reached out to block the object that had just been launched at him. It was a sword. Luckily, he managed to deflect it in time. The force of the impact sent him stumbling back several steps. Jack, worried, glanced back and asked, "What are you doing?" Duk slowly approached, replying, "You said I was forcing you to answer, but that's too easy. Let's make a wager. If you can touch even a single thread on my clothes," he said, "I'll grant you one wish." Jack immediately raised his sword. "You're on." Duke's expression suddenly turned menacing. He gave a sinister smile and continued, "But if you give up, you'll have to reveal everything you're hiding." And the battle began, a fierce and brutal clash. Inside the Academy's west greenhouse, the sun was setting, casting long shadows as dust swirled and obscured the view. Everything was shrouded in a hazy dust cloud, making it difficult to see. Standing silently amidst the chaos, Diak clenched his fists and let out a heavy sigh. A question lingered in his mind. What is this kid made of? The scene before Diak was horrifying, a landscape of unbelievable destruction. Everything was in disarray, completely overturned. 3 hours had passed since it began. From behind a large boulder, a hand suddenly emerged, grabbing Diak tightly. He thought to himself, he not only possesses extraordinary strength and endurance, but also, before he could finish his thought, Diak saw Jack standing up right in front of him. Jack's strength and wounds seemed to be recovering at an incredible speed, a seemingly limitless regenerative ability. A look of disbelief crossed Diak's face. Meanwhile, Jack, his clothes torn and tattered from the battle, his face darkened. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Notification, faction skill, self-healing, has been activated. The unlimited stamina skill of the sect has been activated. He glanced at his opponent. A thought flashed through his mind. I can maintain this state all day, but that won't be enough to win. Dragon's might seems too dangerous. I've never used it before. The thought barely finished. He lunged forward, his decision made. But against the Black Knight, it won't matter. Their eyes sharpened, cold as blades. A fierce killing intent erupted. Two terrifying forces continued to collide. Witnessing this, Diak let out a delighted chuckle. That look! He laughed loudly, praising, "Good, that's it." His body froze. A whirlwind of dust and debris erupted around him. The system suddenly appeared. Notification, skill, nimble steps, activated. He shot forward like an arrow. He swung his sword in a furious flurry of attacks. But Duk was no amateur. He easily dodged every attack. Observing the incoming sword strike, Duk smirked slightly. He's using the same old trick again, he thought to himself. He may be quick, but compared to that leech and the little nun, he's nothing. But his tenacity is admirable. I like that. As he thought, he reached into his pocket. I should probably use a bit of Kwang Kai. But before he could act, a sharp golden gaze suddenly appeared beside him. Duk froze. He immediately lashed out in response. Jack's sword shattered into pieces. Duke's face darkened. Just now, that was, he thought. He didn't get to finish his thought. A thick cloud of dust suddenly erupted, completely obscuring his vision. Diak quickly scanned his surroundings, wondering how he could have been blinded. But regardless, finding him wouldn't be easy. The thought had barely left his mind when Rich suddenly appeared behind him, eyes cold and sharp. The system immediately announced, Dragon Mark, Dragon Eyes activated. But as his sword drew close, Diak instantly sensed something amiss. He recoiled in shock as he realized what he had struck wasn't a person, but merely an afterimage. He had vanished from his original position, without a trace. His speed was astonishing, sending dust swirling into a blinding haze. Jack's face was a mask of bewilderment as he watched the whirlwind around him and exclaimed, "Could this be Diak's secret technique?" With a single, simple lunge, he created a powerful gust of wind. That's why he's known as the Gale Star Knight. While he was still lost in thought, Duk suddenly appeared behind him, whispering, "Listen." Startled, he quickly swung his sword, but his strike went wide, missing its mark. Suddenly, he lunged in front of Zich, unleashing a powerful punch with a loud shout. "Let's call it a draw, kid." The unexpected blow caught him completely off guard. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His body was thrown backward, crashing hard into the ground. The system immediately displayed a notification. Due to excessive skill usage, your exhaustion level has exceeded the permissible limit. Seeing this, Jack smirked. Like teacher, like student. The system continued its notification. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. His vision blurred, everything went dark. Damn it! Jack cursed under his breath. After a period of unconsciousness, Jack's eyes finally fluttered open. Before him was the familiar sight of his own room. Clutching his throbbing head, he sat up. Jack tried to look around again, a thought flashing through his mind. This is definitely my room. Did Duk bring me back? He wondered. The thought made him sigh in frustration. Ugh, I almost won. He collapsed onto the bed, muttering, "He truly lives up to the name, the Black Knight. I think I did everything I could in that moment, but it was all for nothing. I tried to make Duk lose focus by repeating my attacks hundreds of times. And at the decisive moment, I created an opening using the power of the Dragon Eye, combined with using the Dragon Eye to attack him directly. Yet it still wasn't enough to counter the skill Duk used at the last minute. That must have been his secret technique. I definitely lost consciousness from overusing Dragon skill, but in return I had the chance to witness his secret technique, that high-speed movement technique, defying all logic that he executed with a body honed to the absolute limit. That secret skill must be the ultimate technique that helped Andre, a man of frail physique, rise to the rank of Crimson Iron Knight. Thinking of this, Jack felt a pang of regret. It was a shame to miss the opportunity to learn his secret, but still it was all worth it. Dragon's breath with a pressure so terrifying that even Black Iron Knights would be wary. Most small fry would instantly kneel the moment they faced this ultimate skill. Suddenly, a notification unexpectedly popped up before him. Startling him, he quickly glanced at it. The message displayed, "You have an unread message. Confirm." Yes/no? He thought to himself, an unread message? What's this about? The system continues its report on D-rank skills. Agile footwork has been upgraded to a C-rank skill. High-speed movement. Your soul has undergone remarkable development. Thanks to your unwavering will and indomitable spirit, along with the growth of your soul, your system functions have been activated. You can activate additional functions by using karma points. Jack's eyes become unfocused, lost in thought. What did the system just say? Minimap, topographical features, geography, can be displayed as a minimap? Costs 20 points to unlock the inventory, which can store a large number of items. Storage limit depends on inventory capacity. Costs 20 points to unlock the beginner's quest book, containing basic instructions and quests to support the efficient development of administrators. Lower levels have been locked for 4 years. The required points to activate causality points are currently 40. After reading the information, he fell into deep thought. Countless pieces of information appeared, exactly as described. Except for the inventory, Rich didn't hesitate any longer and immediately pressed the Agree button on the system panel. First, let's check the inventory. A notification immediately popped up. If you select a desired item, it will be stored in the inventory. When retrieving an item from the inventory, you can think of its name or its appearance. The amount of space an item occupies in the inventory depends on its size and weight. If you want to possess a larger inventory, you can use causality points to upgrade its size. After reading the explanation, he glanced to the side, wondering which item he should store. He quickly stepped forward and picked up his broken sword. I can activate skills just by thinking, so storing an item in the inventory should be similar. Jack gripped the sword tightly, repeatedly chanting in his mind, store, store, store. And immediately, The sword emitted a white light and gradually vanished. He looked at the inventory space in front of him, thinking, the dual swords are gone and have taken up 2 out of the 8 slots in the inventory. So that's what the system meant about the amount of space an item occupies in the inventory, depending on its size and weight. To retrieve it, I need to think of its name or shape. Just as Jack predicted, the sword instantly materialized in his hand. He smiled with delight and said, I've always wanted a personal inventory space, but this thing is much more useful than that. That treasure is certainly worth a king's ransom, but it's difficult to find a suitable container for it, and I can even expand the storage space inside by using points. The notification board reads, Status window, low-level administrator. Name, Jack Raker. Occupation, Soul Undead. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. The functions of a low-level administrator. This overwhelming advantage is just the beginning. What will it be like when I reach a higher level? He wondered to himself. If the value of these points is this high, then I can't use them carelessly. It seems I need to readjust my plans. Rich was lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the door. May I come in, young master? Hearing that, he thought to himself, coming in person? He thought for a moment, replied, and then left. What is it? He asked. There's a message for you. With that, he took out a piece of paper, offered it, and said, he continued, You'll know who it's from if I say the sender is the Gardener of Hell. Hearing this, Jack immediately understood, a slight smile playing on his lips. He began to read the contents of the paper. Kid, if you want to keep challenging me, anytime, he thought to himself. It seems he didn't completely lose. Jack recalled the man's earlier words. Consider this a draw, kid. He wondered, is this what he meant by a draw? His hands clenched, and he exclaimed in delight. At least it means there's still a chance. Suddenly, Diker, standing beside him, spoke. I have something to report, sir. He continued. I found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Surprised, he exclaimed, Oh, really? When is the meeting? He slowly raised his hand to adjust his glasses and replied, The problem is, Diker urgently announced. The blacksmith refused the request. Han gasped in surprise. What? Why? Meanwhile, at the blacksmith's residence, a gloomy atmosphere permeated the air. Weapons lay scattered everywhere in disarray. He had been drowning his sorrows in drink all day. Diker explained, he's declared he won't forge weapons anymore. The next morning, a foot stepped down from a carriage. Jack stood before the blacksmith's door. He thought to himself, it's been a while. The faded sign read Buffy's Brews. Jack stared at the words, a cynical smirk playing on his lips, his expression bored. Ha! What a fancy name for such a tiny forge. With that thought, Jack slowly pushed the door open and called out, Hello? Anyone here? As he recalled, the ram's sword, a blade of dazzling brilliance, was a masterpiece forged by the hands of Galeon himself. He'd once said it was the price he paid for delving into magic. He earned the title of the renowned soulsmith. It was rumored he could read the souls of other blacksmiths before crafting weapons for them. And he lived up to that reputation, creating the sword with the ability Jack desired most, the ability to replace light chi with element R. The greatest blacksmith in the land had crafted that legendary blade. Suddenly, the thought struck him, and Jack looked at the man who was completely drunk, wondering, what in the world happened to him? Then, Jack sensed a presence. He looked up at Jack in bewilderment. What's going on here? A kid? This isn't a place for children. Get out. This is Galleon Handback, the renowned soulsmith. At that declaration, Jack seemed completely unfazed, his eyes scanning the messy surroundings. He thought to himself, even if this man seemed sentimental, it shouldn't have led to this level of despair. What exactly happened to him before their encounter? Without hesitation, Jack strode forward, carrying a large bucket of cold water. He splashed the entire contents onto Handback's face. Jack tossed the bucket aside, stepped closer, and asked with a smirk, feeling better now? He continued, I want to know why you dared refuse my request. After a moment of stunned silence, Handback finally noticed the insignia on Jack's glove. He stammered, D. Drake, how? Handback bowed his head and shouted, I sincerely apologize for my disrespect. His body trembled, his voice faltering as he continued, please forgive my rudeness, but right now I cannot accept any requests. How can an incompetent person create something others desire when he himself cannot even create what he longs for? Hearing this, Rick began to understand the blacksmith's anguish. It turned out that even a master like Galen had experienced this despair. Come to think of it, he was already the most renowned blacksmith on the continent when they met, and Galen had never revealed to him anything about his past life. Hanback clutched his head, moaning in agony. Why am I so useless? Can I even forge weapons anymore? His entire body trembled uncontrollably. A blacksmith who cannot forge weapons. What value does he have? Galen, Hanback cried out in despair. Hearing that name, he startled, quickly responding. Please forgive my disrespectful behavior. Earlier, Mr. Jack spoke up. Don't worry, I just want to admire some of your failed creations. Hanback quickly replied, yes sir, let me lead you to the back. Inwardly, he thought, there's no other way. I have to steer him in the right direction myself. Moments later, they were in the backyard. Hanback spoke, I apologize, sir. I shouldn't have let things get so messy. Jack replied, it's all right, it's fine. His gaze turned towards the pile of weapons before him. He continued, I must say, they're quite fascinating. Hanback quickly responded, thank you sir, you're too kind. He continued to walk forward. Seeing Jack pick up a sword and examine it, Hanback anxiously warned, sir, please be careful. Even though they're failures, they're still very sharp. Jack seemed to pay no mind to the warning. He meticulously examined each sword, this one, and this one. Not only that, they weren't mediocre failures. Their quality rivaled his previous masterpieces. As he was being praised as the greatest blacksmith, 6 geosystems suddenly appeared, announcing that the dragon mark and dragon eyes had been activated. Just as I expected, he muttered. He immediately questioned, is there a problem with your furnace? Hanback, utterly astonished by the question, replied, how did you? Jack cut him off. I'm asking you. You've optimized the smelting method for yourself, haven't you? Jack continued. It seems you blended some metals to create a lighter and more refined material. With that, he swung the sword. With just a slight force, the sword instantly shattered. He stated, but its durability is far too poor in situations like this. That's because the impurities haven't been completely removed. Amidst the ongoing heat treatment process, Hanback glanced at Jack, thinking to himself, I was right. He not only recognized my metallurgical method, but also analyzed the key flaws and their root causes. If it's this person. A thought sparked in Hanback's mind, and he spoke up. Excuse me, sir, this is quite a coincidence. He continued, I have a favor to ask after the demonstration concludes. Inside the room, Rick approached Hanback and asked, what is it? Hanback replied, could you perhaps take a look at this first? With that, he pulled out a scroll. He placed the large scroll on the table and carefully unfurled. Curious, Rick drew closer, his gaze fixed on the scroll. He thought to himself, isn't this Galleon's secret? The one he revealed years later. The blueprint for a magic furnace. He recalled Hanback's words. Why hide it from the man who saved my life? A furnace, where the temperature can be magically controlled at will. This is my secret. Thinking this, he smiled and said, with this, my metalworking method will work perfectly. Hanbit replied cheerfully, as expected, I knew you'd figure it out right away. Jack continued to ask, you have the complete blueprint, so why haven't you built it yet? Hanbit pondered for a moment and replied, the most crucial part of the design, the spirit law, the energy is there, but the cost to build the magic tower is 10,000 gold. Hearing that, Jack thought to himself, a typical family, with 4 people only has a monthly living expense of 10 gold. That's 1,000 times more. Did it really take him 15 years to save up that much money? Hanbit continued, that price is truly absurd. So I have a favor to ask of you. You are a raker and a renowned true blood awakened. If you can construct this furnace for me, I will grant you any request, completely free of charge, without any conditions. This promise will follow me to my last breath. Hearing this, he thought to himself, this is quite difficult. If I were the clan's guardian knight, it would be feasible, but with my current status, it's impossible. Even with the support of 10,000 gold as a true blood, I can't abandon Ram, this radiant sword. His dilemma continued. I am the law of spirit energy. Just then, an idea struck Jack. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, wait a minute! A smirk formed on his lips as he mused, the law of spirit energy, huh? Without further hesitation, He slowly rolled up the blueprint and declared, "I accept." Hanbit stared blankly, asking with a puzzled look, Really, sir?" Jack replied, "I can ask a mage I know. If I get an answer, I'll let you know right away." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, "Oh, and stop drinking." However, before he could finish his words, Hanbit rushed forward, falling to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face, choking back sobs. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Galian pledges to serve you for life as my savior." From inside the house came loud, grateful voices. "Thank you, sir. Good heavens, I know." "Stop it. I'll let you know when I have an answer."
Moments later.
At Raker Academy in the professor's research building, Jack walked along, muttering to himself, "Why do those magic tower bastards charge so much for this? The structure looks pretty simple." Phantom was a leading expert in the law of artifact design, and his research lab always pulsed with potent energy. But just as the thought crossed his mind, Phantom suddenly froze, his entire body locking up. A sense of foreboding washed over him. His sharp eyes darted to the side. Next to Rich was a pitch-black alley, swallowed by shadows. Phantom thought, within that dark alleyway, a horrifying, haunting memory fragment suddenly flooded back into his mind. Jack was being dragged roughly into the narrow alley by a group of men, beaten mercilessly, forced to kneel and beg for mercy.
"I'm sorry.
"It was all my fault," Jack pleaded desperately, but they seemed to have no intention of letting him go. One of them, his face contorted in rage, roared, "What was that?" Jack sobbed, trembling, stammering, I apologize, Lord Snake. A lowly being like me dared to touch your body." Hearing that, the man flew into a rage and delivered a brutal kick to Jack's head. "Excellent, Jack. You have a way with words." He let out a scornful laugh, then continued, "As a reward, I'll grant you the opportunity to cleanse the stain you've caused." Faced with this authoritative declaration, he couldn't protest. He could only kneel, his voice trembling. Thank you, sir." Lord Conraz turned and walked away. Jack couldn't bear the humiliation any longer. He silently walked towards the alley, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it!" At the same time, from within the dark alley, came a torrent of vulgar curses, and the brutal sounds of a whip. "Vermin like you are nothing but obstacles in other people's way," the thug said between ragged breaths, gritting his teeth. That damn Jack too. An unprecedented golden light reaction suddenly awakened, true blood surpassing all others. The more he thought, the more enraged he became. He relentlessly rained down brutal kicks on the vermin, cursing incessantly, "You bastard!" Losing 7 times to that lowly cur was unacceptable by its surprise attack, right before the match began. But how could a useless, good-for-nothing, who got lucky and defeated him, become a true blood awakened? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly approached from behind. "Hey, Scarface," a voice called out. Jack smirked and continued, "You found my replacement that quickly?" As he spoke, the smile on his lips faded, his face darkening. He pointed directly at the man's face. "Let me remind you, if you don't bow down in 3 seconds, don't blame me." Hearing that familiar voice, the other man slowly approached and asked, "What?" He tried to remain calm, pointing back at Jack, continuing, "You've gotten too arrogant, ever since you awakened your true blood." "Jack Raker, are you certain you've truly awakened?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jack coldly interrupted him. His eyes were sharp, a murderous aura surged like a tidal wave. His voice was low and commanding, "Kneel or face my wrath." The words hung in the air, and the snake trembled in fear. His face paled, he stumbled backward. Sweat poured down his face like rain. He thought to himself, this terrifying pressure. Just a few months ago, he wasn't even worth my notice, but now I'm this terrified. He felt his pride trampled upon. His teeth gritted as he roared, "How dare you command me, you low-born scum!" With that, the snake lunged fiercely towards Jack. "What are you standing around for? Attack him!" Watching them rush towards him in a frenzy, Jack remained calmly standing, and asked, "Don't say I didn't warn you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jack swiftly tilted his head, dodging the attack. While the other guy was still dazed and confused, a lightning-fast punch landed squarely in front of his face. Jack unleashed a devastating blow, landing a critical hit. The man fell backward, unconscious. The remaining thugs, witnessing this, hesitated, but their momentum carried them forward. Jack unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow landing with ferocious power, sending them flying. It seemed that among these men, no one could match his strength. He could easily defeat them all in the blink of an eye. Jack tossed them aside like useless garbage, without mercy. He roared and unleashed a series of swift kicks, taking down each one decisively. His every move was lightning quick, leaving his opponents no opening. Finally, the last man fell, lying motionless on the ground. Witnessing the entire fight, Conrad was terrified, drenched in cold sweat, frozen in fear. He glanced at his underlings lying scattered on the ground. Those still standing gasped in terror.
Impossible.
He repeatedly questioned himself. This damn bastard, is this really the Jake Raker I know? Jake approached, trying to calm him. Don't be afraid. I believe you already know. It will only hurt for a moment. The man desperately drew his sword. He shakily pointed it at Jake, yelling, "Stay back. Get away from me. I'll cut you if you come any closer." Hearing that, Jake coldly replied, "You actually dare to draw your sword outside the training grounds? Do you know what that means?" Jake's words stunned him, his eyes filled with fear. Jake reached for the sword on his back. He continued, his tone sharp to counter the murderous intent of Leon Conrad, who dared to draw his sword outside the sacred training grounds. Hearing this, he screamed in terror. Wait. However, Jake had no intention of stopping. His deep voice carried a chilling air, his gaze sharp as a knife. Raker will respond to defend his honor. Faced with this bold declaration, he trembled, his entire body turning to jelly. The coming battle will only end when one of us falls. All responsibility will rest with ourselves and our opponent. No one else bears any responsibility for the final outcome. Finishing his words, he looked towards the man sprawled on the ground and continued, Liam Stone, you will be the witness. Without wasting another moment, Jack began to wield his sword. Now let's continue. Looking at his serious, unwavering gaze, the terrified thug hastily pleaded, I'm sorry. He was so scared that he wet himself, collapsing to his knees, repeatedly kowtowing and begging, Lord Zig Raker, please spare my life. His whole body trembled like a leaf, repeating over and over, please spare me. Hearing that, Jack slowly lowered his sword. He remembered his own pathetic past, begging in the same way. I'm sorry, Sir Leon Conrad. Please spare my life. The more he remembered, the more furious he became. You stupid bastard. In a flash, a swift slash of his sword shot straight towards the traitor's face. Jack cleanly sliced off one of his ears. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, I'll take this ear as a wager. Hearing that, the traitor clutched his head and screamed in agony, My ear! Jack stepped forward, placed his hand on the traitor's head, and warned, if this ear is reattached when we meet again, what I take next won't be your ear. Rich viciously grabbed his hair and growled, It'll be your head. With that, he slammed the traitor's head into the ground. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Phew! Sun watched Jack's retreating figure and called out, Jack! Hearing the call, he stopped. Sun continued to ask, Why? Why did you help me? Faced with that question, Jack replied frankly, Don't worry about it. He gave a slight smile, then continued, I'm not helping you. He trailed off, turning his back and walking away. He thought to himself, but myself. Jack scratched his head, sighing as he wondered, is his courage so big that it's affecting me? I almost said something embarrassing. Back at the academy, in Phantom's research lab, a voice echoed from within. Is this even possible? Professor Phantom looked at the blueprints Jack brought, then replied, Let me be frank. It's potentially feasible. Jack asked in surprise, Really? So you want me to take over this project? He adjusted his glasses slightly and replied, Hold on, I think it would be best if you heard my explanation first. Both of them stared intently at the blueprints. He continued, As you said, the overall structure is quite simple. However, the problem lies in the core, the component responsible for the energy output. The core is like the heart of this complex machine, but the circuitry system has certain limitations, extremely complex and difficult to resolve. Although the size may be small, it requires an immense amount of energy, and we need to find a way to adjust the output without causing any delay. Phantom exclaimed in astonishment. This is unprecedented. Jack asked doubtfully, Is that even possible? He replied with certainty, Based on the core's condition, we have two options. I can directly modify your design. However, It will take at least a decade to modify the core's design. No, it could even take up to 15 years. Hearing this, he cried out in horror. 15 years. Phantom replied, his voice firm. It will consume a tremendous amount of time. And the second method? We can bypass the core design phase and utilize a similar material for this component. While this approach could save considerable time, the required material is high-grade compressed spirit stones. This answer completely blindsided Jack, leaving him in disbelief. What? He asked, stunned. Isn't that an ancient relic? Impossible to replicate with modern technology. The other person replied, precisely, ancient relics are incredibly rare. Finding them in ancient ruins is far more difficult than finding spirit stones potent enough to meet our design requirements. The cost would exceed 3,000 gold. Those words were like a thunderclap, shattering Jack's hopes and leaving him devastated. Lost in despair, he thought to himself, I'll be expelled from here if they find out I can't use aura. 15 years is a long time, Jack mused, but 3,000 gold is an insurmountable sum. This is unbelievable. I can't give up Graham this aura blade. Most people mistakenly believe that I'm a skilled aura user. It's all thanks to that strange incident during the blessing ceremony. But in reality, it was just a reaction caused by the healing process and runes. The harsh truth is, I still can't control aura. Aura is considered a source of immense power, incredibly difficult for humans to control. However, aside from the spirit awareness skill, which Master diligently taught me, I can't use any sword techniques that utilize aura's power. Even with that special skill, I can only enhance and swing my entire body. Compared to others, using aura is much easier and more versatile. That's why I need Graham the aura blade. With that thought, Jack clutched his head, groaning in despair. Damn it, how am I supposed to find high-grade compressed aura stones? Phantom's voice suddenly broke the silence. By the way, the person who created these blueprints was a true genius. Even considering the complex core within, this is still a superior design, astonishingly perfect. He continued, his voice filled with awe. Such an intricate design would be incredibly difficult to construct, even using rare treasures from the glorious Golden Age. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Jack's mind. He froze and exclaimed, treasures from the Golden Age. A sly smile crept onto his lips. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Not wanting to waste another moment, Jack slowly stood up and left. Please keep the blueprint safe until I return, Professor. Phantom, with a puzzled look, asked, what do you mean? Why would you want me to spend 15 years completing it? Jack laughed and replied, ha ha, of course not. He tightened his grip on his sword and continued, I will bring something. Jack wore a confident expression. You mean a high-grade compressed spirit stone? The glorious Golden Age, the Great Liberation War. The fight to escape the dragon's brutal reign ended with the devastating defeat of the dragon Bahamut by the legendary hero Telekin Draker. This victory brought humanity a century of prosperous peace. During that time, many ancient artifacts were discovered. Within the lairs of the ferocious dragons, precious relics from the era of the Hero King. It was the peak of mystical magic. All artifacts found contained techniques and magic far surpassing modern standards. Among them, the high-grade compressed spirit stones, containing abundant spiritual energy, enough to power an entire village. A priceless treasure from the time of the mighty Hero King. The scene shifts to Draker Academy, Central Library. Though rarely used, the Central Library remains perfectly preserved, believed to have been founded by Telekin himself. During the archive expansion, treasures from the glorious Golden Age were unearthed. This led to the involvement of the mystical magic tower and the powerful Archmage Nirvana, a member of one of the three noble families. Throughout the tireless excavation, countless precious artifacts from the Golden Age were discovered. News of these groundbreaking discoveries spread across the continent via the media. Or at least, that's what will happen 15 years from now. At the Central Library, in the archive room, Jack was also present. He observed his surroundings, lost in thought. No one had yet discovered the hidden treasures, or even realized their existence. Thinking this, he sighed in frustration. Even if he searched all day, he wouldn't find anything. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Dragon's Mark, Dragon's Eye has been activated. One of Rich's eyes suddenly glowed. He wasn't discouraged. persistently combing every nook and cranny of the vast library. Suddenly, amidst his tireless steps, he noticed something unusual. He froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. On the floor, a single tile emitted a faint, flickering red glow in the darkness. "There it is!" Jack exclaimed, hurrying towards it and tapping the tile gently. "If it sounds hollow, it's definitely it," he thought to himself. With lightning speed, he channeled the spiritual energy of his origin spirit, focused his mind, and executed the skill's sole application, Sever, a special technique taught to him by his master. Sever allowed matter to materialize the user's will, turning thoughts into reality, applying specific properties, such as severing objects or using it in various other situations. However, this technique had a major drawback. It consumed a massive amount of origin spirit energy. Every action came at the cost of significant energy depletion. As he thought about it, a splitting headache struck him. Using Sever now seemed to be beyond his capabilities. The final brick, after much effort, slowly revealed a hidden entrance. Rich quickly slipped down into the space below. He carefully closed the tile floor, concealing all traces as if nothing had happened. Below was a dark, damp, and cold space. Rich had to use a torch to light his way. He looked around, muttering, "The article didn't mention this terrifying depth." Just then, a strange sound suddenly echoed, making him jump in fright. Nearby, two faint figures were gliding past. He wondered in surprise. It should take at least another decade for anyone to discover these ruins. Rich observed recklessly and wondered, could some AI have already found this place? But the sight before him now was not human, but two moving skeletons. He exclaimed in horror, "Skeletons? How?" "They're carrying picks and shovels. Alright, seems they're not soul-created beings." Jack swiftly draws his sword from his inventory. If so, the system should display a corresponding notification. Notification, skill, critical hit, activated. He dashes forward with lightning speed, smashing the skeletons to pieces. Well, this is easy. He effortlessly dispatches them. After eliminating them all, a system notification appears. Notification, for defeating two skeletons, you have received 2 karma points. Skeletons defeated, 2, current karma points, 2. Hearing this, Rick bursts out laughing in delight. "Oh right, I can get points for killing monsters. I completely forgot because I was so focused on treasure." This thought fills him with excitement. Wait a minute, timing seems off here, might need to adjust. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to farm points? Without hesitation, Rick grabs his sword and charges off, yelling, "I'm coming!" Those precious points. Just like that, skeleton after skeleton fell. The system displayed a notification. For defeating a skeleton, you receive 1 karma point. 20 skeletons down, he smiled and said, "Too easy." The system continued, "Current karma points, 22. Status window. Low-level administrator name, Jack Raker. Occupation, the sole immortal title. Blessed by the ancient dragon function. Inventory system, 250 slots minimap. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock. Beginner level quest book, locked. Requires 40 points to unlock. Faction skills, self-healing, tranquil vitality recovery, heightened senses. Skill precise stab rank E has reached proficiency. Chain slash, rank D. Critical hit rank D adept.
Agile footwork, rank D, adept.
Spirit force reversal rank A. Rookie, overall analysis level A. Dragon human record level 1. Dragon Eye Rookie. Dragon Might Rookie. Devour is locked, requires 50 points to unlock. Dragon Human Record Level 2. Unable to view, requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 40. Witnessing this, he thought to himself, I need to think this through carefully before I find something worth spending points to unlock, considering the beginner level mission was 4 points and the minimap was 20 points, along with the Dragon Human Record. Both Devour and the locked level 2 skill require 50 points. It seems like he can only afford the minimap right now. Minimap function activated. Before Jack, a map appeared, displaying his current location. He observed it for a moment, then exclaimed in awe, it's similar to a magic map. He proceeded to press a button on the edge. What the hell is this? Jack wondered aloud. Instantly, the system interface appeared. The minimap abruptly transformed from a 2D display into a vibrant 3D rendering. Witnessing this, Jack couldn't contain his excitement and let out a laugh. Amazing! This is exactly what I need, he exclaimed. His gaze focused on a distant room, emanating a brilliant red glow. But why is only that room different? Jack pondered. The system prompt reappeared on the screen. Do you want to be guided to the selected location? A Shark Long Nan's shop? Storage room? Yes or no? Jack contemplated, lost in thought. A storage room, huh? Without hesitation, he immediately pressed the confirm button on the search team's console. It took days to find this clue. Yet now the location is so easily found, he marveled in disbelief. We will provide you with the fastest route to your designated location. Jack looked at the detailed instructions and burst out laughing. Haha! This is unbelievable. With this, how could anyone possibly get lost? After following the directions for a while, he finally stood before a massive gate. System announcement. You have arrived at the designated location. He looked around and said, I must be here, but how do I get inside? He reached out and touched the door, muttering, it looks like simply pushing won't open it. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly from above the door, where his hand made contact, a strange, bright red light emanated. Not only that, it was accompanied by a powerful electrical current, knocking Jack's hand back. He was astonished, thinking to himself, a protective enchantment? The reason the magic tower and the great mage Nirvana are connected must be because of this door. Jack looked at his smoking hand, silently feeling a surge of relief. If it weren't for this glove, I would have lost my entire hand. I would never have been able to overcome the system's enchantment. Can't you open it for me? The system immediately responded to the request. We have received a request from the administrator. Accordingly, we will proceed to connect with the security device. The security enchantment has been deactivated. Automatic device activation has failed. Currently, we will switch to manual device activation. What are you talking about? Raker asked in astonishment. Wait, are you responding to what I just said? The system replied, yes, I have. Do you have any other requests? Administrator Raker, hearing this, stood frozen for a moment. Can I talk to the system? He continued to probe. If so, then why did you make me reincarnate? The system responded, I am not authorized to answer that question. Jack pressed further. Then what exactly is this administrator system? The system repeated its previous answer. I am not permitted to answer that question. He persisted, undeterred. Which AI created you? The system curtly replied, I cannot answer that. Administrator Jack Raker, do you have any further requests? Jack slumped in defeat, holding his head and sighing heavily. Damn it, I'm not getting any answers to such important questions. With that thought, he said, fine, open the door. The system responded immediately. Administrator request confirmed. Dragon Slayer's tomb, storage room, has been opened. The massive door slowly opened. He stepped inside, looked around, and exclaimed, whoa, all of this. Unable to believe his eyes, he shouted, is this a treasure? A treasure, just like it's an ancient tomb, filled with priceless treasures and artifacts. Finding just one artifact would be enough. This is truly a miracle. Without hesitation, he reached out and opened a treasure chest. Inside, a brilliant golden light shone brightly. Haha! There are hundreds of these. The treasure chest was quickly emptied. I'll take this. Oh, this one looks promising. I'll give this to Phantom. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally found it. Inside a small, exquisite wooden box were 4 compressed spirit stones. High compression spirit stones, and there are 4 of them? Amazing! Jack happily stored everything in his inventory. I'll use 1 point to expand the inventory by 4 slots. Still not enough space to hold everything? It seems. I'll have to come back here often until graduation. After gathering everything he needed, he slowly stood up and left. Enough for today. But before he could make good on his intention, a strange, chilling air suddenly descended, making his hair stand on end. A shiver ran down his spine. Anxious, he quickly scanned his surroundings, but detected no sign of any other artificial intelligence. What is this creepy feeling? Jack wondered to himself. Suddenly, one of his hands accidentally brushed against the stone wall beside him. Instantly, a bright red light flared from the point of contact. Sensing something was wrong, he jerked his hand back, but it was too late. Countless ancient characters, strange markings, suddenly appeared, covering his entire body. Astonished, he exclaimed, What the hell is this? Before he could finish his sentence, Jack vanished from his original spot, leaving no trace behind. After a brief, dizzying transit, Jack found himself in a strange, completely new place, a place he had never been before. Looking around in bewilderment, he hastily asked the system, "Where is this?" The surrounding space is eerily dark, almost terrifying. The system suddenly appears. The administrator's voice rings out, answering him. "Currently, you are in the sanctuary of the Dragon Slayer." Hearing this, he looks up at the towering ceiling. "The sanctuary of the Dragon Slayer?" he murmurs. But the report didn't mention a room full of chests. As he speaks, Jack opens the minimap on his device to observe. His expression turns pensive, thinking to himself, "Just as I suspected. It's not too far from the previous location. But there's no passage leading to the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. If that's the case, this must be an undiscovered location. In my previous life." Without further hesitation, he reaches out and pushes open a chest directly in front of him. This opportunity cannot be missed, as the lid of the chest creaks open, revealing a strange suit of armor nestled inside. Jack exclaimed, "The SAO armor!" The system immediately displayed a notification. "Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment detected." Intrigued, he couldn't contain his curiosity. He lifted the armor, meticulously examining every detail. After a thorough inspection, he spoke. "Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment. This is definitely unlike any armor from the Golden Age I've ever seen. What is this?" Rich focused his gaze on the back of the armor's neck, wondering, a slot for something to be inserted? Suddenly, he froze. Eyes widening, an idea sparked in his mind, and he blurted out, "Could it be? There's no time to waste." He quickly retrieved a compressed spirit stone. "But I can't just leave it like this." The system displayed a notification. "Spirit battery installed. Exclusive equipment, Dragon Slayer. Activating equipment." As the announcement finished, the armor's eyes suddenly glowed brightly, as if a soul resided within. Witnessing the strange sight, Rich became even more curious, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the armor. Suddenly, the armor vibrated violently, taking him completely by surprise. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "What's happening?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rocked the air. Thick smoke and dust filled the area. System announcement. Equipment malfunction due to activation overload. Level 7 critical failure. Minor explosion imminent. Please evacuate immediately. Hearing this, Jack slumped to the ground in frustration, his face covered in grime, replying, "It already exploded." The system quickly apologized. He slowly stood up, looking towards the fiercely burning armor. A spirit stone with such a high compression level is just being used to power this armor? The thought made him ponder, wondering what functionalities this armor possessed to require such an immense energy source. "I might as well ask Fanon, it'll save time," Jack decided. He continued walking, determined to explore everything himself. After wandering for a while, finally, he arrived at an unusually large room. The other rooms were empty. This was the last one. He looked around, thinking to himself, such a huge room, and there's only a single glass case? Suddenly, a system notification panel appeared right in front of him, catching Jack's attention. Jack's expression suddenly changed. His eyebrows furrowed, and he exclaimed, "What is this?" He let out a wry smile and muttered, "Telecan Ranger, he's really lost it." A message appeared on the system panel. "You have discovered the legacy of the Telecan Ranger, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Jack thought to himself, the heart of a dragon he himself defeated as a legacy? Then, that chilling feeling he experienced in the vault earlier, was it because of this? But at that moment, his body moved involuntarily, a strange sensation welling up inside him. The system announced, "The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator." His hand was resting on the protective glass case. From there, a mysterious black aura erupted, accompanied by a sinister voice. "Yes, I hear you." Jack's expression became incredibly eerie, his eyes wide and vacant. "It seems there's no other choice." Jack seemed to be manipulated by Som. His lips moved, muttering incessantly, "I will annihilate them at their most vulnerable moment." A system notification flashed, activating mental defense skill, Unyielding Spirit. Thanks to this special skill, Jack finally regained his senses. He clutched his head, a bewildered expression on his face, wondering what just happened. Before he could speak, a sharp, throbbing pain suddenly erupted behind one of his eyes. His pupil turned pitch black. A mysterious black aura began to envelop his body and the surrounding glass chamber. The entire space was stained with a gloomy hue. "What's happening?" Jack exclaimed in astonishment. The black aura spread further, consuming everything in darkness. "What is this?" Jack wondered in a panic. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Emergency quest. Quest reward, inheritance of Telecan." Jack's mind reeled from the baffling turn of events. A chain of skills continuously activated. Mental defense skill unyielding is being deployed. Skill activation error, failed. Around Jack, a dark aura emanated, carrying a terrifyingly sinister presence. His eyes turned pitch black, bottomless. Grotesque laughter echoed in his mind. Faced with this critical situation, Jack launched himself headfirst into the glass cage in front of him. Powerful impact. The crash was so devastating that terrifying cracks appeared on the glass. Jack smirked, muttering incessantly, "Such a nuisance." Through the cracked glass, he saw another version of himself in human form, completely different. "You speak of freedom? Freedom is something you take, not beg for, fool." With those words, the glass shattered. A system interface suddenly popped up. Notification: you have passed the trial. The curse of the Bahamut Dragon King's cursed heart has been lifted. Sudden quest completed. Quest reward. The inheritance of Telecan is now yours. Hearing this, Wretch's entire body ached. He collapsed to the ground, thinking to himself, "Damn it! That was way too close. I can't believe my skill activated at the right moment. Those 7 previous failures. What were they?" The system popped up again. Activating class skill, self-healing. Activating class skill, infinite stamina. Beginning absorption of the Bahamut Dragon King's cursed heart. After a moment waiting for his body to stabilize, he looked up with weary eyes. Right in front of him, the Bahamut Dragon King's heart was shining brilliantly. Suddenly, Rich felt himself being pulled into a powerful, irresistible energy current. His eyes rolled back, becoming stark white. Veins bulged and pulsed beneath his skin. Panicked, he wondered, what the hell is happening? A stream of pure, concentrated spiritual energy surged into his body. But I don't have a spirit ring to absorb this energy. The immense amount of spiritual energy, with nowhere to go, was tearing him apart from the inside. The situation was becoming critical. "I have to do something now." Without hesitation, Jack slowly raised his hand. He gritted his teeth, struggling to create a massive black sphere. The sealing technique was unleashed. The radiating spiritual energy was slowly drawn into the sphere. "I have to contain this spiritual energy," he thought, "and seal it within this space." Suddenly, a earth-shattering explosion erupted, causing the ground around them to violently tremble. From where Rich stood, a massive column of black smoke billowed upwards, obscuring the sky. The ground below was gouged out by the tremendous force, leaving a gaping hole. A vast crater appeared, like an abyss swallowing everything around it. Jack's body convulsed violently, writhing in agony. His eyes glowed brightly, his body tense as if about to explode. After a terrifying moment, his face darkened, becoming calmer. He breathed a sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. Still trembling, Jack stepped forward, wondering to himself, "Phew, did I finally survive?" Rich slowly approached, standing before the transparent glass enclosure. He pondered in silence, not saying a word. His eyes carefully examined the inside of the enclosure. The heart is gone. So then, he thought to himself, this spiritual energy must be Bahamut's. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized something unusual, a discovery that startled him. Rich's eyes widened, staring at his reflection in a shard of broken glass. He saw a strange mark appear on his body. "What is this?" Jack lightly touched the mark. The image of a dragon appeared on his chest. Could it be that I sealed Bahamut's spiritual energy? Suddenly, a system notification window unexpectedly appeared before him, leaving him stunned. It displayed the words, "You have absorbed the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Immediately after, a series of other system notification windows popped up. Spiritual energy has been absorbed and refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique has been transformed into the celestial bone body. Detected power exceeding the administrator's processing capacity. 95% of power has been compressed and sealed. As the inheritor, you are granted access to the Telecan Ranger's secure vault. Beginner level quest book activated. providing guidance for low-level administrators. Witnessing this spectacle, Jack was completely dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. Celestial Bone Body, Telecan Ranger's Secure Vault. SAO's tutorial just added a bunch of bizarre monsters. As usual, I'll look into it later. For now, let's clear. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence and exclaimed, "Hold on!" He abruptly stopped, shouting, "Wait a minute!" He touched the system panel and said, "Skip this." Jack's expression suddenly lit up with excitement. A slight smile crept across his lips. "My ancestor was truly generous." The system displayed a message. "Do you want to unlock another Telecan Ranger legacy?" After a brief pause, a series of items quickly appeared before Jack. The system announced, "Unlocking the second Telecan Ranger legacy." Looking at the items before him, he exclaimed in astonishment. This is... That evening, in the Platinum Tower, inside his room, Jack carefully stored all the items he had just received, inside a secure safe. Looks like the cleanup is almost complete. He looked at the system panel with satisfaction and said, "Let's take a closer look." An information panel instantly appeared. The status window is displayed above. Low-level Administrator. Jack Raker. Class. Unique Undead. Title. Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Heir of Teleca Ranger. Sovereign Ruler of the Dragon Race. Physique. Celestial Bone Body. System Functions. 6-year storage. Minimap slot. Beginner level quest book. Class skills. Self-healing. Indomitable mental defense. Endless stamina. Enhanced senses. Skills.
Precise stab rank E.
Proficient in combo/rank D, beginner critical hit rank D, adept agile footwork rank C, beginner spirit reversal rank A, beginner complete deconstruction rank A, beginner dragon's legacy level 1, dragon eye, beginner dragon's medicine, beginner command technique, locked, unlocks when conditions are met. Devour, locked, requires 50 points to unlock, dragon's legacy level 2, content unavailable. 50 points required to activate current karmic point. 10 Dragons Chronicle. Wordsmith technique, empower your words, locked, will be unlocked upon meeting the requirements. Scanning the information. Jack continued to navigate the system interface. So many extensions, how can I possibly go through all of this? System display.
Drogon Dominion Sovereignty.
Grants dominion over dragonkind. Allows summoning and command of dragonkind. Celestial Bone Physique acquired. Physical abilities optimized, accelerated martial arts learning and enhanced energy channeling. Despite reviewing it multiple times, Jack still found it confusing. He thought to himself mere descriptions weren't much help, and earlier he had glimpsed not only Telecan's second inheritance but another window as well. The system related to Telecan. He slumped onto the steps, commanding the system, display all notifications related to Telecan. The system responded immediately. To access Telecan's secure archives, data synchronization is required. Hearing this, Jack touched the system control panel, wondering, Telecan's secure archives? Why? The system replied, please proceed to the synchronization point. Display the coordinates of the synchronization point on the minimap? No need, he sighed. So I have to go there to access it? What a hassle. Show me the location. Instantly, a minimap appeared before him. So it's... he muttered. Jack's expression turned puzzled, questioning, Valhalla? Why Valhalla? As far as he knew, Valhalla was the most prestigious knight academy. Thinking of this, he scratched his head in frustration. Could it be?
Visite autorisée personnel.
Let alone get inside, much less infiltrate it. Even with my abilities, breaking into Chairman Hala's office is impossible. Infiltrating Chairman Hala's office wasn't part of my initial plan. But if Telecan's legacy is truly there, Jack quickly reached out and touched the system control panel. He thought to himself, this is important enough to change plans. It seems I'll have to stay in this wretched family longer than I intended. The system interface appeared. Basic level mission log activated. New level mission log initiated. Tutorial for low-level administrator. After this tutorial, missions will become more feasible to support the administrator's development. Completing missions will grant corresponding rewards. Hearing this, Jack brought a hand to his chin, pondered for a moment and thought, so I've accepted the mission. There will be a reward upon completion. This system has a similar structure to the Adventurers Guild, or similar to mercenary missions. But what's with this user manual? Just as he thought that, Suddenly, another notification popped up. Beginning tutorial for low-level administrator. Before he could understand what was happening, everything moved too fast. The scene around him abruptly changed. Everything around him dissolved into an endless, pitch-black void. Jack stood frozen, looking around with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Where am I? He suddenly remembered the previous event, and thought to himself, another instant teleportation like last time? No, this time feels completely different. As if this entire space has been altered. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly from behind him, a series of terrifyingly loud noises erupted. Jack jumped, startled, and spun around to look. Right behind him now were gigantic monsters charging towards him at breakneck speed. He gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Then he glanced down again. The system panel displayed above clearly stated the tutorial mission. Defeat the monster that appears within the time limit by using at least 2 skills. Reward: access to the system shop for a limited time of 60 minutes. Hearing this, he drew his sword, thinking to himself, suddenly, there's such an obvious tutorial mission, a meticulously planned mission, complete with specific instructions. So this tutorial is designed to create situations where I can actively use the SAO system. This should have been provided earlier. Just as he finished speaking, the giant snail's massive clubs slammed into the ground with terrifying force. The ground cracked open, dust and smoke billowed up. But Jack was no longer in his previous position. He had quickly dashed to the side to dodge. His high-speed movement skill activated. Activating skill, Chain Slash. The monsters faltered, their bodies trembling violently. Dozens of slashes crisscrossed their bodies. In the next instant, they exploded into pieces. Before they could comprehend what happened, they vanished. Jack thought to himself, these dual blades feel as light as feathers. A system notification popped up. Celestial Bone Body optimizes physical abilities, increases martial arts learning speed, and enhances our channeling capacity. Is this the effect of the Celestial Bone Body? Jack wondered. With this power, I can easily take down commander-level enemies. Commander-level enemies. System notification. Tutorial mission complete. The surrounding scenery abruptly shifted back to the initial room. Oh, I'm back! Jack exclaimed. He stored the swords in their compartment. So it was all an illusion, he mused. But the realism was incredible. A new notification appeared. Fatal Strike reward has been added to the reward list. Bonus time reward has been added to the main reward. Quest reward, 40 points. And the shop's category sorting feature has been activated. He excitedly watched the system interface and wondered, can I buy items through the SAO system? Countless strange items were now displayed on the system interface. Giant skin, 10 points. An elixir that mimics the tough hide of a giant, temporarily increasing defense. Slow speed rune, 7 points. A magic stone engraved with ancient runes, slightly increasing. Movement speed. Fire giant's mighty breath, 20 points. An elixir containing the special breath of a fire giant, unleashing an unending flame. Wings of the Sky, 5 points. An elixir crafted from the feathers of a mythical bird, temporarily increasing agility. Glancing over the items, he exclaimed, wow, this is so convenient. Giant skin, fire giant's mighty breath, saw. These are all rare treasures worth hundreds of gold. Just by reselling the items in this shop alone, I could make a decent profit. The announcement continued to repeat monotonously. Please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Designated window. Items stored in your inventory can also be sold. Wooden training sword. This item cannot be sold. Recruit's dagger level 1. Do you wish to sell this item? Selling price. For points. Hearing this, Rich fell into deep thought. I think selling items is only for the 3 artifacts, right? For points for this dagger, I could get at least 100 gold if I auctioned it off. There's no benefit to selling this, unless I desperately need points, he said, stretching tiredly and walking away. Phew, what a long, exhausting day. The lights in the room quickly switched off. The large door then softly closed. I think I'll sleep. The next morning at the prestigious Dragon Academy, in the research building of the esteemed professors, inside Professor Phantom's office, he spoke, astonishment evident on his face. Did you really bring back a high-density spirit stone like this? In just one day? How were you able to accomplish such a feat? Hearing this, Jack replied succinctly, "It's a rather long and complicated story." Phantom slowly lifted his teacup, took a sip, and asked, "So when will that special operating device be completed?" Jack immediately replied, "It's ready to be activated." This answer greatly surprised Jack, who exclaimed, "Really? You're a genius." Professor Phantom continued, "The fact that Jack brought this back is even more astonishing than creating the device itself." Given Jack's calm demeanor, he felt there was a hidden secret. Suspicious. Whenever a high-density spirit stone is discovered, the powerful forces across the continent register corresponding ancient characters. These characters are converted into a unique serial number, used to manage ownership of these precious spirit stones, which hold immense value. Therefore, by examining this serial number, we can determine the excavation time, precise location, and the current owner's identity. Jack thought to himself, but what he brought could certainly never be recorded in that book. The Encyclopedia of High-Density Spirit Stone Serial Numbers of the Central Continent, a book containing all known information on spirit stones. This was a completely new discovery, known only to him. With that thought, he slowly set down his teacup, dismissing his lingering doubts. After all, he possessed exceptional appraisal abilities and skills. Jack quickly stepped forward and asked, "If you've confirmed the registration code, can we depart now?" Hearing that, Phantom turned around in surprise. "Oh, you know about SAO? You're truly too talented for this place." The scene shifts to inside Handback's forge. A voice echoes from within. "All right, I'm going to start it up." A green magic circle quickly appears. It's like a central hub, connecting all the parts around the forge together. Everything is now operating perfectly, unbelievably smooth. Even Handback couldn't believe that his design had finally become a reality. Jack and Phantom stood behind him, unable to hide their joy for him. The professor spoke up. "I have to go teach now." Handback replied cheerfully, "Thank you, Professor." A moment later, after everything was settled, he looked happily towards Jack and said, "I never imagined that, in my lifetime, I would witness a fully functioning magic furnace."
I'm truly grateful.
"It's just business," he replied. "You don't need to be so formal." He spoke as he reached into his backpack, searching for something. He continued, "You haven't forgotten the terms of our agreement, have you?" "Of course not," the other man replied. "Then please, state your request." With that, Jack pulled out an object and placed it before him. "I ask that you forge me a sword from this." Seeing the object, Handback was stunned. His eyes widened. "Good sir." Inside the old wooden box Jack presented lay a massive fong. A dragon's fong. The impenetrable fong of Bahamut, the cursed dragon. Handback stared at it, practically drooling. With its size and condition, "I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it." "Sir, where did you finally find it?" "This is the second legacy of the Telecan Ranger. From the heart to the teeth, it felt like excavating an ancient tomb." He smiled and replied, "It's rather complicated to explain." Before he could finish his sentence, Handbeak's sudden demeanor made him pause. He froze. Handbeak trembled, tears and snot streaming down his face, and said, "You not only granted me a magic furnace, but also the opportunity to forge a dragon's fong." At this point, his aura suddenly exploded, and Handbeak shouted, "I will definitely live up to your trust." Handbeak's eyes were filled with more determination than ever before. He continued, "I, Galen Handbeak, swear to give my life for your sword." This oath suddenly reminded Jack of a familiar scene. Before, "I, Galen Handbeak, swear to give my life for your sword." He had been extremely flustered by that statement. Such words felt incredibly weighty. "Don't worry," Jack smiled confidently. He thought to himself, "He's so determined. All right, I'll put my faith in him." With that thought, he cheerfully turned and walked out. "Let's see what kind of sword you'll forge. I'm looking forward to it." Scene changes to the Platinum Palace. Jack's bedroom. He pulled off his shirt with a heavy sigh. He muttered, "Forging a sword is exhausting." Suddenly, in his mind, the image of his fierce battle with Diak flashed. "It's been a week since I received that message, telling me to return after the bet with Diak was settled." As he thought about this, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "So the time has come." From outside the window, footsteps slowly approached. The surrounding air grew heavy, terrifying. Just then, a cold voice echoed from behind Jack. Why were you absent this time, boy? Hearing this, he trembled slightly, forcing a wry smile. At this moment, Diak was filled with rage. His eyes widened, and he roared, "Answer me truthfully." Witnessing this, he thought in terror, "He looks like he wants to eat me alive." Thinking so, he quickly waved his hands, chuckling nervously. "Well, you said to come back if I wanted to challenge the natural order. Since I had no intention of doing that, I didn't come." As soon as he finished speaking, Diak suddenly stepped forward, pressing him again. "I told you to tell the truth." Diak's hand gripped his tattered collar, yanking him up. In an instant he flung him backward. Without another word, Jack was thrown out the window. Before he could react, his eyes wide with shock, he stammered, "Double-vata." Realizing the dangerous situation, he looked down below, his face filled with worry. The scene below, seen from above, was truly dizzying because of the terrifying height. To save his life, Jack quickly jumped back. "At this height, I die instantly." Without a single hope of healing, his arm reached out, desperately grasping for the railing. But before he could do so, a giant hand suddenly appeared, clamping tightly around his neck. The man's cold, somber face spoke. "You don't want to challenge me again, do you? I don't think you're naive enough to misunderstand me. Regardless, things have gone completely the opposite way. You didn't come after you lost, not even to offer a greeting. It's like you're deliberately provoking me." Hearing these words, Jack looked bewildered, thinking to himself, "What? He knows everything but acts like he doesn't." The man continued, "I'll give you 5 seconds. Answer truthfully this time." 5. He smirked, uttering a sarcastic remark. "How absurd." The man tightened his grip around his neck, continuing the count. 4. 3. Jack spoke up, "You haven't even revealed your true identity." After the count of 2, he continued, "Am I wrong? You, the guardian of the disaster garden." These words made Diak pause, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Immediately after, he threw Jack forcefully inside. Jack leaned against the wall, rubbing his aching head and groaning. "Ouch!" The man continued, "You're right, kid." Then, Diak stepped towards Zig, extending his hand in introduction. "I was once a Black Knight of the Drake family." He was puzzled, thinking to himself, "And I thought," the man cheerfully continued, "I am Duke Drake." After a moment of astonishment, Jack placed his hand on his chest, responding, "My respects to the elder of the Drake family and former member." He bowed his head slightly and continued, "I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I showed to such an esteemed knight." Witnessing this scene, Diak pointed at him in astonishment, asking with disbelief, "I knew this would happen. Why did you do that?" He scratched his head in confusion, replying, "I didn't mean to." He then stood up and continued, "But Mr. Diak, you said you were once a Black Knight. What does that mean?" He replied simply, "I was once black, but now I am crimson." His words left Jack utterly perplexed. He wondered, how could that be? A knight's rank could be elevated, but being demoted was unheard of. He interrupted Jack's thoughts. "Diak reminds you, do not mention that again." Hearing this, he observed more closely, and noticed Diak's hand trembling uncontrollably. He replied firmly. He confidently placed a hand on his chest, adding, "Since you've been forthright with me, I shall reciprocate with honesty." The man promptly asked, "So, from the very beginning you guessed my identity, and intentionally provoked me to become an official disciple?" He replied, "Yes, precisely." Duke, thoroughly amused by this answer, exclaimed, "You've got quite the nerve, kid." With that, he slapped his thigh and roared, "All right." Duke broke into a wide grin and boomed, "I'll take you as my disciple." Everything happened so fast that Rich hardly understood what was happening. "Huh? That's it." Without hesitation, he took a knee, thinking to himself, "Well, before you change your mind." He began reciting the oath of loyalty. "I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, Duke Raker, the greatest knight of all knights. I swear to engrave upon my heart and obey all of Master's teachings, with utmost dedication and reverence. I will continuously cultivate my morality, discipline myself, learn tirelessly, and strive with all my might to uphold and honor Master's noble reputation." Hearing these vows, the old man seemed pleased and replied, "Oh, you even know the Sao disciple's oath by heart. That oath is quite rare now, few know it." He smiled, continuing the story. "A broad knowledge of culture is a valuable quality for a true knight, wouldn't you say?" "A sharp answer, clever lad." Jack chuckled, acknowledging the compliment. "I'll take that as praise, sir." He then looked up, asking curiously, "But master, may I ask you something?" He replied, "Calling me master seems a bit hasty, don't you think?" Then he continued, "Ask away, be straightforward. What did you see in me that intrigued you so much? What made you decide to take me as your disciple? I've heard that Master Duke is famous for not taking disciples. Even the century's genius, Android, had to plead for years before being accepted as his only student. Why did you agree to accept me so easily? I have a theory. Perhaps you saw my potential during that recent wager, something that went beyond even Andre's natural talent." He seemed to have anticipated the question. Duke chuckled and countered, "Why do you think so? Take a guess, my pupil." Jake blurted out, "Because I'm a prodigious genius, of course." He held his head in his hands, exasperated by the boy's confidence. "Your confidence is admirable, haha. If that were the reason, I would have taken Rena as my pupil." He continued, "Because you have determination. Not all those called geniuses can reach the rank of Crimson Iron or Black Iron Knight. Those who grow up without facing any obstacles will easily crumble before the smallest challenge." Hearing this, Richie, with a stoic expression, thought to himself, "He's right. Many prodigies were expected to at least reach the Crimson Iron rank, but ended up stagnating at purple or blue." Just as he thought this, Duke slowly rose to his feet. "Enough chatter," he continued. "Follow me, your first lesson begins now." Rich excitedly replied, "Yes, master." The scene shifts to a greenhouse west of the training grounds. Rich looked around, thinking to himself, "I never would have guessed there was a place like this hidden beneath the greenhouse. What does he want me to do here? He told me to run, and I ran. But looking at master's expression, I can't understand his intentions. But it's been 3 hours." Just as he thought this, Diak shouted, "Stop!" Rich asked in surprise, "So I can stop running now?" Diak replied, "Yes, but I want to ask you something." Rich cheerfully replied, "Master, ask away, I'm listening." Suddenly, Diak appeared right behind Rich, as if stepping out of thin air. He softly said, "It's nothing much." Diak quickly grabbed Jack's hand. Jack sensed something was amiss. He instantly jerked his hand back. His face was etched with intense alertness. Jack glanced at his now reddened hand, following the unexpected action. Luck pondered for a moment and then asked, "Checking this kid's energy isn't that simple." Those words filled him with panic, sweat pouring down his face. He continued, "Something's been off from the very beginning. In the infirmary, during the skill assessment, and even in the greenhouse during that bet. And just now, when you ran 500 laps around the training grounds, I haven't sensed any aura from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you dodged." "Don't tell me." From those observations, he uttered words that stunned Jack. "You can't use aura, can you?" Duke spoke up. "The bronze statue reacted, didn't it?" He slowly approached, continuing, "The golden light has never." That incident caused quite a stir and brought his son here. As he stepped in front of Jack, he paused. "So, why did you stop me from checking your pulse?" Hearing this, he didn't know how to respond. He glanced at Duke with a cold gaze. He thought to himself it was curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker unable to wield aura was a serious matter. But it seemed his interest was the most important thing. Fortunately for him, the person he was dealing with was Duke. Once he obtained Graham, he would no longer be suspected for his lack of aura. Until then, he had to be extremely cautious. There was no need to fabricate a lengthy lie, unlike in his past life, when he was his family's first failed awakener. Thinking of this, he slowly removed his glove and replied, "You are right, master." The system suddenly appeared. The system just announced the activation of the aura reversal skill. The young man continued, "You even possess the ability to manipulate aura, a hallmark of the true blood lineage. But for some reason you can't use radiant light." Jack held out his hand to Diak, silently hoping this truth would mask his secret. He began his act. "I apologize for showing fear earlier. Because if the truth that a Draker cannot use radiant light is exposed, if it's discovered that a Draker cannot control radiant light, then..." 2 tears streamed down his cheeks. "I will be expelled from here." A plausible explanation for the current situation. Faced with this confession, Diak gently reached out, trying to sense the radiant light within Jack. His expression turned pensive. Jack asked with a look of surprise, "So, what do you think, master?" Diak's gaze flicked down to Jack, as if to say something. He thought to himself, A child with such iron resolve at this age. But why can't I sense any aura from him, even though he's already awakened? The more he thought, the more puzzled he became. How can I explain this strange situation? Jack furrowed his brow in thought. Even if he checked the boy's pulse, he couldn't be certain of anything. The blessing ceremony is the most important ritual for the Draker family. Diak softly spoke. He thought to himself. Even if I truly can't awaken my aura, he'll surely find an excuse to explain this. But all of Diak's speculations vanished when Jack exclaimed, "A deviant!" Jack closed his eyes and thought, "A deviant? Of course, this is the answer to everything. If he doesn't understand the concept of classes, then that conclusion is perfectly reasonable." The boy feigned innocence, asking, "What's a deviant, master?" The old man replied, "They are individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, far surpassing ordinary people. For example, those who can wield both radiant ki and spiritual ki, or those capable of seeing into the future. They possess phenomenal powers that defy the laws of nature. Therefore, deviants are often discriminated against and treated unfairly. My child, never breathe a word about you possibly being a deviant." The boy continued running after him, pressing, "Then why do you think I'm a deviant?" The master replied as he walked, "Your physical strength and recovery abilities are extraordinary. Even the slightest injury, internal injuries still require time to heal, but you recover almost instantly. I'm certain a tremendous amount of energy was used. What do you think that energy is?" The boy replied, "Radiant ki." The old man, "My theory is that any aura you generate is immediately absorbed by your extraordinary physical strength and regenerative abilities, leaving no trace for you to sense." Jack gasped in astonishment at this explanation. "That actually makes a lot of sense." He stepped closer and asked, "Does that mean I'll never be able to use aura, master?" "What?" The old man burst into hearty laughter. There's no need to worry." He glanced at Jack with a knowing smile. "The whirlwind technique doesn't require aura. It's a special technique." He further explained, "Special techniques are unique skills created by exceptionally talented knights. Usually, they involve applying or enhancing dragon slayer techniques, which do require aura. However, my whirlwind technique relies entirely on physical conditioning." He then began to warm up. "I'll show you. Watch closely." In a flash, the old man's body shot forward like lightning, leaving a deep gouge in the ground. The incredible speed made Jack unable to look away, trying to focus on every detail. Each of the old man's steps was unbelievably quick and agile. Jack could only perceive the faintest sounds, echoing from all directions. But the old man's figure had completely vanished. A moment later, the old man suddenly reappeared right in front of Jack. He looked directly at him and asked, "Did you see that clearly?" Jack slowly stood up and replied, "I just need to follow in your footsteps, right?" Jack's answer took the old man by surprise. "Well, if that's all you think, then I don't need to explain further." The old man burst out laughing. "Son, you've seen enough." The confidence radiating from him was on par with a true Black Knight. "Excellent. Show me what you can do." Immediately, Jack took his stance, ready to fight. His eyes gleamed with an absolute confidence no AI could match. Suddenly, he vanished from his initial position, leaving behind only a small footprint, nestled within the giant footprint Diak had made earlier. Jack moved with incredible speed, his body a blur, leaping continuously from one side to the other. Jack's agility astonished Diak. Jack thought to himself, by following in his footsteps, previously obscured paths are now clear. Each step had a clear purpose, whether attacking, defending, closing the distance, or creating space. Not a single movement was wasted. After the lightning-fast movements, Jack abruptly stopped. Diak witnessed the scene, thinking to himself, "Unbelievable! Only a week has passed. He possesses the same aptitude, but this level of skill." His eyes shifted towards Jack, who stood lost in thought. The distance between his steps seems quite different. He wondered, what exactly happened during the past week? He felt his intrigue grow with each passing moment. Smiling, he exclaimed, "A truly perfect genius." Jack glanced in his direction. With a confident grin, he asked, "Am I worthy of a Black Knight's confidence now?" Seeing this, he thought to himself with irritation, if only he could get rid of that arrogance. Suddenly he rushed forward, grabbing Jack by the neck. He roared, "You brat! Crying your eyes out just a moment ago, and now you're brimming with self-importance." He quickly intervened. "Aren't you going to brag about him? That depends on your attitude. You insolent disciple. How could a former Black Knight divulge this information?" Time passed. In the Academy's dining hall, a lavish feast was laid out, brimming with a tempting array of sweet and savory dishes. Jack was engrossed in devouring a heaping plate of food, thinking to himself that a month had passed since he began training under Duke's guidance. His food portions had steadily increased since then. Michu, a figure, suddenly approached him. The newcomer was none other than Android. He asked, "Do you have a moment, Jack Raker?" Surprised, Jack thought, "Why is Android looking for me?" But he didn't rush, simply shrugging and replying, "If it's quick, I'm rather busy." Android replied, "Very well." With that, Android pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Jack. He asked, "How did you convince Duster?" Jack thought, "Why is he getting straight to the point? It seems he panicked at the thought of you becoming a disciple, even though it hasn't actually happened." After a moment of thought, Jack chewed his food nonchalantly and replied casually, "It doesn't really matter. Doctor chose me himself." This statement further infuriated the android. He gritted his teeth, his sharp gaze fixed on Jack as if trying to scrutinize him. After a moment of silence, he asked, "In the end, aren't you his true successor?" Jack feigned confusion. "What do you mean?" The android slammed his utensils on the table. Without hesitation, he pressed, "Was he that insecure?" Faced with this loaded question, Jack tried to suppress his trembling hand, then replied, "Note, original text had Android replying here. Changed to Jack based on context. Is that all you wanted to say?" He continued, his tone challenging. "That's only half the story." Jack wiped his mouth and continued, "Even if he was initially drawn to my unique blood, do you think someone like Duster would take on a disciple for such a simple reason? What was the real reason I became his disciple? Initial curiosity aside, it was my talent that was the deciding factor." He tossed the paper towards the other man and said, "Instead of wasting time wallowing in envy to bolster your confidence, why don't you try to become someone more worthy of being chosen?" Scene shifts to the greenhouse west of the training grounds. Jack looked towards Duster with a bewildered expression, asking, "What's going on, master?" He replied, "I'm wondering the same thing." Both looked towards the android running tirelessly. Despite his exhaustion, Jack exclaimed, "That kid, what's gotten into him? Don't know how he managed to beg his way into staying around here. Even offered to be a servant if necessary. I told him to run 300 laps. Forbidden from using ether if he wanted to stay. And now he's doing it." Hearing this, Jinwoo was utterly astonished, thinking to himself, 300 laps without using ether? How is that possible? Doke clutched his head, sighing heavily. "That guy's a complete lunatic." Jinwoo smiled, thinking to himself, "I thought he was just arrogant, but it seems he has an iron will after all." The next morning at Raker, the atmosphere was more lively and bustling than usual, accompanied by excited chatter and whispers. "Hey, you idiot, have you forgotten what day it is? The patriarch is coming to inspect today." Just then, the rapid pounding of hooves echoed. A magnificent carriage, adorned with gleaming gold accents, appeared. A soldier, catching sight of it, yelled, "The patriarch is arriving." Howard approached, stroking his beard, and ordered everyone to prepare. His subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, headmaster." All eyes turned towards the luxurious carriage that had just arrived. Soldiers quickly dispersed to both sides, respectfully opening the carriage door. From within the carriage, a man with magnificent platinum blonde hair slowly stepped out and spoke. "It's been a while, Howard." Hearing the familiar voice, Howard bowed his head respectfully in response. "I greet the patriarch of the Drake family." As soon as he finished speaking, all the surrounding soldiers chanted in unison, "We greet the patriarch of the Drake family." On the large clock, the hands began to move. The hour and minute hands met, striking exactly 12 noon. A powerful, oppressive aura emanated from Patriarch Drake, making the surrounding atmosphere stifling. He raised his large hand and placed it on Howard's shoulder. Patriarch Drake said in a deep voice, "You've been through a lot." I can imagine him responding immediately upon hearing that. "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, master." The patriarch smiled with satisfaction and continued, "I will continue to place my trust in you." He was Arthur Drake, the head of the Drake clan, one of the 8 renowned dragon slayer families. Hogwarts then spoke respectfully. The sun seems a bit intense today. Let's go inside. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise interrupted him. All the students heard the deafening roar and rushed outside. Which clan's patriarch is arriving? Arthur stepped forward, stood before everyone, and raised a hand. Then, he boomed, "Young dragon slayers, you are the future, the hope of the Drake clan. Dedicate yourselves to training, strive tirelessly. Your growth." As he spoke, a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. A smile playing on his lips, he declared, "Is Drake's maturity." Listening to the instructions just given, all the trainees bowed their heads in unison and replied, "We will keep this in mind, Master." The sunlight outside grew brighter and brighter. Arthur turned and walked away. "All right, let's go." Howard respectfully replied, "Yes, Master." A moment later, from outside the Patriarch's room, a voice rang out, "Greetings, Master of all the knights, and the honorable protector of the Dragon Slayers, Arthur Drake. I am Jack Drake, a member of this clan." He stood before Arthur and continued, "Please accept my respects and welcome." Hearing this, Arthur turned around and replied with a smile, "Even the residents of the prestigious Four Seasons Fortress no longer maintain the formal greetings of the past. Dispense with the formalities and have a seat. Rich, I hear you have a passion for the tea ceremony. I've brought a premium tea, hoping it suits your refined taste." Rich softly thanked his father. He looked towards the powerful man, suspicion flickering in his eyes, thinking, "Even my preference for tea has been reported to the Sa family. There's a saying that even the emperor may not know everything, but the Drake family knows all. Now I truly understand that." With that thought, Arthur spoke. "The reason I summoned you is because I heard some unexpected news. Diak has taken on a new disciple." Arthur's words startled Jack, who thought to himself, straight to the point, no beating around the bush. Truly the Sa family. Thinking this, he replied, "Master Diak is simply showing his generosity towards me." With a calm expression, he took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Is that so? If you say so, then it seems that's the case. I don't know your true goal, but as long as you follow my teachings, you will become the strongest on this continent." He finished speaking. Arthur's golden eyes flickered with a pensive, calculating look. "Stronger than anyone," he continued, "so that you can live more freely than anyone else." He gently placed the teacup on the table. Jack cheerfully replied, "That's my goal." Looking at Jack's confident expression, Arthur's face darkened. He remained silent. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to distort under immense pressure. He asked again, his voice filled with authority, "Does that include surpassing me?" Jack, now completely frozen, sweat pouring down like rain, he painfully wondered, could this be? Within this sphere of influence, the lives of all things are under my control. Though slightly unnerved, he felt a thrill course through him. A subtle smile played on his lips as he contemplated Geomshenshi, the ultimate light manipulation technique, a realm attainable only by black knights. Arthur glanced down at his son, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. Jack didn't flinch. He met the man's gaze and replied firmly, "Of course." At the confident response, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He raised his teacup, and instantly the immense aura within the room was completely withdrawn. He spoke, "Of all the things I've heard lately, this is the most intriguing." Jack, a flicker of worry in his eyes, thought, "This is," he continued, "I came to the academy to encourage you, but seeing you now, I think encouragement isn't enough." Before his imposing presence, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. The current owner of Drakkar, the true Black Knight, truly lived up to his reputation. Arthur placed a jet-black card on the table. Witnessing this, he thought to himself that he had considered Diak's level absurd, but this was beyond his imagination. He slowly continued, "This is a small gift to commemorate you becoming Diak's disciple." He asked in surprise, "This is?" Arthur replied, "The Black Dragon card." These words made Jack jolt, exclaiming in astonishment, "Father, are you giving this to me?" He smiled, observing his son's reaction. "It seems you know what it is." He cautiously took the Black Dragon card, a powerful card granted only to a select few VIPs. Everyone knew it offered immense privileges and benefits, and most notably no spending limit. "Can't believe it, to see this legendary card with my own eyes." Arthur smiled and said, I'll add you to the list of authorized users. Feel free to use it. Rich replied, Thank you, father. I will definitely use it wisely. Duk looked at the card, thinking to himself, his words are gentle, but his intentions are crystal clear. Since the card will record all information, it means my actions will be easily monitored. However, the fact that he's using this soft approach, instead of forcing me, shows he doesn't truly care about me yet. Arthur continued, I can't waste any more of your precious time, Rich. You will become the strongest. He waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. He bowed his head and replied, Understood, master. With that, he quickly walked out, gently closing the door behind him. He quietly returned to his room, his steps heavy with worry. Inside the room, a stifling silence filled the air. Arthur sat with his head leaning back against the chair, eyes closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, Duk appeared from behind, his face etched with annoyance. What a detestable guy, Duk muttered. Hearing that, Arthur smiled and asked, Why are you so worked up, Duk? The corner of his lips curled up slightly as Duk replied. He was abandoned in a cradle, and now he's acting like a caring father. Arthur glanced at Duk, his eyes sharp. As the head of the family, I have no other choice, you know that. And what you just said is slandering the head of the family. Duk waved his hand dismissively, sat down and sighed. Fine, arrest me then. Arthur reached inside his coat and pulled something out. He chuckled and said, This is why you are the only one I can truly talk to. What Arthur had just taken out was a bottle of liquor. He offered a friendly smile. Let's have a drink and a chat. Upon seeing the bottle, Diak became visibly excited. He exclaimed, Dragon's breath, and it's the red one too. See, you do have some taste after all. The two continued their conversation. Have you heard about the unrest in the continent? I've been cooped up in the academy, Diak replied with a laugh. How would I know? Arthur pressed, Your informants are spread across the continent. Surely, some survived. His face flushed, and he scoffed. You already know, you old fox. Why ask? The emperor is obsessed with immortality. He's scouring the continent like a madman. Do you think it's possible? Diak paused, then exclaimed, Of course not. Eternal youth can be achieved through magic, but true immortality is impossible. His gaze turned contemplative. However, I agree with what you just said, but what if this has something to do with an ancient dragon artifact? The unexpected question startled Duke, causing him to pause before exclaiming, What? From within Arthur's room, a lively conversation was taking place. Even if magic could keep one eternally young, true immortality remains a mere fantasy. In a nearby room, Rich stood observing. What? He stood silently, using his spirit transformation skill to eavesdrop on the entire conversation. Arthur and Duke were completely unaware of anyone else's presence, continuing their discussion. What if the artifact he's searching for is connected to ancient dragons? That's just a theory. Duke wondered. Is it possible he's already found its location? Arthur replied, It's possible. The Night Squadron just reported that the artifact may be located in the northern continent. Upon hearing this, he asked, The northern continent? He continued to inquire. The people of the Empire are still unaware of this, are they not? Arthur replied, Yes, but it's only a matter of time before word spreads. This reminds me of the past. That mad emperor had just ascended the throne, and yet he launched a war to conquer the continent. It wasn't until he seized half of the central continent that the war finally ended. I thought he would abandon that foolish, decadent dream, but it seems I was wrong. Just one of those artifacts, capable of granting immortality, is enough to... Before he could finish, Arthur was interrupted. This continent will once again be engulfed in flames, he continued, his voice pensive. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I've decided to personally journey to the north. Duke gasped in astonishment, his face etched with surprise. What? You're going to leave your post vacant? When you know full well that wretched emperor will seize the opportunity to cause chaos everywhere. He smiled enigmatically, responding calmly, That's precisely why I came to find you. At Arthur's words, Duke seemed to understand, sighing before asking, Were you a fox spirit in your past life? Why are you so cunning in this one? And so, they reached an agreement, clinking glasses in celebration. Nearby, Jack was still listening intently to every word. I knew I could place my trust in you. But why do you always give me the most difficult tasks? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. His face was etched with exhaustion. He suddenly realized he had overused spirit transformation. Despite absorbing the heart of the mighty behemoth, he still couldn't resist its terrible side effects. The ancient dragon. That's right, the statue he held before returning must have been a mystical artifact of the ancient dragons. The voice that echoed in his mind before his death, along with the cryptic message from the system that appeared right after he was reborn. Everything was clear now. He had unwittingly taken the artifact the Emperor craved. He even sent his hounds after him relentlessly. Back then, he hadn't cared about its true value. But now, a crucial clue had surfaced. The system, or rather the administrator, had sent him back to the past. Turning back time was a special ability of the ancient dragon treasure. But what AI entity created it, and for what purpose? At this thought, he slumped down, his mind reeling with countless thoughts, letting out a long sigh. In the end, he faced even more perplexing questions. After the conversation ended, Diak started to leave, excitedly saying, "Fantastic, I'll get right on it." Arthur waved back, his voice full of trust. "I'm counting on you." After seeing his close friend off, he quickly returned to his room. With strong, decisive strides forward, Arthur suddenly froze, standing as still as a statue. His eyes scanned, looking towards the tightly closed room. He seemed to sense something unusual. Hidden inside, Jack was still sitting there, lost in thought. If this is truly the treasure the Emperor seeks, then how does rebirth relate to the secret of immortality? Just as he thought that, a sudden, loud noise startled him. His eyes widened. From outside the door, Arthur suddenly burst in. But before him, the room was now completely empty. Not a single soul in sight. Just when it seemed like all was lost, Jack made a quick decision and jumped out the window to escape. He paused, questioning if he had misjudged the situation. Moments later, Rick was back in the training area, diligently honing his skills, when suddenly a loud knock echoed from outside. He heard it and called out, "I told you, don't bother me during training. Go away." The butler replied, "Forgive me, young master, but a fellow student is here to see you. Shall I send them away?" This surprised him, and he thought to himself, "A fellow student? I don't have any friends at this academy. Could it be Rena?" With that thought, he replied, "All right." Jack wearily looked at the man kneeling before him, thinking, "Liam Stone again. Why do you consider me your friend?" Liam Stone repeatedly kowtowed, exclaiming, "Please accept me as your disciple." Hearing this, Jack sighed in exasperation, thinking, "I should have just left." He asked, "Take me in? What do you mean?" "I mean, as a subordinate." Leon bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, master, I swear my absolute loyalty to you." Jack questioned, "What about Japan?" At the mention of that name, he became enraged, his hand clenching the ground. "I've abandoned him." His face darkened, sweat pouring down like rain. He anxiously continued, "I need to get into Valhalla." Seeing his desperation, Jack thought to himself, even in his past life, why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Leon pleaded relentlessly, "Please, I beg you, take me in." Jack replied, "Are you stupid? You should have chosen Jimin or Tul." As he spoke, he turned and walked away. "I don't have a family to back me." He walked forward, picking up a sword, and continued, "Meaning, I'm completely powerless in helping you get into the Hala Academy," and his eyes flashed a cold glint, questioning, "Why should I trust you?" Frankly, his next words made Leah's face darken, fear causing cold sweat to break out. "You could be a spy sent by Graydon." Suddenly, he pulled out a sharp dagger. His expression hardened with resolve, determined to prove his loyalty. Leah gritted his teeth, offering his ear to the blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he sliced off one of his own ears. Leah raised the dagger high, proclaiming, "Sir, your suspicion is understandable. But I will prove it to you, no matter the cost. If you want my silence, I will cut out my own tongue." He trembled, his words choked with fear. "If you want me crippled, I will sacrifice my own legs. My life is in your hands, master. Your decision is absolute." This desperate declaration left Jack deeply unsettled. His cold gaze swept over the man before him, a memory from the past suddenly flooding back. "In exchange for your pathetic life, I will take this ear." Lee Ham, with unprecedented gravity, continued, "Therefore, please accept me. Rich was suddenly struck by a familiar image, his own words from years ago. I want to become stronger. He was standing before his master then, and continued, surpass everyone. His eyes back then were so similar to Liam's now. Please teach me. The master returned to the present, facing the reflection of his past self. Once again, he stood at a crossroads of destiny. Jack was unsure how to begin. He continued to plead, please, sir, I beg you. The words had barely left his lips when he suddenly lunged forward with his sword, responding with a lightning-fast attack. The master pointed directly at Jack's face and said, if you can withstand one of my techniques, I will take you as my disciple. These words ignited a spark of hope within Liam. He smiled and replied, thank you so much. A moment later, Jack asked, are you fully recovered? He replied, yes, sir. Inwardly, he worried to himself, actually, I thought this technique would be easy, because my ability to wield the Draker family's spiritual energy is undeniable. Impossible, he looks as young as me. The powerful aura emanating from Jack terrified him. His body trembled, every muscle twitching. His eyes wide with panic, he stammered, I can't breathe. Before Liam could react, Jack lunged forward, sword in hand. Without thinking, he desperately raised his sword to block the attack. The violent clash of their swords created an explosion of energy, engulfing the surroundings. The two swords grated fiercely, sending sparks flying. In the next moment, a sword was sent flying into the air, and that sword belonged to none other than Liam. He collapsed to the ground. As Liam looked on in horror, Jack asked, Liam Stone, is that all? His voice laced with disappointment. You have disappointed me. Jack looked directly at Liam and said, I acknowledge your determination. But then he turned back and continued, you better give up on your Valhalla dreams. Hearing that, he jolted, jumped to his feet, and exclaimed, Sir Zeke. Jack thought to himself, it seems he really was abandoned by the Japan clan. If you weren't a servant of the Japan clan, someone from a distant lineage like you wouldn't be able to study at Credo. Even I, a direct descendant, was expelled from the academy. If Leon were expelled now, it wouldn't be surprising. Thinking of this, he suddenly froze. He understood that he had reason to worry. He glanced behind him. Leon was kneeling on the ground, clutching his leg. But is it worth clinging to this so desperately? In his past life, Liam was kicked out of the academy and his entire Knight Order was disbanded. After that, he attained the rank of Red and become the king, commanding the mercenary world. Liam, utterly defeated, tears streaming down his face, choked out, please, sir, give me another chance. Witnessing this, Jack felt incredibly awkward, thinking to himself, this guy really has no intention of giving up, does he? With that thought, he replied, all right, I'll give you one last chance. His expression hardened, his voice deepened, but on one condition. What condition, sir? Liam asked, trembling. If I wanted you to be silent forever, would you be willing to cut out your own tongue? Or if I wanted you to become a cripple, would you be willing to sacrifice your legs? Do you dare? Jack slowly walked forward, placing a hand on Liam's shoulder. He growled, then cut off your right arm. The cold declaration left Liam stunned, his eyes wide with horror. Seeing his hesitation, Jack exclaimed in surprise, what? This arm, this valuable? Are you kidding me? This is like forcing someone to abandon their entire life as a swordsman. No swordsman in their right mind would accept such an insane request. After a moment of contemplation, Jack stood up and said firmly, I have a ton of training to do, so if you can't do it, then get out of here right now. A moment later, Liam slowly stood up. Witnessing this, Jack glanced back, thinking to himself, I don't understand why he's so desperate, but I hope he won't give up. Liam, even if you can't reach Valhalla, you can still aspire to the realm of the Red Knight. Just as he finished that thought, the sword embedded in the ground was suddenly pulled out. Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. At this very moment, Liam was actually about to sever his own right arm. Jack, enraged, rushed forward, thinking, this madman. At the same time, he swung his sword down, in a split-second moment of truth. Fortunately, Jack reacted just in time, blocking the blow with his own sword, snapping his opponent's blade in half. Both were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened, frozen in place, staring at each other in astonishment. The broken blade clattered to the ground, rolling away from the force of the impact. Witnessing the scene, Leon gasped for breath, his face etched with fear. He looked down at his trembling hand. Rick could no longer contain his fury. He lunged forward, grabbing Leon by the collar, his eyes blazing with rage. "Are you insane? What if I changed my mind after you chopped off your own hand?" Hearing this, Leon's expression turned somber and melancholic. He replied, because he hesitated, then continued, "I can't give up something even more important than this arm." Hearing this, Jack turned around, his voice cold. "If you pull another reckless stunt like that, I won't hesitate to eliminate you, regardless of your loyalty. Keep this in mind." These words made Liam exclaim with joy, Sir Jack, so that means..." Before he could finish, Jack quickly put his foot on Liam, signaling him to be silent. "If my subordinate only had one ear, what would people think?" Liam happily replied, "Yes, I understand, sir." Moments later, inside the dining room, they both sat enjoying their meal. Liam's ear had been perfectly healed. He anxiously asked, Was I really given such a precious medicine?" Jack smiled and replied, "Don't worry, you're worth the investment." With that said, he gently placed his teacup on the table. His expression became more serious than ever. Jack asked, "So what exactly happened?" "Your right arm. What happened? What's more precious to you than your own life?" Hearing this question, Leon clenched his fists, his voice choked with emotion. "My mother," he reminisced. "A few days after being banished from my clan, I received the devastating news that my mother had collapsed with a high fever. Fortunately, the fever subsided quickly, but her body was covered in rose-like red rashes. Not only that, she grew weaker and weaker." As he spoke, Leon hung his head on the table in anguish. "The village healers didn't even know the name of the disease?" Rick asked sternly. "So you're aiming for Valhalla?" Leon replied, "That's right. The medical care that Valhalla provides for its students and their families is the best." Hearing this, Jack frowned, irritably dotting his pen with ink. He jotted down notes as he spoke. Rose-like red rashes? Recurring high fever, accompanied by rose-shaped red rashes all over the body, is a hallmark of rose fever, a dangerous disease with the potential to spread across the 6 continents within the next 5 years. With its rapid infection rate and extremely high mortality rate, claimed countless lives, until a breakthrough treatment was successfully developed and put an end to this terrifying pandemic. With that in mind, Jack handed the paper to Liam and said, "This is the formula for a medicine that can cure your mother. It's not too complicated, so the village healers should be able to make it." He took the paper with astonishment, stammering, "Thank you so much, but how did you know about this illness that even the healers don't know the name of?" The genius alchemist siblings, N and Dip, were the ones who developed the cure that saved all 6 continents. The center was on the decline at that time, but the Alchemist Association was blinded by greed, taking advantage of desperate souls to profit immensely. When the 2 brothers discovered this, they decided to make the formula public. The information spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of a lowly mercenary like myself. Jack smiled in response. "Let's just say I know a skilled alchemist." He continued, "Now that you have the cure, there's no reason for you to go to the Hala region, or become my subordinate." Hearing this, Liam jumped up and exclaimed, "How could I do such a thing?" He said bluntly, "I've already entrusted my life to you." Finishing his words, he clenched his fist and punched the ground. Liam knelt before Jack, saying, "From now on, I swear my loyalty to you until the end of my days." He smirked, silently vowing absolute loyalty. Having the mercenary king under his command truly gave him a sense of relief. With that thought, he spoke, "If you fall behind, I'll leave you behind, so try to keep up." He respectfully replied, "Yes, I understand, master." Time passed silently. Soon, dusk began to settle. From inside a room, a voice called out, "What's the matter?" Hogwarts asked student Owen. "Yes, headmaster," he replied. "I have something to report." "What do you think?" "About increasing the difficulty of the midterm evaluation this semester?" The suggestion took him by surprise. "Why?" Owen smiled and replied, You might find this a bit presumptuous. However, this year's recruits possess exceptional potential. They all hail from prestigious and influential families. More notably, 2 of them possess awakened pure-blood lineages. If this year's exam were as easy as last year's, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to accurately assess their true capabilities. Headmaster Hogwarts seemed to agree with that sentiment. A perfectly reasonable assessment. Indeed, as the head of the Gemant lineage, I will take that into consideration. He bowed respectfully, replying, "Thank you, Headmaster." With that, he quickly withdrew from the room. The door closed. Hogwarts turned towards the window, letting out a worried sigh. He pondered deeply. Blood truly never lies. To think she shares the same thoughts as that man. Considering the potential threats they pose in the future, it's best to eliminate them in the bud. During the semester assessment, in the Dungeon Exploration Test. The Dungeon Exploration Test. This is a special test held by the Raker Academy, where each team consists of 2 people who must escape the dungeon within the given time limit. The unique characteristic of this test is that each team will be assigned to dungeons, with completely different difficulty levels and variations. Inside the gloomy dungeon, Jack turned to Liam, worry evident in his eyes. "Are you nervous, Liam?" Liam hesitated, then replied, yes, a little bit." Hearing that, Jack smiled reassuringly. "It's all right, it's normal to be nervous. But excessive worry can lead to mistakes, while overconfidence can lead to arrogance. So, it's best to maintain a balanced mindset." Not far away, Vina was also incredibly anxious about the upcoming challenge. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, "Next, Jack Raker!" Leon Stone, hearing his name called, said, "Let's go." Liam respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Both of them were heading inside, when suddenly a man blocked their path. Raising his hand to signal them to stop, he said, "Hold on." The man pointed to a different passage. "You 2 must go this way." "We're going this way, sir?" Before them lay a dark, cold, and damp dungeon.
Exuding a frighteningly mysterious aura.
Sensing something unusual, Jack quickly glanced around. Seeing the 2 students still hesitating, the professor urged them on. "What are you waiting for? Quickly, get inside, students." Hearing this, Jack just smiled softly without replying. Then, they both decided to enter the mysterious dungeon. "Yes, sir, we'll go in right away. As you instructed." Although the difficulty will vary depending on the dungeon, since this is a test dungeon managed by Diacrack, there won't be any excessive danger. Your ultimate goal is to escape from here within the allotted time. Each team will be given a timer that will start counting down the moment they enter, and the time limit is exactly 96 hours. Basic combat skills are also a part of the aptitude test. Bringing back the heads of slain monsters will earn you extra points. However, the most important thing is to escape the dungeon safely. Therefore, failure to escape within the time limit results in disqualification. Inside the dark dungeon, Jack slowly spoke. "We just finished eating. You should get some rest, Liam." Liam replied, "But you set up camp and prepared the meal yourself." "Why don't you rest first, sir?" he continued. "I can stay awake for 4 days straight without a problem. Don't worry." Hearing that, Liam didn't dare to argue. "Well then, if you don't mind, I'll get some rest," he reassured. "All right, I'll wake you up if anything happens." So, together they set up camp, built a fire, and sought a brief respite in the cold, dark dungeon. Jack glanced at his wristwatch, a pensive expression on his face. It had been 16 hours since they entered this gloomy labyrinth, and he himself had been awake for 3 straight days before this fateful test. That meant he'd been awake for around 90 hours total. However, his limitless endurance could only restore his physical fatigue, but not dispel the mental exhaustion that was overwhelming him. In such a dangerous and unpredictable place, it was best to minimize any potential risks. Around Jack, a series of alarm bells were set up, ready to alert him to any unusual activity. His eyelids grew heavy and blurred. "I'll switch with Liam when he wakes up," he thought to himself. Suddenly, the image of a strange bell flashed in his mind, covered in a blanket of white snow. Suddenly flashed in his mind. Jack, his eyes slowly closing, succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness. A strange, bizarre scene continued to unfold in his dream, a place he had never set foot in. Directly above the massive gate, fluttered a crimson flag bearing the image of a majestic lion. Everything around was in ruins, devastated, as if it had just endured a fierce war. Against the backdrop of pristine white snow covering everything, lay the motionless body of a young woman, blood staining the cold snow. He tried to see the girl's face clearly but couldn't, only hearing a bell echoing from somewhere. Jack jolted awake, his eyes wide with terror. Sweat poured down, drenching him. Before him was the familiar scene inside, the dark dungeon with a faint flickering fire. He clutched his aching head, gasping, "Damn it, that damn dream again." But wait, he was sure just as he thought of that, he suddenly remembered. A tripwire had been set outside the door. Jack quickly doused the flames with water. He shook Liam awake, urging, "Liam, wake up, we have company, I'll scout ahead." "You, don't start another fire," Liam replied. "Yes, master." Jack cautiously concealed himself by the door, observing the surroundings. Using Dragon Eye for a 4-day reconnaissance mission was too reckless. It was best to let his eyes adjust to the darkness. Just as he thought this, a strange scent suddenly wafted into his nose. Is that the smell of sulfur? Could it be a sulfurous creature that hunts in packs? A monster classified as extremely dangerous, level 3, hellhounds. Jack worried, his hand tightening around his sword. He thought to himself, in her past life, Jenna easily defeated the orcs in the evaluation test. But to her surprise, she encountered hellhounds here. He glanced around, trying to assess the situation. But strangely, there wasn't a single one in sight. Wait, something's not right. Even their alpha couldn't weigh more than a few hundred kilograms. After a moment's thought, Jack slowly raised his sword. Through the reflection on the gleaming blade, he observed the cave entrance ahead. But with these powerful tremors, it felt like the creature must weigh at least several tons. Could it have mutated? Before he could understand what was happening, a violent tremor struck. Damn it! The rocks around the cave crumbled, crashing down. Fortunately, in that perilous moment, Jack parried with his sword just in time, steadying himself from falling. Liam witnessed the scene and rushed over with concern, asking, "Master, are you all right?" He gritted his teeth in utter fury. Damn them! How dare they pull such a cowardly trick right in front of me? Right before his eyes, a gigantic hellhound, with a grotesque form, was slowly approaching. I knew they were behind this, but it didn't end there. The hellhound's eyes suddenly darkened, its head severed from its neck, dangling precariously. In its place appeared a greater demon. Liam gasped in horror. A Bulgasari? A monster classified as extremely dangerous. It could easily devour hellhounds and other demons, using their blood as the main ingredient to concoct healing potions. But more importantly, they possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, making them nearly immortal. Before Rick could speak, surprisingly, Leon bravely stepped forward. He raised his sword, shielding Rick, and declared resolutely, "I'll distract it. Meanwhile, please escape quickly, master." Hearing these loyal words, Rick realized he had chosen the right aid. He smiled with satisfaction, his eyes filled with trust as he looked at Leon. He then stepped forward, gently patted Leon's shoulder, and replied, "Don't be so pessimistic. We'll stand together, fight together, Leon. A master cannot abandon his subordinate." Rick continued, his voice full of encouragement. "I've always believed in your efforts, Leon. You're not weak. I'll support you fully, so fight with confidence." Hearing this, Leon, though still tense, felt much more confident. He replied, "Thank you, master." Immediately, the two coordinated seamlessly, dashing like lightning towards the growling monster. Before Control could recover, a barrage of critical strikes rained down upon it. Jack glanced at Control, thinking to himself, "Wow, that's incredible." He was able to damage Control's tough exterior. Moreover, he precisely targeted its joints. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. Did he spend time studying these monsters? Liam was thinking the same thing. Jack suddenly spoke, but just then, one of Control's tendrils lashed out. Fortunately, Jack reacted in time, parrying the attack and saving Liam from certain death. He followed up with another slash, severing Control's tendril. Witnessing the scene, Liam looked at Jack anxiously, stammering, I'm sorry, master." He smiled in response. "It's all right. You did pretty well for your first real fight. Targeting those weak joints was a sharp tactic. However, you underestimated its incredible regenerative abilities. Keep this in mind. Joe can heal minor wounds almost instantly. Therefore, such direct attacks are completely ineffective against its extraordinary regeneration. Jack looked towards the Minotaur, who was raising its hand in front of him, and continued, "Seems like it's a bit too much for you to handle." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. His sword seemed to whisper, its voice sharp, "Let me finish it." After a furious onslaught, finally, the Minotaur's head was severed from its neck, falling to the ground. Immediately, a system notification appeared. "You have slain a Minotaur. You have received 30 infamy points." Jack spoke. "That'll give us a lot of bonus points. Quickly gather the loot from it, Liam." He immediately stepped forward, responding to the order. While Liam diligently gathered loot from the monster's remains, his gaze shifted towards the system interface, where mission details were displayed. The words, "Sudden Mission, Double Duty," stood out on the screen. Mission objective, hunt 100 monsters of 10 different types within the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Reward, double karma points earned during the mission and 2 random loot boxes. After reading, he exclaimed excitedly, "What? Really? Double karma points?" The system responded, "Current mission status, 14 monsters of 2 types eliminated. Note, docile monsters will not be counted. Time remaining, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds. Jack glanced at his watch, thinking to himself, "I have 71 hours before the test ends. The 100 monster requirement isn't a problem, but finding 10 different types might be a bit tricky. Even though this dungeon is vast, it's only a testing ground. Normally, the number of species is limited to around 34, but since this is a trap set by the Jimin, who knows? If we search carefully, we might be able to gather all 10 types. Complete the mission and escape from here? I'm afraid that won't be easy." Just as he thought that, Liam spoke up. "Master, I have finished my report. Along with the timer, we were also given a bag. It's used to hold the heads of the monsters we've slain. Although it's no spatial bag, it's enough to carry our spoils." After a moment of thought, he replied, "All right, hurry up, Liam, don't fall behind." Liam responded, "Yes, sir." They both continued to fight. Time passed silently. 6 hours, 7 minutes, 16 seconds, 6 hours, 47 minutes, 6 hours, 1 minute, 3 seconds, 56 hours, 47 seconds. Removed. This appears to be a timestamp or irrelevant information. The two of them discovered a series of monsters, one after another. Removed. This appears to be a timestamp or irrelevant information. Removed. This appears to be a timestamp or irrelevant information. As time passed, their mission was nearing its end. Removed. This appears to be a timestamp or irrelevant information. Removed. This appears to be a timestamp or irrelevant information. A moment later, Jack looked at Liam and asked, "Liam, we've hunted quite a bit. Are you getting used to actual combat yet?" Hearing that, he forced a smile and replied, "I'm not sure." Seeing that, Jack offered a comforting smile. "It's okay, everyone needs time to adjust." With that said, Jack turned his attention back to the system panel, displaying the information. Remaining time, 50 minutes and 54 seconds. Mission status, September 99 monsters. He thought to himself, "Even after catching those tiny bloodsuckers, we only have 9 types. We've searched everywhere. There's nowhere left to go. The more I think, the more frustrated and confused I get. Those damn G-men haven't given us a single piece of useful information. Why didn't they have a backup plan?" Suddenly, Jack stopped in his tracks. His eyes widened, sensing imminent danger. With a wary expression, he glanced to the side. In an instant, the ground beneath them cracked open. "Liam, drop the bag," Jack yelled urgently. Liam still hadn't processed what was happening. He stared blankly. Suddenly, a sharp blade flashed, ripping the bag in half. A monstrous creature emerged from the earth. Blood splattered everywhere. Liam's face went pale with terror. He was frozen in fear. Fortunately, Jack managed to pull him to safety once again, but Jack's hand was injured. After a moment of shock, Liam anxiously asked, "Are you all right, sir?" He replied calmly, "I'm fine. It's just the monster's blood." Raising a hand, he continued, "This time, stay back and observe, Milan." Before them both, a monster of hideous form appeared. Its mouth was filled with rows of sharp, gruesome fangs. Jack spoke up, "I'm afraid I can't fight and protect you at the same time. Fighting while looking out for you is impossible." He thought to himself, "A dungeon worm? It's an incredibly ferocious and dangerous monster. Normally, it would take a whole squad of seasoned death knights to subdue it." Thinking of this, His anger intensified, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, those G-man bastards! Are they really trying to kill me with everything they've got? The dungeon worm suddenly lunged forward with breakneck speed, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Liam shouted in worry, "Master!" His face darkened, terror rising within him. Suddenly, he remembered something important. He quickly glanced over his shoulder. Liam approached, rummaging through 6 items inside a bag. Meanwhile, Jack was still struggling, fending off the monstrous worm's attacks. With agile movements, he rolled to the side, swinging his sword and slashing at its body. But it seemed to have no effect. He thought to himself, even seasoned Azure Knights always try to avoid encountering these dungeon worms in a place like this, because they excel at burrowing and moving underground. So, if he didn't kill it quickly, just as he thought this, suddenly from beneath the ground, a large crack suddenly appeared. Jack immediately sensed the monster's presence. He whipped his head around to look behind him. Just as he suspected, the hideous dungeon worm appeared suddenly, lunging forward, its mouth wide open, revealing rows of terrifyingly sharp fangs, attempting to devour him whole. If caught, he would surely be buried alive in the beast's belly. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly leaped to the side, dodging the fatal attack. In a flash, Jack swung his sword forward, plunging the sharp blade deep into the monster's massive body. Gritting his teeth, he used all his strength to yank the sword, tearing through the worm's repulsive flesh. The dungeon worm was caught off guard, blood gushing from its mouth like a geyser. Jack clenched his jaw, determined not to back down, roaring, "I will cleave you in two." The monster's immense weight caused his feet to sink deep into the ground, cracking the earth. From its tail, a barrage of deadly poisonous spikes suddenly erupted. But at this moment, Jack was oblivious to everything else. His mind held only one thought, to swing his sword and slay, to annihilate the wretched worm. Just as he finished speaking, the dungeon worm's body began to convulse. It coiled tightly around him, giving him no chance to escape. Having secured its prey, it simultaneously launched its tail and mouth forward. But in the nick of time, Leon appeared. He swung his sword, thrusting it deep into the dungeon worm's body. Caught completely off guard by the attack, the creature roared in pain, its body thrashing. Jack, sensing the shift, realized the grip was loosening. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly scrambled back, escaping the monster's clutches. Upon seeing Jack, Liam anxiously asked, "Master, are you all right?" Wiping the blood from his mouth, he asked Liam, "What did you do?" Applying a salve to the wound, Liam replied, "I coated the sword with a paralytic." Hearing that, he suddenly understood the problem. The main component of the anesthetic was nightshade. For humans, it only caused mild paralysis. But for a worm, it was no different from a potent poison. In such a dire situation, he remembered that nightshade was the worm's Achilles heel, and so he improvised by using the anesthetic as an alternative. As a substitute. Indeed, that's it. Truly remarkable judgment and adaptability from the mercenary king. Liam pondered thoughtfully. Jack smiled, saying to Liam, "When I give the signal, you stab it with your sword again. Bringing you along was a wise decision indeed." With that, he swiftly drew his sword. Leaping once more onto the monstrous creature, he navigated his way, heading straight for its head, then bellowed the attack command. Liam heard the order. He swiftly swung his paralyzing poison-laced sword, plunging it deep into the monstrous insect's body. The dungeon monster took the full brunt of the attack. It reared its head in agony, unleashing a horrifying shriek. Its entire body seized up under the effect of the poison. Seizing the opportunity, Jack channeled his spirit transformation skill into his sword. He swung his blade with a sharp, clean slice, cleaving the monster from its neck down to its lower body. Instantly, the monster's body was split in two, collapsing dead on the spot. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations, you have completed the emergency quest. Karma points earned during the quest have been doubled. You have received 2 random boxes. Current karma points, 780. Meanwhile, outside, the dungeon test completion announcement echoed. All students successfully escaped the dangerous dungeon. Gather here for score calculation. AIs who have completed their tasks may leave. The professor carefully examined the monster spoils Gina had collected. "All right, let's begin calculating the scores." "Yes, sir," she replied curtly. The professor continued his announcement. The base score for completing the dungeon test is 30 points. 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc. A total score of 180. Hearing the results, the other students gasped in astonishment, murmuring amongst themselves. Almost equal to the legendary Avon's record of 200 points, just as expected. A pure-blooded awakened is truly on a completely different level. The professor also offered generous praise, worthy of being a descendant of the prestigious Turan family, exceeding the required passing score, 130 points. She placed a hand on her chest and politely replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Professor." Then, the professor turned to Egan and announced, "All right, it's your turn. I'll begin calculating your score." After finishing grading, the professor announced the total score was 120. "You all have surpassed the passing score of 70. Well done." His teammates cheered joyfully. "Thank you, sir." Owen, filled with resentment, glared at Rena and thought to himself, "Rena Torin, you won't be arrogant for much longer." With that thought, a sinister smile crept across his lips. "If there's a problem, we'll just deal with her like we did with Jack." Just as he thought that, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Wow, it's been ages since I've seen the sunlight." He immediately whipped around, searching for the source of the voice. Just as he suspected, the person who appeared was Jack. Not only that, Liam was carrying the head of the dungeon worm. How is he here? All the students standing around were utterly astonished. That's a giant dungeon worm. Aren't orcs supposed to be the strongest monsters on this floor? Why is it here? Did they actually take down that terrifying dungeon worm together? After approaching the professor, they both threw the worm to the ground. Jack smirked, turning to Owen and asking, "What's wrong? You look surprised, Owen." He continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Not happy to see me?" His words infuriated Owen, causing him to clench his teeth. That arrogant bastard. But Jack wasn't finished yet. He continued to provoke Owen. "Where's your usual indifferent expression?" Shoving his hands into his pockets, Jack continued, "You're much more entertaining like this." Owen was speechless at Jack's taunts. His face darkened, unable to utter a word. Watching Owen storm off, Jack called after him, "Leaving already? That's too bad." Rage surged within him, and he thought to himself, "Those damn purebloods. I'll make them pay dearly for looking down on me." They scattered in a panicked retreat, leaving Jack feeling incredibly satisfied. The professor spoke, a hint of worry in his voice. "Is your little match over?" Student Jean smiled and replied, "Yes, Professor, it's finished." Jean continued, "Professor Andre." Andre looked at the paper and began to speak. "Well then, I'll begin the evaluation." Jack spoke up and asked, "It was just him. Is there a need for a separate scoring system?" Andre replied, "As long as I'm the one evaluating, rest assured, I won't miss a thing." Andre asked, "Did you all lose your head pouches?" Jack replied, "Yes." Faced with the horrifying scene before them, all the students panicked, covering their mouths and fleeing in terror. Jack smiled to himself and thought, "Seems like I got pretty lucky. That damned dungeon crawler was planning to ambush me. Wiped out my entire score. All the points I painstakingly earned over the last 3 days. I don't want to be eliminated, so I have to quickly get its points to make up for my loss." Besides an android, could any other AI be meticulous and sophisticated enough to examine every piece of flesh and skin stuck in those teeth? After a thorough inspection, the 2 gloves, stained with monster blood, were thrown to the ground. The professor spoke. "So far, the identified monsters are Remlin, Goglin, Hoggoblin, Goblin, Hobgoblin, Greater Hobgoblin, Hellhound, Orc, and finally, the crowd began to murmur and chatter. "A minotaur? Why a minotaur?" the android continued. "Judging by the blood volume, there were quite a few, but acknowledging this would be unfair to the other examinees. Therefore, we will consider each confirmed monster type will be counted as 1 point. Additionally, the dungeon worm isn't on the scoreboard, but based on old records, they are equivalent to 3 and 6 orcs, respectively. Therefore, they will be converted to 90 and 180 points. A total of 368 points achieved." The other professors were also astonished. "How many points did we get when we were students? Back then, hellhounds weren't even on the scoreboard yet." 368 points, How could anyone achieve such a score? Suddenly, a student angrily stepped forward and exclaimed, "Bullshit! The only kill here is a dungeon worm." Another student replied, "That worm alone is worth 180 points now. Besides, what's the point of arguing about it now? Think about it, everyone. If you encountered a dungeon worm, or even just a minotaur, do you think you would survive?" They exclaimed. Could Rich Raker really be this talented? Witnessing their reactions, Rich thought to himself, these guys are overreacting. This felt completely different from when they mocked him before. It was the same NDT0, but he had unintentionally become the center of attention again. These Jaimans, they even dared to manipulate the test dungeon, just to eliminate him. This must be the work of Owen alone?
Impossible.
Even he wouldn't dare interfere with the Academy's examination. Perhaps Jimin himself was directly involved in this. Thinking this, Rich started to worry. It seemed he was being watched more closely than he thought. This blatant display of hiding his power might be backfiring. From now on, it was best to go with the flow and observe the situation. Suddenly, someone approached him from behind and called out. The approaching Jack Raker was none other than Rena. Witnessing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Rena, what are you doing here?" A frown flickered across Rena's face as she coldly stated, "Consider this your victory." With that, Rena and her group silently departed. Jack wondered, bewildered, "My victory? What does she mean?" Moments later, in the training room, he looked at the system interface and said, "Is this what you wanted me to have?" The system displayed, Level 1 Dragon Skill, Devour. You can eat more and digest more. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 780. Jack exclaimed, "I used to ignore it because it looked useless. But now, 50 points is nothing." The system asked, "Do you wish to activate the dragon skill, Devour?" He replied, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the system interface underwent a drastic change. Jack was startled, thinking to himself, did the skill description change? System display, Dragon Mark Level 1 Devourer. When activated, can absorb and convert anything into energy. Especially, if it consumes monsters with special bloodlines, it will allow the user to absorb their powers. Hearing this, a delighted smile spread across his face. Absorb the powers of monsters. I should have activated this before the test. To understand it better, let's try converting some energy first. System display, activating Dragon Mark, Devourer. Before the centipede could touch the meat, a sudden gust of black air appeared, knocking the meat aside. He startled, whirling around. The sight before him was bizarre. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed. On the ground, the meat was being pulled down by some unseen force. Jack thought to himself, "It looks like it's sinking into quicksand." The piece of meat gradually vanished into the mysterious darkness. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. It was replenishing lost energy with the energy just absorbed. His headache quickly subsided, as if he had just taken a short nap. It felt like he'd just had a brief moment of rest. Could it also alleviate mental fatigue? Not only that, but his entire body felt invigorated. Mental exhaustion, physical fatigue, even his energy, even if just a little, had definitely been restored.
Activate Dragon Devouring Technique.
With that thought, he shoved more meat down. It was completely worth the 50 points. With just this skill, he could mitigate the risks of all his other skills. Mental fatigue could be dealt with by Devour, and physical fatigue was covered by unlimited endurance. The more he thought about it, the more excited Rich became. He threw back his head and laughed. Perfect. This means I can train continuously for 24 hours, without needing to eat, drink, or rest. Let's get started right away. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden knock echoed, instantly dampening his enthusiasm. He wearily asked Joker, "Didn't I give specific instructions? Not to be disturbed during my training." The person outside respectfully replied, "Young master, I sincerely apologize, but this is an extremely important message, so I must deliver it to you immediately." Jack asked, "An important message? What is it?" The servant promptly answered, "Young master, your sword is finished." Hearing this, Jack exclaimed joyfully, "Finally!" Moments later, at Hamburg's forge, Jack asked, "Galen, is my sword truly complete?" Hamburg replied, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." Jack waited patiently, his thoughts drifting to his past life, to the sword he received from Ganglion. Forged from pure mithril and iron, The legendary swordgram, even the AI was impressed and acknowledged. It was truly an exceptional blade. Although this time I provided a dragon's fang as crafting material, I guess it will be similar to Graham. However, his prediction was completely shattered. The moment he saw the sword, it wasn't a gleaming golden sword as he had imagined, but a jet black, solid sword, resting quietly in a wooden box. What the hell is this? Jack picked up the sword, held it up in front of him, and examined it closely. He silently assessed. It looks quite plain on the outside. Jack then asked Hanback, "Did you intentionally not sharpen the blade?" Hanback replied, "This sword was born this way." Jack glanced at Hanback. Then he placed the sword back in the box and said, "I see. This is the form you deem most suitable for me." Hanback stammered, "Yes." Hanback looked at the man before him. "I think most people would be perplexed by this, but you completely understand my intentions." Seeing Jack's pensive expression, Hanbit suddenly thought if it were him. Hanbit said to Jack, "Actually, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I've tried to name it, but I haven't been able to come up with anything suitable. So, could you name it yourself, master?" Jack pointed at himself, a bewildered look on his face. Name it myself?" Jack's expression suddenly changed. He remembered the sunspot, Ram, the name given by Galleon himself. But now he was being asked to name Ram with a new appearance, and made from a dragon's fang. But it was a completely different sword from Ram. Thinking that, Jack decisively pulled out a sharp knife and cut his hand. "A name? Huh?" Hanbit was horrified by his action. He exclaimed, "Master, what are you doing?" Jack didn't answer him, instead falling into deep thought. Even if his self-regeneration was always active, it was still a skill he himself used. Therefore, he should have been able to control it. Unfortunately, Hanbit kept urging him to stop the bleeding, distracting him. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Admin request confirmed. Faction skill self-healing will be temporarily disabled. A stream of blue energy enveloped Jack's hand, and the wound instantly stopped bleeding. Jack thought to himself, "All right, it worked. Now then." He closed his eyes and dripped a few drops of his blood onto the sword. Hanbit watched this strange action with a puzzled expression. Could it be a sword naming ceremony? A sword naming ceremony? A traditional dwarven ritual? A ritual to bestow a name upon a weapon. The performer imbues their spirit or aura along with their blood. The ritual begins when the blood touches the blade. A ritual. As the ritual begins, the performer will sink deep into their own subconscious. They will be lost in the endless flow of time until they find the sword's true name. A sword possessing such terrifying power that it was almost lost to history. But you know of this ancient dwarven ritual. That's incredible. Among the countless names that surface in your mind, you must find the destined name, the one that will accompany you on the path ahead. A name that opens a new path, a new beginning. Rich finally thought of a name, Black Sword Bahamut. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. Black Sword Bahamut has been successfully registered. Jack looked up at the brilliantly shining sword before him. He was the one who named it. Yet he looked at the sword with a puzzled expression. Out of thousands of names, why did I choose the name of a dragon? Is there something wrong with my subconscious? Harvard seemed oblivious to Jack's concerns. He just kept showering him with praise. "As expected of you, master. Truly remarkable. Even seasoned dwarves rarely grasp the intricacies of the sword-naming ritual." Jack humbly replied, "I happened upon this knowledge while studying dwarven history." He glanced at his carefully bandaged wound, wondering how long it had been since he'd needed a bandage. Suddenly, Harvard stepped forward, addressing Jack. "Master, would you care for some rest? There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Jack replied casually, "Certainly, go ahead." Harvard thanked him. "Thank you very much." After Harvard left, Jack looked down at his bandaged arm. He recalled the system notification. Faction skill self-healing has been temporarily disabled. Jack pondered, lost in thought. Being able to control a passive skill is incredibly significant. He delved into his memories, calculating, "This means I can potentially suppress the abilities of." His secret had been completely exposed. Jack lightly touched the bandages on his body, thinking to himself that there was no need to reveal everything just yet. "I'm sorry, Galleon, but I'll remove these later," he said, glancing at the sword placed in the corner of the room, a slight smile playing on his lips. "But right now, there's something more important to do. I need to examine this first." The system displayed information about the sword, Black Sword Bahamut, a sword forged by a legendary blacksmith, possessing extraordinary vision. Crafted from the hardest fang of the dragon Bahamut. This cursed sword was tempered with Lam Hoa's spiritual energy. Unique ability, indestructible, converts light energy. Special feature. The seal will be released as the user grows stronger. After reading the information, Jack couldn't hide his excitement. The seal unlocks with the user's development? I've never heard of a weapon like this. And it even possesses the indestructible attribute. It's said to be made from a dragon's fang, but that's absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Jack picked up the sword and wiped it clean. His face was clearly reflected in the gleaming surface of the blade. The most crucial aspect is its ability to convert light chi. Jack recalled the hardships he endured to help Galen create the magical current and forge this magnificent sword. Not only because of his exceptional skills, but also thanks to Graham's unique ability to convert light chi. Jack slowly began to sense the powerful energy emanating from the sword, a unique ability that allows the conversion of spirit energy, or any energy source, into light chi. From the hilt of the sword in Jack's hand, a stream of emerald green light chi began to emanate. The light chi gradually enveloped Jack and the sword in his hand. I was born unable to use spirit energy. But this is what helped me reach the Assassin Knight level. Just then, Harvard emerged from the room, scratching his head and sighing in relief. Finally found it. My lord, I trust you haven't been waiting long? But as soon as he stepped out, he was astonished by the sight before him. Rick, sword slung over his shoulder, greeted him with a bright smile. You made it, Harvard exclaimed. Oh, the aura! He marveled silently to himself. A pure, radiant aura enveloped the sword. Master, you've surpassed the Purple Knight level, Rick said to Harvard. This sword is truly extraordinary. You've worked hard, Galen. Harvard replied with a smile. Compared to the forge, this was nothing. More importantly, he presented a scabbard to Jack as he spoke. Please take a look. Is this all right? Jack looked curiously at the object in Harvard's hand. A scabbard, Harvard continued. My master crafted this scabbard himself. Jack gazed thoughtfully at the scabbard, lost in thought. Even in my past life, I'd never heard of Galeon's master. Wolden Dobe? A thought suddenly flashed through Jack's mind. Who is Wolden Dobe? Wolden Dobe is known as a master blacksmith of the highest caliber. He's Golden Dobe, the greatest blacksmith on the continent, possessing unparalleled skill among the dwarves. Golden's works are near perfect and possess many extraordinary abilities, making them worth tens of thousands of gold pieces, especially to collectors. Rich stroked his chin, looking at Harvard. So you're a student of Golden Dobe? Harvard exclaimed. As expected, you can read the dwarven language, Jack added. If it's Golden's work, then it's no ordinary scabbard. Harvard confidently replied, of course. Then, he flicked a dial on the scabbard with his finger and said, if you turn this dial on the surface of the scabbard, it will transform into an impenetrable shield, like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the scabbard transformed into a solid, unbreakable shield. Harvard began to explain the special functions of the shield. Crafted from the bones of the legendary White One and Midran, is capable of withstanding almost every powerful attack. By simply turning the knob on the handle, the shield will instantly revert back to its original scabbard form. He then presented the scabbard to Rich and said, although this gift is insufficient to repay your kindness, my esteemed master, please accept it. It's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Jack asked, could you sell it to get money to build the furnace? Harvard burst out laughing. I couldn't possibly sell my master's work to anyone. Jack persisted, but it's worth 10,000 gold. Harvard was astonished. What? Really? But Rich immediately responded. Whatever it is, I will accept it with gratitude. Jack took the scabbard, comparing it to the sword in his hand. The scabbard seemed smaller than the sword. Thinking this, he tried to sheathe the sword. But if this is a product of Golden Dober, then surely, watching the scabbard transform and perfectly fit the sword, Jack smiled smugly. Just as I predicted, this exceeds all expectations. Jack cheerfully thanked Harvard. I have received a truly precious gift. Thank you, Gonlion. Seeing Jack's satisfaction with his gift, Harvard felt happy. I'm glad you like it. When we return, Jack continued to examine the gloves. Did you just acquire some meteorite iron? That's an incredibly rare material. The system displayed the gloves information. Jack was reviewing the information about the gloves on the display. Gloves crafted from meteorite iron, durable yet lightweight. Unique abilities, not support features, will be greatly enhanced when the entire meteorite equipment set is worn. 2 mysterious gift boxes, a well-deserved reward for the arduous task. Jack gazed intently at the first box. As he opened it, his eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and caution. A random gift box, a reward after a challenging series of quests, caught him off guard. He thought it was just an ordinary treasure, but inside lay a value far beyond expectations. The second box remained untouched, its secrets still hidden. Jack quickly opened the second gift box, unable to contain his curiosity. It was the second box's turn to reveal the mystery within. The box was slowly opened, little by little, but upon seeing the item inside, Jack's face was filled with a look of doubt. What is this? Jack picked up an old piece of paper, faded and stained in many places. Curiosity surged. A map, perhaps? He wondered. Suddenly, Jack's eyes widened in surprise. A system notification appeared before him. We just discovered a map that seems to have markings related to the Grandmaster. Kaiser, Rich muttered. Kaiser? Could it be the Hero King Kaiser? Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower, a legend widespread across the continent. It's the story of Kaiser and his retinue's journey in their fight to overthrow the mighty Konos kingdom, a kingdom once a symbol of a glorious civilization. However, this story is too fantastical, and there's no historical evidence to prove its authenticity. Therefore, it's considered nothing more than a fictional tale. But with the system's recent announcement, Jack trembled, clutching the map tightly in his hands. So Hero King Kaiser actually existed? The system suddenly reappeared. Notification. Restoring and analyzing the damaged parts of the item. Analysis complete. Location confirmed and marked on the minimap. Jack stared at the system screen in astonishment. This is, looking at the map spread out before him, Jack mused, the giant mountain range? That's Manji territory. Seems like this might be easier than I thought. Lost in thought, a small system window suddenly popped up beside Jack. His eyes fell on the displayed text. Based on the user's current level, the tutorial is officially complete. Slightly bewildered, Jack said, tutorial complete? Before he could fully process the message, another notification appeared. It hovered beside his hand. You have found an item linked to a quest. Achievement quest. Kaiser's Legacy. Collect 10 visions of Kaiser from ruins, bearing Kaiser's mark. Time limit. No quest reward. Administrator system upgrade. Current level, low-level administrator. Upgrade to mid-level administrator. Jack was finally starting to understand. An instruction manual for a system designed to elevate its users to new heights. Jack smiled, realizing he'd taken the first step on his path to conquest. Now, the real game was about to begin. Excitement surged through him. Even the rewards were on a whole different level. After reviewing the rewards and the series of notifications, Jack slowly stood up. Excellent. A determined grin spread across his face. I'll take it all, leaving nothing behind. First, let's use those accumulated points. The system displayed a series of messages. Dragon Mark Level 2 is now available. View Dragon Mark Level 2 details. Dragon Mark Level 2, Dragon Scale Armor, reinforces dragon scales, granting absolute magic resistance. Currently locked. Unlock price, 80 Dragon Summoning Claw points. Mighty Dragon Claw, summon a Dragon Claw to unleash a devastating attack on enemies. Unlocking Dragon Scale Armor costs 80 Jack points. Price locked successfully. I've got a decent amount of points, right? But who knows how long it will take to accumulate this many points again. Although I really want to unlock everything, for now, I should just invest in a few potions and level 2 dragon skills. I need to keep 400 points in reserve. Thinking this, he touched the screen. The system immediately announced, activating Dragon Skill. Dragon Scale Armor. Activating Dragon Claw. The dragon skills quickly activated on Jake. He immediately tested out the new skills. Let's try Dragon Claw first. Jake swung his arm powerfully. A deep gash appeared on the floor. Jake stared at the mark he'd made and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, even stronger than I imagined." Then he raised his sword, testing the remaining dragon skill. Alright, let's keep going. Dragon Scale Armor. A deafening clang reverberated through the air. The sword in Jack's hand was knocked back with tremendous force. Jack was utterly astonished. I didn't even use aura. But even with my full strength, instead of cutting through, the blade was repelled. Felt like he was wearing full body armor. Even though he's unarmed. Jack rotated his shoulder, thinking, Dragon Claw is for attacking, Dragon Scale armor is for defense. Makes sense. Warm-up's over, let's continue. The scene shifted to the central training ground at Draker Academy. A voice echoed across the training ground. Alright, before we begin the aura practical exam, I'll go over the rules. The instructor, holding a sword, continued. Behind me you can see the training dummies. They are specially crafted puppets. A normal physical attack won't even scratch them. He sliced the puppet with his sword, and continued. However, if you infuse your attacks with aura, they can be easily destroyed. Finishing the demonstration, he sheathed his sword and resumed his lecture. But if you can't even manage to destroy these, he glared at everyone, then you will be expelled. Regardless of your previous evaluations, you'll have to start again from the very basics. The students tensed up, sweat beading on their foreheads as they whispered amongst themselves. Start over? That means no promotion, the instructor roared. Silence. I'll call your name, and you'll step forward. Next, Aaron. A boy named Aaron hurried forward. Present. Seeing his anxious expression, Owen thought to himself, these rookies are all scared and jittery. Then he smirked. But to me, this training method is no different from my family's aura technique. After all, this academy's aura curriculum was founded by the Gaiman clan. He then glanced at Jetchen and Jack standing behind him. No matter how talented a true-blooded awakened is, they can't surpass me in aura control. At that moment, the instructor spoke, continuing Owen's thought. Owen confidently stepped forward with his sword, ignoring the instructor's instruction. Step forward when you're ready. He stomped his foot and swung his sword. Seeing the aura surrounding him, everyone around was astonished. Huh? Sword resonance. The examiner turned to the instructor and said, he's only 13 and he's already achieved sword resonance? Impressive. The instructor simply replied coldly, that's to be expected from someone of a prestigious noble family. A flash of light appeared. One puppet was ripped apart. A second puppet was decapitated. Only flashes of light could be seen, and the remaining puppets were shredded to pieces. The other students witnessing this were utterly horrified, speechless in terror. Owen's sword sliced through the puppets with a few swift strokes, leaving them in a pathetically tattered state. The examiner applauded, magnificent, as expected of a student from the Gaiman clan. He patted Owen on the shoulder, encouraging him, keep this up, and you might even surpass Lord Nobel. But instead of being pleased by this praise, unlike the other students, Owen gritted his teeth and shoved the examiner's hand away. Watching Owen storm off angrily, the examiner muttered, what kind of attitude is that? The instructor crossed his arms, frowning at Owen's arrogance. Then the next name was called. One after another, the other students stepped up for their test. But it seems none of you have shown your full potential. The examiner glanced at the scoreboard and sighed softly. It seems this test is proving to be quite a challenge for everyone. The instructor spoke up, offering his observation. You must have all lost your confidence after Owen's exceptional performance. He observed the students with a thoughtful gaze. So far, no one has reached the 7-star level. Not even a glimpse of that realm. All students in this advanced class possess the ability to channel aura into their blades. But even amongst such a talented group, the truly strong always stand out. It was Jenna's turn to step onto the platform, ready for her test. She confidently declared, I'm ready. Before beginning, she turned to the instructor. Instructor, I have a request. The instructor replied, go ahead. Jenna looked directly at him, her eyes filled with determination. She boldly stated her request. I wish to be evaluated based on my Dragon Slayer technique. The instructor gently explained that it was an assessment designed for a higher level class. But Vina stood her ground, unwavering. I know the lower level students are looking at me with doubt, and their minds are filled with skewed perceptions. Ever since awakening as a true blood, she's become incredibly arrogant and unbearable. The difficulty between channeling aura and executing Dragon Slayer techniques is vastly different. Just maintaining aura on the blade is an immense challenge, but Dragon Slayer techniques require absolute precision to allocate the right amount of aura for each movement. Owen thought to himself, she'll probably only manage a few swings before losing control of her aura. Ha, Vina, your competitive spirit will be your downfall. The instructor asked Rina doubtfully. The penalty for a 7th failure is much more severe. Are you certain about your decision? Vina firmly affirmed. Don't worry, the instructor will surely agree. Rina bowed her head, politely expressing her gratitude. With that, she resolutely raised her sword high. The other students intently watched Rina's every move, not wanting to miss her upcoming test performance. A powerful aura suddenly enveloped Rina, radiating a blinding light. She swung her sword down with terrifying speed, slicing through the training dummy before her. Immediately after, countless rays of light flashed, tearing through the air, splitting the dummies into hundreds of pieces. Reaching the final dummy, Rina, without hesitation, thrust her sword into its body. The dummy shattered into pieces, vanishing into thin air. Rina had completed her test with flying colors. Behind her, the remnants of the dummies lay scattered, strewn across the arena floor. The students who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Unbelievable, she's so strong. I thought Owen was the best at controlling aura, but compared to Rina, he's still far behind. Hearing the excited chatter around her, rage surged. Owen gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Damn it, Rina gasped, spinning around. She pointed her sword directly at Owen, taking him completely by surprise. He frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. What the hell? Is she mocking me? But then, his eyes suddenly changed. Owen slowly turned his head. His expression became incredibly tense, a stark contrast to his initial disdain. Rina's sword was indeed pointed at him, but behind him stood an even more formidable opponent. Jack smirked. You're not even worth my time. Jack scratched his head, looking flustered. Damn, I think I'm in big trouble. He recalled Jenna's gaze when she looked at him. She had given him a sharp look. If she's like that, I can't just ignore it. But should I meet her expectations a little? Thinking that, he raised his hand and said, Instructor, I also want to be graded based on dragon slaying arts. Hearing this, the professor's face contorted in annoyance. He shot a sideways glance, his eyes filled with irritation. He spoke up, his tone sharp and questioning. You said your name is Jack, correct? Do you think that dragon slaying magic is that easy for you, just because you saw student Rina perform it effortlessly? His voice continued, dripping with sarcasm. Student Rina is a pure-blooded awaken. Just as he finished speaking, he was interrupted. The grading criteria will be the same as for student Rina. Is that all right? Hearing that, Jack smiled confidently. Of course, sir. Without hesitation, he stepped into position. The professor still seemed displeased, asking again, why did you allow this? This student has been marked present for all classes, but I've never seen him attend even once. The other instructor replied, that's the result of this student winning a bet. That android instructor? Never mind, you're new here so you probably wouldn't know. A pure-blooded awakened with a golden aura is unprecedented. The student who broke Nobel's record in the perilous dungeon exploration test is standing right over there. Jack Raker. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Black Sword Bahamut has detected R. Activating Black Sword Bahamut's unique ability, Aura Conversion.
Aura conversion.
Converting R into aura. Jack's expression became worried. He thought to himself, this is difficult. Suppressing this energy is harder than I thought. After a moment of composure, he tightened his grip on the sword, a confident smirk playing on his lips. This should be enough. Without further hesitation, Jack began to swing his sword. The moment she saw this attack, Vina immediately realized something, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed. That was the technique Jack was demonstrating, the secret skill known as Dragon Slayer art. Chapter 1-1. Instructor Chion secretly worried. If I don't intervene, compared to the skill of an android instructor, this technique is almost perfect. With a single swing of his sword, he sliced the training dummy in two. This is Dragon Slayer art, the secret skill I painstakingly mastered for 2 years before returning. From the sword swing, the footwork, to even the flow of aura, my body can now perform it automatically without thinking. No need to overthink it anymore. Thinking that, Jack dug his heels into the ground, steadying himself. He looked at the sword in his hand, thinking to himself, although I'm tired of practicing this technique, repeating it countless times, it seems revisiting the basics wasn't useless after all. This afternoon's performance should be enough to impress Jenna. Just as he thought that, suddenly murmurs and whispers erupted around him, making him jump. Wait, just now. He definitely just enveloped his sword in aura, didn't he? Yeah, I saw it too. The entire sword. So, Rich has already reached the level of a Death Knight? Unbelievable. Hearing the whispers, he startled and exclaimed, I must have been too focused. Directly behind him, all the wooden puppets were completely destroyed. I think I unconsciously released my aura. I was just trying to adjust my strength to Rena's level. Damn it, I've attracted attention again. The two professors were also stunned, exclaiming in astonishment. A first-year student has already reached the level of a Death Knight? Hearing these words, Owen clenched his fists in anger, his body trembling. A fear had risen within him, a fear he didn't want anyone to know. Meanwhile, on the other side where Jenna was standing, her hand also clenched into a fist. But her expression was the complete opposite of Owen's. The corners of her lips curled up in a mischievous smile. Moments later, in a spacious room, a man set his teacup down and spoke. I've heard about your outstanding performance in the recent semester exam. The man continued, his tone suggestive. Note, removed Hogwarts, as per instructions to avoid using names from other franchises. It seems you achieved quite a remarkable feat, haven't you? Jack responded modestly. It was just luck, sir. Not stopping there, the man continued to probe. Reaching the level of a Death Knight at the mere age of 13, and you attribute it to mere luck. Jack hesitated, feeling apprehensive. What do you think about taking the advancement exam? Hearing this, the boy seemed bewildered and asked, the advancement exam? Do you mean, skipping a grade? The man replied, perhaps one or even more. It's a special program for exceptional students, like yourself. At that remark, Jack thought to himself, it seems we've succeeded faster than anticipated. Hogwarts has attracted more attention than initially expected. This was also within our predictions. With that thought, Jack smiled and replied, yes, sir, I'll get right on it. The brief conversation ended there. The door slowly closed. A murderous aura emanated from Jack. As he walked away, he thought to himself, it seems he's up to something. If he wants to play, I'll play along. Inside Hogwarts' room, he sat deep in thought, his gaze directed out the window. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket and retrieved something. He spoke. Rena Diakla and Rich Diakla, both pureblood awakened, have agreed to participate in the test. A voice echoed from the void. Understood. I will prepare everything necessary. Hogwarts let out a sinister smile and exclaimed, things are about to get interesting. The scene shifts to Diakla Academy. Inside the advanced aura training room, Vina was already there. Her eyes glanced sideways, where Jack was standing. He didn't dare to look directly at Vina, his gaze averted with a forced smile. Sweat beaded on Jack's forehead. He thought to himself, I should at least pretend I wasn't staring at her. Just as he finished the thought, the door swung open and a man entered, announcing, sorry to keep you waiting. The man stepped forward, continuing, the one who will oversee today's advancement test is a high-ranking knight from the main family. Before Vina and Jack, a man with silver-white hair and a long scar across his face appeared. Sir hon raker. Upon seeing this man, Rich immediately recognized him. His eyes widened in shock. This person is, he wondered, Jinglu's sword. How? A memory suddenly flooded his mind. A man with a vacant expression held someone in his arms. As he gently laid the person down, Zeke appeared right behind him. With an irritated look, he asked, Drake, what happened? Without answering, Drake reached behind his back, drew his sword, and continued. Why are the Empire's dogs here? But On didn't react to the indignant question. Drake sheathed his sword. He carefully observed his surroundings. On the ground before him lay a child. On began to dig with his bare hands. Drake sensed the immense grief that was consuming On. He remained silent. Drake stood there quietly watching On dig the child's grave. Suddenly, a sword flew towards him, making him look up in surprise. Jack approached and asked, need a hand? Before he could answer, he continued, even if you refuse, I will still help. As he dug, he continued, I am Rich Morida of the Northern Alliance Forces. You're a raker, aren't you? Oh responded, no, I've abandoned that title of raker. Jack replied, then we're alike. What should I call you? He replied, call me Jong Ryujum. Back in the present, Jack smiled as he looked at On, thinking to himself, On, huh? A fitting name for a silent sword, so cold and still. Just as he thought that, both of them simultaneously brought their hands to their chests and bowed. Greetings, Sir On. The raker needed a High Knight to oversee the advancement test of a first-year student. After the High Knight is actually a pillar of strength bearing the weight of the prestigious Draker family. This noble title demands a perfect balance of absolute power, renowned fame, and seasoned experience, a position overflowing with glory and authority. Suddenly, a professor standing nearby spoke, breaking the silence. The test will be sword fighting, he announced. A rather familiar challenge for AIs hailing from Cradle, isn't it? You may continue to challenge each other until you lose consciousness or voluntarily withdraw. Show us everything you've got. Upon hearing this, Rena drew her sword, accepting the challenge. Then allow me to go first. I would like to. But the professor interrupted her. He continued, there's no need to go one by one. Everyone, come at me at once. This declaration infuriated Rena. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her hand trembling with rage. But in an instant, Ratch stopped her. Don't be hasty, he said. You know the difference in our strength. Ratch looked at Rena, smiled, and continued, besides, the test has officially begun. If you act rashly, without controlling your emotions, your score will be deducted. Listening to Jack's words, Rena gradually regained her composure, taking a deep breath. Then, she asked, so what should we do now, Jack Raker? Jack smiled, thinking to himself, she really is a genius. Rena's judgment is incredibly quick, he thought, then replied, I have a perfect plan for this situation. We'll launch a precise attack on him. The fight continued. Both stood on either side, carefully observing On's every move. Jack observed him drawing a magnificent sword, a very special sword. Single-edged, it came from the east. A wando. A wando is a type of single-edged short sword, wielded with one hand, designed for use in conjunction with a shield. It originated in the Joseon dynasty, named after the decorative ring on the scabbard, where a strap is attached for easy carrying. Suddenly realizing this, he exclaimed, so, he's been using this sword for a very long time. Jenna's pride seemed to be wounded, but, what good are honor and pride to the weak? Thinking this, he looked directly at her and gave a slight nod. Just push aside personal feelings, and focus on strategy. She quickly grasped his intent. Her gaze firm, she nodded back in agreement. With their plans solidified, they both immediately swung their swords, charging towards their opponent. But before their swords could even touch him, he was quick as lightning, unleashing a series of counterattacks with ease. Not just Jenna, Jigu also struggled to get close, but couldn't reach him. Neither of them gave up easily. Their movements were fluid and precise, a seamless dance of attack and defense. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed, sending both of them reeling backward. They were thrown back a considerable distance. Witnessing the previous exchange, Vina couldn't help but gasp in awe. She thought to herself, as expected, this is the power of a high-ranking knight. Even though I continuously targeted his weak points, following Jack's instructions precisely, not only could I not inflict significant damage, but I couldn't even scratch his armor. With that thought, she didn't hesitate. Unleashing the Dragon Slayer Technique Chapter 3, Life or Death Decisive Strike. I must be prepared to kill. The thought barely crossed her mind, when a sharp blade slashed down right in front of On. Crescent moon slash. But he wasn't one to be easily subdued. With lightning speed he retreated, evading the attack. Then On launched a swift kick directly at Vina, leaving her unable to react in time. The powerful kick sent her flying backwards, crashing hard onto the ground. A thick cloud of dust billowed up. Witnessing the scene, the surrounding people rushed to Jenna's side. Miss Han, Jenna SSI, are you alright? They asked worriedly. Are you okay? Hearing them, she clutched a piece of debris from the wall, replying, I'm fine. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she warned everyone. It's dangerous here. Everyone, get out of here. Although only for a moment, she had actually lost consciousness. Create an opening? With her current strength, she couldn't possibly do that. Thinking that, she looked towards Jack, wondering, "Do you really believe I can do this, Jack?" Jenna recalled Jack's earlier words. Rena was completely outraged. "I would never stoop to such a despicable tactic. Are you trying to besmirch the honor of a duel?" Hearing this, Jack Raker laughed and retorted, "Can you eat honor? This isn't a contest between knights. It's an evaluation. They're assessing our destructive capabilities." Faced with these sharp words, Rena didn't know how to respond. She sighed and replied, "Fine. At least I asked for your opinion. But do you really think that tactic will work? Our opponent is a high-ranking knight." He smiled and answered, "We just need to create a situation that forces it to be effective. Like when you fought me at Credo. Think about it. Why couldn't you dodge that rock?" She continued, "Because I never expected you to resort to such a cowardly tactic." "Your answer is absolutely correct." Jack smirked, continuing, "A high-ranking knight is no different. Await my command. It will definitely work. Even the smallest opening will be enough." Back in the present, seizing the opportunity, when On launched his vine attack, he instantly unleashed his Dragon Slayer technique, combined with Wind Style and Shadow Step. Witnessing this technique, On was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Isn't that His Excellency's ultimate technique?" As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something amiss. His sharp eyes darted towards his back. In the nick of time, he managed to raise his sword, blocking Rich's fatal blow. He smiled, saying, "From now on, you better focus." Before he could understand what was happening, suddenly the lights went out. The space was plunged into silent darkness. O looked around in confusion, thinking to himself, "Did the lights just go out? Ah, I understand now. So there." Taking advantage of an awakened's mana suppression ability, the pureblood realized he had walked into a trap. He swung his sword, slashing a sharp arc that tore through the space behind him. But it didn't end there. Jack continued to attack relentlessly in the darkness. Witnessing this, O scoffed internally, "Such childish tricks. You think that just by blinding me, you can defeat a high knight? How laughable." That thought quickly vanished. Suddenly, Rich appeared with blinding speed, right beside him. He wondered in confusion, "What is this strange feeling? Why, in this thick darkness, with her vision so limited, can she move so fluidly, as if seeing through every obstacle?" While he was lost in thought, Jack suddenly launched an attack. "This is the perfect opportunity to show off the new dragon skill I just learned." He wasn't one to boast or brag about his abilities. He preferred to let his actions speak for themselves. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. "Dragon skill activated." Dragon's claw materialized beside him, witnessing the destructive flames hurtling towards him, carrying terrifying power. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Is this really the swordsmanship of a first-year student? Before his eyes, the image of what he was facing became clear, the imposing phantom of a majestic black dragon. This is more than just swordsmanship. No matter what, Rich Raker's skills have surpassed those of an ordinary student. Meanwhile, Jenna Draker seems to be struggling with movement, unable to move as fluidly as Zig, who is gliding through the darkness with ease. She has discarded unnecessary resources to focus all her energy on controlling herself, while strategizing on leaps high, not directly attacking Jack with his sword, but this tactic only works when the opponent is on the same level as him. In the pitch-black space, the clash of blades rings out relentlessly and fiercely. The battle is incredibly intense. Jack is surprised, thinking to himself, his movements are almost no different from before the lights went out. Could he have already adapted to the darkness? Just as he thinks that, suddenly a blade flashes like lightning, slashing straight towards him. The attacker is none other than On. Luckily, at the very last moment, he managed to dodge. Frustrated and enraged, he roared, "She's gone!" I could only see glimpses of her, like fighting a phantom. While he stood there, searching for his opponent, right behind him, Jigu's shadow suddenly appeared. As if sensing something, On immediately swung his sword backward. But it wasn't a person. He wondered, a mana lamp? It turned out that directly above him, Rich was slashing down with all his might, sending the entire lamp crashing down. The chaotic noise masked Rich Raker's presence, and then, a lightning-fast strike from above came crashing down on his head. Own hastily raised his sword to block the unexpected attack. Seemingly out of nowhere, Jack had appeared, facing him. A cryptic smile crept across his lips. Before anyone could understand what was happening, he yelled, "Rena! Now!" Jack suddenly remembered the professor's earlier warning. The structure and materials are quite simple, but it can only be used once. What kind of magic are you planning to use to activate it? Hearing this, the professor gasped in astonishment. What, an explosive magic spell? Jack smiled and replied, "Not at all. Just a flash of light and a thunderous boom will be more than enough." Then, back in the present, the bomb was hurled towards On. A blinding flash of light and a deafening explosion erupted. Zig smirked with satisfaction. Perfect timing, Rena. This attack was completely unexpected by On. He was caught off guard, collapsing to his knees, clutching his ears tightly. His eyes were vacant and unfocused. His teeth clenched tight. A bitter curse escaped his lips. Damn it, I've been played. Underestimating Rena was a fatal mistake, a misjudgment that had landed him in this perilous situation. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Rena and Rich, joining forces, charged forward with blades drawn. His face was filled with exhilaration, a confident smirk playing on his lips. But before the two could carry out their plan, On sprung to his feet. Unleashing the Dragon Slayer Art, Chapter 4, Crescent Moon Slash. The powerful blow sent Jack reeling backward. He crashed hard to the ground. Rena suffered the same fate. Unable to react, On stood frozen in place. His teeth gritted, pain etched across his face. Those injured in the melee were helped away one by one. A girl approached, offering words of encouragement. "You fought well." Before he could reply, a man strode towards On, his voice booming. "You bastard! You completely destroyed someone else's disciple." Turned out to be his master. Seeing him, On bowed his head respectfully. He nodded in return, his expression as stern as ever. Duck placed a hand on On's shoulder, asking, "So, how is my disciple?" On remained silent, lost in thought. He recalled the moment. Jack. The instant his attack landed, he intentionally discarded his sword and switched to defense. He could have counterattacked. Why didn't he? His goal wasn't victory, but progress, to gain experience. He only used the necessary amount of force. On looked down at his hand, saying solemnly, "Jack is far beyond my assessment." The scene shifted to the Academy's promotion classroom. "So, I assume everyone agrees with this proposal." Everyone in the meeting replied in unison, "Yes." "Excuse me." Headmaster Andre offered no comment or response. Rena and Jack were officially promoted. Rena to the 5th year and Jack to the 3rd. Afterward, Jack remained completely silent. After receiving the Duke's complete tutelage, Andre replaced Jack in that position. Rick maintained a close relationship with Professor Phantom, but gradually they drifted apart. The moment he was selected by the Delpa Royal Magic Research Institute and left the Academy, Zyka severed all ties with the powerful noble families. He had no further connection to them. But then, an unexpected event occurred. On repeatedly challenged Rick to duels. Then suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. He requested a leave of absence and confined himself to his room for secluded training, to cultivate his abilities. 2 years passed, and Zik finally graduated from the academy. Words of congratulations for Zik echoed everywhere. "Congratulations, young master. Becoming the youngest person to ever set foot in the prestigious Valhalla. You must be so proud. Rich Raker is 15 now." Dicker exclaimed joyfully. "The headmaster rarely writes recommendation letters for admission himself." Jack replied indifferently, "It's no big deal." Then he paused in thought. The title of youngest freshman seems to have lost all meaning after 2 years of silence. Zig spoke up and asked, "There are about 3 months until the entrance ceremony, right, Dicker? You should go to Atlas first." He seemed surprised after hearing this, but stammered in reply, "Why yes, and what about you, young master?" Jack gathered his belongings and replied, "I will retreat to a quiet place alone. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone, understand?" Dicker obeyed, "Yes, young master." The Kaisa ruins lay hidden within the majestic mountain range, under the guise of a secret retreat. Rich planned to utilize the Adventurers Guild of the Argo Kingdom to embark on a needless journey of discovery, unnecessary, pointless, inform any suspicious individuals of his whereabouts. Report any unusual activity. A knock echoed from the door. Jack spoke up and left. Someone's here. Leon approached, knelt and bowed his head. I greet you, Master Jack Raker. He turned back. Leon, I told you, he said, turning around. That formality makes me uncomfortable. That kind of greeting makes me uncomfortable. A simple greeting will suffice. Just a simple hello is fine. Hearing this directly, Leon said, then, Leon responded immediately. I'll excuse myself, young master. He replied, I'll take my leave then, young master. Jack replied, why did you summon me to the Platinum Mansion? Why did you call me all the way to the Platinum Mansion? Only Zig and Liam remained in the room. The room now held only Zig and Liam. I heard you were transferred to the special class. So, I hear you've been transferred to the special class. Jack is your master. Jack is your charge. How could I stand idly by? How could I just sit back and do nothing? I've compiled everything you need for your time at the academy. Gathered everything you'll need during your time at the academy. Predicted questions for academic assessments. Projected questions for the academic evaluations. Training manuals and materials needed for exams. Training manuals and all necessary materials for your exams. Go see Mage Nia and show him this. Take this to Mage Nia and show him. You will ensure he's fully equipped. And when he reaches his 4th year, he'll need a suitable sword. You might suggest he request one from Enchanter Nia. I've already taken care of it, don't worry. I trust you'll do well, Liam. I won't let you down. Liam, hearing these words, was overcome with emotion. He clenched his jaw to hold back tears. Then he bowed his head, more determined than ever. Just a moment ago, I said that bothered me. Let me rephrase. The kingdom of Asgard is located in the far north of the central continent. Along with Delphi, Thebes, and Alaska, is considered one of the 4 great kingdoms of the central continent. Vast mountain ranges, separating the land of monsters from the continent. Countless dungeons, attracting countless adventurers, souls yearning for fortune and glory. Recognizing this immense potential, the founding king of Aegis cleverly integrated the adventurer workforce and the dungeon system, transforming them into the kingdom's cornerstone industry. Under royal patronage, the majestic mountain range was divided into various sectors, establishing strategic transportation routes and outposts for efficient management. This was the genesis of the Adventurers Guild, an organization that would later extend its influence across the continent. Next is number 546. 546. Number 546 isn't here. What in the world is going on? Next is number 547. Congratulations, you are now officially a real adventurer. Murray, please submit the necessary documents at the dislike office. They will issue your adventurer registration card. Murray replied, thank you. Draker thought to himself as he disguised as Rich Mori, with a wig and sunglasses. The best magic right now is creating the perfect adventurer identity to make traveling easier. Using the title Draker would draw too much attention. Jack felt it was time to begin his treasure hunt. At the gathering point, some carriages were already rolling, while others patiently waited for more adventurers. On one of the moving carriages, Jack sat quietly observing. He thought to himself, lucky I found a seat during peak season. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey there, friend, you're an adventurer too, right? You look a bit nervous. Is this your first time in the dungeon? Why not join our group? Don't let our looks fool you, we're seasoned veterans. The dungeon's been pretty dangerous lately. Going alone is just asking to be monster chow. Trash like that is everywhere. By the way, heard the first group to enter the dungeon together. This decision will affect half of your adventurous journey. Have you ever heard of that? They thought to themselves, our true purpose is to lure young, inexperienced adventurers, to turn them into bait for monsters, or sell them to ruthless slave traders. Jack listened silently, without saying a word. They smirked, awaiting his response. Suddenly, Jack stood up and shouted, shut up! Jack's action startled them. What's wrong? What happened? Did I say something wrong? Then, Jack walked towards the carriage door and said to the driver, 500 meters to our left and behind us, a monster. Looks like a bunch of snails. Is this an area where monsters usually appear? The driver asked, confused and bewildered. Huh? What are you talking about? This path is a safe zone. Hearing this, The accompanying adventurers burst into laughter. Looks like this newbie is starting to get scared. He doesn't know that all the main routes of the Adventurers Guild are under the direct management of the kingdom. Never mind monsters. Even wild beasts can't get close to this safe zone. Jack spoke up. Then what's behind you? His heart skipped a beat, stammering, A horde of monsters suddenly appeared and attacked the group. The carriage shattered. Everything was devastated by the rampage of colossal monsters. What's happening? A monster approached him, pinned beneath the wreckage of the carriage. He panicked, trembling in despair. Help! Help me! The bloodied orc dragged its wounded body forward. Rich quickly ducked behind a large tree. If orcs are rampaging in the safe zone, this proves the outpost hasn't been operating normally. Ever since the OG appeared, everything's been in complete chaos. Exactly as Jack predicted. They've truly caused utter mayhem. Even the battle-hardened Ago soldiers were defeated, but with such a formidable force, they should have been able to handle the majority of the monsters. A sense of foreboding washed over Jack. He was stunned to see the fatal wound in the soldier's chest. Jack gritted his teeth in utter frustration. This wasn't caused by monsters, but by human hands.